Okay?
Just repeating, this is Zarika Satunde.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm mute again.
And you're Mr. Hearn, we know. But you can keep your images there. Just remember to keep mute as we're going over the broadcast. But we all congratulate you for you attending this GAGUT briefing, GAGUT Lifesaving and G2j Riemann Hypothesis Solution briefing this May 31st, 2016. And we just basically want to take the opportunity to share with you quickly before the broadcast begins the God order news that we've been given in terms of God has ordained a black man, Professor Gioibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity. Eta sub n exactly represents intelligence, and n the level of intelligence, which God designed for Professor Gioibo, that n to be infinity. Hence, eta sub infinity. And since black people share the same genes as Professor Gioibo, God has reordained the black race not just to be the most intelligent race, but the richest race and the most powerful or undefeatable race. God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, which is nicknamed GAGUT, is a revelation from God, which infallibly proved that all theorems, or anything that exists, and all equations, also called morphisms, which can be isomorphisms or polymorphisms, past, present, and future, originate out of one invariant, Gi, with orthogonal components, Gij, and a divergence, also known as change, of Gij, comma j equals 0. In mathematics, what you can understand is that you can choose any term to define a quantity. Just because GAGUT defines Gi to be God doesn't automatically prove it is God. To give you all an example, one can say milk originates out of the stores. If the store is the ultimate origin point of the milk, you can replace the term originates out of with its equivalent created by. However, before the store, the milk originates out of the cows. In that case, you cannot use the term originates out of, nor can you replace the term originates out of with created by for the store. But GAGUT infallibly proved that Gi is the ultimate origin of all theorems, also known as everything that exists. So the phrase originates out of can be replaced with created by. And this proves that GAGUT, or Gij defined here, represents God, since God can be defined as the creator of everything. Now that God has been infallibly defined by Gij, God's existence is infallibly proven if GAGUT can prove that something exists. And this is quite easy. It seems difficult, but the easiest way to prove that is by showing that you, every one of you who are human beings, are infallibly proving existence of God. The way that's done is existence of a human being is the proof of the existence of the Gij, because the Gij has been infallibly proven to be the ultimate origin of everything. Therefore, because a human being like yourselves exists, it infallibly proves the existence of Gij, which has been infallibly proven to be the definition of God. Therefore, the existence of human beings infallibly proves the existence of God. Morphisms, which isomorphisms or polymorphisms, and called equations, they map realities onto a mathematical space like the brains through our eyes and other senses to be processed and understood and so measure intelligence. Since Gij, which infallibly defines God, has the totality of all equations, Gij and hence God constitutes the totality of all intelligence. The GAGUT solution of eta sub n, which all come out of the Gij, or God, fundamentally represents all isomorphisms as well as all polymorphisms, and therefore contains all of intelligence. This infallibly proves that God not only contains all of intelligence, but God is all of intelligence. And God amazingly planted all of the eta sub n formulas, and hence all of intelligence, inside the brains of Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, and has blessed Professor Oyibo with the ultimate or totality of all intelligence with which to understand God and everything. This is how God ordained Professor Gio with the totality of all intelligence, or the ultimate intelligence, which can be modestly stated as God has ordained Professor Gio the greatest genius and the most intelligent human being ever created. And since the black race share the same genes as Professor Gio, God has now reordained the black race as the most intelligent race. This has been confirmed by several institutions, such as Göttingen University, a German university which is the home of headquarters of intelligence prior to GAGUT, Yale University's research study, and others. Göttingen University, the headquarters of intelligence prior to GAGUT, called upon the world to celebrate their greatest mathematician before GAGUT by the name of Professor Carl Friedrich Gauss. In the year 2005, this celebration was conducted. What they did was, for each week of the year, they selected, which there are 52 of, they selected the greatest mathematics works to honor Gauss, who was their greatest mathematician prior to GAGUT. They ranked GAGUT, the #1 work to honor Gauss, and the greatest mathematics work by placing GAGUT at week 26, the center of the celebration. If you divide 52 by 2, that's 26. To understand that position, you have to understand some of the runners-up, which we're going to go into. On the list of the celebration, you will see the name Sir Professor Michael Atiyah, who is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton of Cambridge. Both of these two held the most prestigious chair at Cambridge, called the Master of Trinity College. You will see that document up in just 1 second. If you bear with me, it will be on the screen so you can see the particular list that I'm talking to you about, so you can understand in detail who I speak of. Okay, do you all see the document up in front of you? You can, at this point, respond.
Yes.
Okay, praise God. If you look up here, this is the celebration of the Gauss year 2005. You see it circled? That's where the celebration was. As you can see here at the very top, the central work to honor Gauss was grand unified theorem, which is GAGUT. If you go to week 19, which I'll bring you to, that's Sir Professor Michael Atiyah. Sir Professor Michael Atiyah is a successor to Sir Professor Isaac Newton. Both came from Cambridge, and both held the prestigious chair of the Master of Trinity College. The work that's titled here, that is ranked at week 19, is Field Medalist Lectures. The Field Medal is an award which is equivalent to Nobel Prize in mathematics. The work, a Field Medal has been around since 1936 and has been awarded for every 4 years, and 3 or 4 mathematicians get this award. And up until the year 2005, there had been 44 of these field medalists involved. And like I said, field medal is equivalent to Nobel Prize in physics, but it's a Nobel Prize equivalent for mathematics. In order to understand that, I will show you the picture of the field medal, so just bear with me on that. Just bear with me. Just bear with me for just a second. I'm just showing you the field medal, which is coming up right now. Okay, you'll see here in front of you the field medal. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The field medal is, as you can see here, this is an award which is awarded ever since 1936, as you can see here. And if you see here, it states here that the field medal and the Abel Prize, but the field medal in particular, have often been described as the mathematician's Nobel Prize. You all see that in terms of this last sentence of the first paragraph. the sentence here that says the Field Medal and Abel Prize have often been described as the mathematician's Nobel Prize. Do you all see that?
Yes.
Praise God. So this is what we want to basically bring to the people's attention about that. And also to bring you something very quickly up to you so you can see who Gauss is. Just to let you know. I'll put that up on your screen so you can see very quickly. Okay, do you see Gauss up here in terms of Gauss is described here as the Princeps Mathematorum, which is Latin of foremost of mathematics, or the greatest mathematician since antiquity. Gauss, as you can know, is a German mathematician who was based at Göttingen University. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. The bar slid. But as you can see here, this is Gauss. Can you all see Gauss's page up?
Yes.
Praise God. As you can see here, it says sometimes referred to as the Princeps Mathematorum, which is Latin for the foremost of mathematicians. That's why it's and the greatest mathematician since antiquity. This is how we say here that Professor Gauss was considered to be the greatest mathematician prior to GAGUT. They celebrated him in terms of the 150th commemoration of his passing. He passed away in February of 1855. In 2005, 150 years later, they celebrated Gauss at Göttingen by selecting the greatest mathematics works to honor Gauss. So if we go back to the list that we had, you will see let's get back to the list for a second. You'll see here at week 19, the field medalist lectures indicates that there were about 44 Nobel Prize Award equivalents at week 19. The field medalist lectures had, including Atiyah, 44 Nobel Prize Award equivalents, or what we call field medals. Can you see that, sir? Can you see week 19? I'll enlarge it if it's difficult.
Yes.
You all see it?
Yes.
NR19 is the week 19. That title of the paper, Field Medalist Lectures, like I said, contained 44 Nobel Prize Award equivalents, or field medalists. Atiyah being a successor to Newton, and also being a field medalist himself, and with a work that included 44 field medals, could have easily been placed at the central work to honor Gauss. Göttingen, however, painfully ranked that work inferior to GAGUT, which is why it's placed at week 19 as opposed to week 26. And I will show you a picture of Atiyah in just 1 second. Do you see the picture of Atiyah up on your page?
Yes. Yes.
Praise God. As you can see, Sir Professor Michael Atiyah is English mathematician, a current-day mathematician. He was, as you can see here, highlighted, the Master of Trinity College from 1990 to 1997. This is the same chair that Newton held in the actual 1700s, which I will show you also in just 1 second. Just 1 second with that. You all see Sir Isaac Newton, or Sir Professor Isaac Newton here. You see Newton?
Yes.
Okay. Newton was the person who originally held the Master of Trinity College chair. Atiyah is a successor to Newton. And Gauss, even though Gauss came after Newton, although before Tia, he had a lot of respect for Newton, so a Tia could have easily been placed as the central work, and including the 44 Nobel Prize Award equivalents of field medals. They could have easily been made the number one work to honor Gauss. The list that you saw showed how that particular work was ranked at week 19. Sorry. If you see here, Trinity College is listed here, and if you go further into the document, you will see where he was. Just 1 second, there's a slight trouble. You see here became the Master of Trinity. That was the Master of Trinity College, which I speak of. You all see that highlighted.
Yes.
Praise God. So what's important to understand is this is the basis of Tia being a successor to Newton could have easily been placed as essential work to honor Gauss. They selected and ranked that work inferior to GAGUT, which is why Göttingen placed the work of Tia at week 19 as opposed to week 26. So let's go back to the list so you can see that again, so understand it further. You also will see sorry about that, there's some sort of okay, so week 19, that's what we just went over. Now if we go to week 23, which is a little higher up, you'll see the name Anatoly T. Fomenko. Anatoly T. Fomenko, where the cursor is right now, I'm being circling, you all see that name, Anatoly T. Fomenko.
Yes.
Okay. Anatoly T. Fomenko is a successor to Leonhard Euler. Euler is another German-Swiss mathematician from Germany, but basically worked in the European system in Russia in terms of the Russian university system. So I'm going to show you who he is so you can see who he is. Just bear with me for a second, I'm getting it up. So you can see up right now, you see Anatoly T. Fomenko. Do you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. He's a current day mathematician from Russia, and he is a successor to this particular individual. Do you see now Leonhard Euler?
Yes.
Okay. Euler, even though he's a German-Swiss, he was basically in the Russian university system here in terms of St. Petersburg, Russia, which you see highlighted here in blue. Euler was between Newton and Gauss in terms of he came after around the early 1700s and died in the late 1700s, basically a little bit after Newton, I mean around the time Newton in his later years, but around also the later times of Gauss years. So it was basically Newton, Euler, and Gauss chronologically. Euler is basically considered to be one of the most prominent or eminent mathematicians in the 18th century, and is held to be one of the greatest in history. Do you see that part highlighted in blue?
Yes.
Okay, so this is basically who Euler is. Now if you go back to the list that we were just talking to you about, The list that we were talking to about is basically showing work by Anatoly Tifomenko, who is a successor to Leonard Euler from the same university system in Russia, which we call the the Leningrad Moscow State University system. It's also St. Petersburg in area as well. That work at week 23 could have easily been the work to honor Gauss in terms of being placed as essential work to honor Gauss. Gottingen painfully ranked that work inferior to GAGUT, which is why it's placed at week 23, as you can see here, as opposed to week 26. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now if you go to week 24, you'll see the name David Hilbert, Knowledge and Mathematical Thinking. Well, who is Professor David Hilbert, you ask? Well, I'll show you. Professor Hilbert is a professor who comes from Göttingen University. That's one of the amazing things to understand here in terms of he comes from the same university that's conducting this very Gauss Year 2005 celebration. So let me show you who he is in terms of Hilbert so you can understand his work and why he could have been selected as essential work. As you can see up here, you'll see Professor David Hilbert. Hilbert is a German mathematician who comes from Göttingen University. If you see here, oops, right here, under here, you see highlighted Göttingen. That just came up in its own separate Wikipedia page, but and that's the seal. But what I was trying to show here is what's highlighted. The Göttingen University, the second one, the one underneath, is the institution he was associated with. You all see that highlighted?
Yes.
That's on the left-hand corner, highlighted in blue. Hilbert comes from Göttingen, the same university Gauss came from and was basically declared the greatest mathematician of all time. As you can see here in Hilbert's case, Hilbert is considered to be the last of the great mathematicians. It says here, he is recognized as one of the most influential and universal mathematicians of the 19th and early 20th centuries. It's important to understand that in terms of Hilbert is a successor to Gauss. He is also considered to be the last of the great mathematicians, and he's also, on top of that, he's also responsible for 69 PhDs in mathematics, which he supervised and produced. One such student of his, by the name of Richard Courant, actually left Germany to come to America to create the prestigious Courant Institute in New York University, a very prestigious mathematics department in New York University in New York City. He was a student of Hilbert, and Hilbert was the successor to Gauss. Why that's particularly important is since Hilbert was a successor to Gauss, Hilbert could have easily been selected as the #1 work by Göttingen to honor Gauss, since he came from Göttingen. However, what's important to understand is the document that I showed you in terms of the Gauss Year 2005 celebration indicates that in the actuality, GAGUT has seen and basically brought the Germans who could have easily selected Hilbert, as you can see here at week 24, to be the person to honor Gauss and to celebrate Gauss. They ranked painfully Hilbert's work inferior to GAGUT, which is why it's placed at week 24. So we go back to week 26, which is the top, or the actual #1 work, GAGUT. Why is GAGUT the #1 work selected to honor Gauss? GAGUT is the #1 work selected to honor Gauss because GAGUT has shown that in actuality that mathematics is the study of theorems. The definition of GAGUT, which is God Almighty's grand unified theorem. The last two words are key there in terms of unified theorem. It means GAGUT contains all theorems. Since mathematics has been decoded by GAGUT as the study of theorems, and since GAGUT contains all theorems, GAGUT can then be understood to contain all of mathematics. And why this is significant is that means GAGUT can reproduce the works of week 19, which is Sir Professor Michael Atiyah's work, and the other 43 Nobel Prize Award equivalents or field medalists at week 19. It can reproduce the works of Fomenko, Anatoly T. Fomenko's work at week 23. It can reproduce the work of Hilbert's work at week 24. It can also reproduce the works of Newton. It can reproduce the work of Euler. It can reproduce the work of Riemann and the work of Gauss. And all of the works on this list and not on this list, provided that the works are correct. It is due to this that the Germans were forced to take that baton from Gauss, who was considered before GAGUT as the greatest mathematician. They have now handed that baton over to Professor Oyibo, who has now been declared as the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed. Past, present, and future. It's important this point is understood about the past, present, and future, because it means not only does GAGUT have every mathematical equation that's in the past and the current day in terms of the present, but any mathematical formula that comes out in the future is also embedded in GAGUT. So there's no chance of anyone in the future coming up with a mathematical formula that does not originate out of GAGUT or cannot be reproduced from GAGUT. This is why the Germans surrendered by handing the baton over from Gauss, who was considered to be the greatest mathematician prior to GAGUT, now to Professor Oyibo, the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed. So this is what's important for the people and the audience to digest and to what GAGUT means for us as a people. So the next document that's important to understand in light of that is the next document that's coming up is what we call, what's the next particular issue is Göttingen surrendered. What's important to understand is that that's not the only surrender from Jim Crow. We have seen a surrender from another major institution in the Jim Crow Society by the name of Yale University. I'll get that up in just 1 second. You'll see that as well. Yale University conducted a research study on GAGUT not too long, after GAGUT came out, in terms of GAGUT has been around since 1990. And at Yale University, they took the eta sub n formula into the labs to study it. They understood that and proved that since GAGUT has proven mathematically that its black discoverer, Professor Oyibo, has been ordained by God to be the most intelligent human being, they understood that. They wanted to take the equation and now determine how does his race compare, and how does his race compare to non-blacks. What the Yale University research study determined is that the black people to be the most intelligent race. This was conducted by a study in Yale University which showed the black race to be the most intelligent race with 28 intelligence DNA strands, compared to non-blacks with only 19 intelligence DNA strands, or 28 polymorphisms for the blacks and 19 polymorphisms for the non-blacks. You can break this ratio down to make it easier to round up 28 to 30 and 19 to 18. So if you take that ratio instead of 28 to 19, now change it to 30 to 18, both 30 and 18 have a common factor of 6. So if you divide 30 by 6, you get 5. If you divide 18 by 6, you will get 3. So the ratio simplifies now to a ratio of 5 for the blacks to 3 to the non-blacks in terms of the intelligence DNA strands or polymorphisms. So, and we defined earlier that polymorphisms are a measure of intelligence. So when we say that there are 28 polymorphisms for the blacks and 19 polymorphisms for the non-blacks, you can understand it at a ratio roughly or approximately of 5 for the blacks to 3 to the non-blacks. Why this is particularly important is if you take a look at the Yale study, which I'm bringing up on the screen now, you will see how the Yale study has in effect confirmed the same thing that we saw at Göttingen University in terms of the intelligence of the black people. The document is coming up on your screen right now, so you can see it yourself. This is the Yale study that was conducted in 1997. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. Just enlarging it so you can see. As you can see here in the top, you'll see the date of the study, which was 1997, up here. Do you all see that?
Yes.
Good. And the research journal that it was conducted, this study was published in, is up here in the upper right-hand corner. The titles, as you can see, Nuclear DNA Diversity in Worldwide Distributed Populations. If you look at this name here to the left here, the Kenneth K. Kidd, as you can see, the initials itself indicates the nature of this particular research in terms of who is conducting it and what that means. As you all know, KKK is symbolic with white supremacy, or what is believed to be white supremacy. And if you see this superscript B, you'll see that it corresponds to this superscript B here, which you can read here as Yale University School of Medicine, Department of Genetics at 3333 Cedar Street, New Haven, Connecticut, so forth. What's important to understand is Professor Kenneth K. Kidd is a professor of genetics from Yale University. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Good. And if you go further, you will see all the research studies that are conducted here, the universities involved in this particular research. You see Montreal in Canada, you see French universities, Italian universities, and European and American and Canadian universities. So what's important to understand is this research was done by the non-blacks. It's not like this was conducted by the black people. This was conducted by the non-blacks who took the eta sub n formula, which I already went over as GAGUT, explaining through that formula as that is the formula for intelligence. They took that formula into the labs and studied it and wanted to determine. We understand that Professor Yibo has eta sub infinity. How does his people compare in terms of black people, and how do they compare to non-blacks? So this is the research. So let us go to the abstract so we can understand a little more about what happened here in this study. This is the abstract. Can everyone see the abstract?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, I just want to show the whole abstract. Now I'm going to go into so you can see a little closer. If you go to the fourth line here, starting with, I'm circling with the word in, it says, in this way, the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided. This particular sentence, even though there's a lot of big vocabulary, to break it down, what it's basically saying is the European bias is a synonym for Jim Crow. In other words, what they're saying here is in the European bias in the nuclear polymorphism ascertainment has been avoided, is they had to remove Jim Crow from the experiment in order to obtain the correct results. If they had kept the European bias in or Jim Crow in, they would have determined any type of false answer in terms of other than the black people as being the most intelligent. Once that Jim Crow bias was removed, or the European bias or Jim Crow factor was removed, they finally obtained the correct result. And this is confirmed when you go to the sixth line of the actual abstract, which is here. It starts off with the term 15, or 15 polymorphisms. Can you all see that where the cursor is at?
Yes.
Okay. So it says 15. Sorry about that. 15 polymorphisms were shared among most of the populations compared, whereas 13 sites were found to be endemic to, and then we go to the next line after that, Africans, and 4 to non-Africans. What does this line mean? How do you translate that? Polymorphisms, as we defined, is a measure of intelligence. They map realities onto the brain, like your eyes and your other senses. When you see certain things, you're able to map them onto the brain. The more things you're able to map onto your brain, the more intelligent the creature is, or the more intelligent you are. So when it says 15 polymorphisms were shared amongst the populations, what that is basically saying is among human beings, all humans have a common 15 polymorphisms, whether you're black or you're non-black. That's the first thing to understand when it says it's shared among most of the populations compared. What they're specifically saying after that is, whereas 13 sites are found to be endemic to Africans. This particular part is important to understand because what they're saying here is that the 13 polymorphisms that they're counting here are in addition to the 15 previously mentioned. And those 13 are only found amongst black people. So if you take the 15, which are common amongst all humans, blacks and non-blacks, and then you add the 13, sites or polymorphisms which are endemic to Africans. 15 plus 13 is 28. That 28 value corresponds to the N, which is what I was saying before, is the level of intelligence when I was going over the God order. So when we say eta sub N, what the research study here in Yale has confirmed that the N for black people is 28. And you can see that by if you add 15 polymorphisms and 13 polymorphisms, you get 28. If you continue and read the part where it says there are 4 for non-Africans and 4 to non-Africans, it basically means that those 4 to non-Africans, they have 4 sites that are only associated with the non-Africans or non-blacks. So you take the 15 polymorphisms, which are common amongst all humans, and you combine that or add that to the 4, which are endemic to non-Africans or non-blacks. 15 plus 4 is 19 polymorphisms, which is how we determine non-blacks, which are whites, Asians, Jews, and so forth, have only 19 polymorphisms. Can everyone understand that?
Yes.
Praise God. So what's important to understand here is this was conducted by Yale and other European universities, which are able to now confirm and actually decode that the black people are the most intelligent, with a ratio of, if you take the 28 to 19 and, like I said, change it to 30 and 18. 30 to 18 can be simplified to 5 to 3. And why that ratio of 5 for the blacks and 3 to the non-blacks is critical is that if you take 5 over 3, which is what 5 to 3 is, that's an exact inversion or reciprocal to what they called us in the form of, during the Jim Crow tried to present or fraudulently declare of black people being so-called 3/5 of a human being. 5/3 is exactly an inversion of the 3/5. When they you'll see that 5 over 3, if you switch the numbers, becomes 3/5. You see that?
Praise God.
Yes, praise God for that. So why that's particularly important is 3/5 of a human being is supposed to be 60%. 5/3, 5 over 3 being an improper fraction, can be changed to 1 and 2/3 as a mixed numeral. And 1 and 2/3 approximately as a percentage is 167%. So if you take Jim Crow, who presents himself as 100% of a human being, what GAGUT has decoded is that the black people are 167%, which makes us superhumans. That's important to understand from the Yale study. So the Yale study has, in effect, also surrendered. In addition, we have also another document from India, which represents Asia. And that document I will be bringing up to you so you can all see in just one second. To understand what's going on here, you have to understand these details to understand the basis of this briefing in terms of getting you to understand what GAGUT means for us as a people and what it's done. Can you all see what's on the screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. What you're seeing here is a particular piece that's on our blog talking about what a physics professor, Krishendu Dasgupta, in terms of how he concluded that Professor Gioyibo is closer to God than any other human being because of the GAGUT discovery. Professor Dasgupta comes from India, and he comes from a top 20 school in India called Jamia Millia Islamia. If you look here, this is a research paper Krishendu Dasgupta did in July 16th of 2006 from the Department of Physics in Jamia Millia Islamia. Can you all see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. As you can see here, Krishendu Dasgupta is here in the on the right-hand side. And the title, Gauge Conditions for an Abelian Chern-Simons System Consistent with Equations of Motion. He's a physicist, as I said. And he dealt with the work that pertains to the fields of searching for unified field theory. That's what they were looking for. We found GAGUT, which is God Almighty's Magnified Theorem, not a theory. But Dasgupta was searching for what they were considering a unified field theory. He failed at finding it. And Jamia Millia Islamia is a top 20 school in India. It was funded by the King of Saudi Arabia. So going back to this particular page to give you an understanding of who Dasgupta is, you saw his paper and research work. When he found out that Professor Oyibo had been blessed by God with the GAGUT discovery, he wrote our university an email, as you can see here, titled God's Mission and Dasgupta. This was on July 25th, 2007. He sent this email from Krishnendra Dasgupta, sent to us, titled God's Mission and Dasgupta. And it reads as follows. Dear Oyibo, good day. I've heard that you've been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. You are more close to God than any of us. You can see that highlighted. You are more close to God than any of us. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Yes. I was also working upon this theory. Since my theory was different, God was different to me. Please write to me, as I would like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Krishnendra Dasgupta. To understand the significance of this document, you have to understand, like I went over the background of Dasgupta as a physicist who was looking for GAGUT, but it failed. And when finding about GAGUT, since he was searching for it, he understood the difficulty and the challenge of such a problem and how to praise God for someone who had solved it, like Professor Oyibo did. But more importantly, you have to understand Dasgupta comes from a caste system in India. The caste system, like Jim Crow here, propagates a mentality of the so-called lighter skinned you are, the better you are. And as you get darker and darker in skin tone, the so-called lower you are in the class system, until the actual black people in India are referred to as the so-called untouchables, or Dalit. That's the system that Dasgupta comes from. So it's when you now have an Indian who comes from a caste system like that, also you have to keep in mind Jim Crow is incorporated in the minds of most of the Indians a mentality of them believing themselves to be better than black people. And even if they are darker skinned than black people, they will still think themselves as being better. What GAGUT has decoded here is that when Dasgupta, who represents Asia and India in particular, has stated that you are more close to God than any of us, as you see highlighted on the screen, he is now bowing down to a black person. He has now declared a black person as being closer to God than any of us, which is a complete reversal and, in effect, a destruction of the caste system. Caste system strive to place a black person in the down or the bottom position. GAGUT has now forced them to now recognize a black person as the very highest, or the very top. In addition, that's an inversion like what happened at Yale. But also, what's also important to understand here is that Dasgupta comes also from an Islamic background as well. Dasgupta could have easily said that Professor Oyibo was a prophet like Muhammad, or close to Muhammad, since Muhammad even takes more or it takes more significance, or it's treated more with more reverence than even God or Allah in Islam. He didn't say that. When he declared Professor Oyibo as being closer to God than any of us, he is in effect stating that Professor Oyibo supersedes Muhammad. If Dasgupta was a Christian, he would then be talking about, he could have said Professor Oyibo is a prophet like Jesus Christ, or close to Jesus. He didn't say that. Jesus taking more precedence in God and Christianity. He said when Professor Oyibo is closer to God than any of us, he is saying Professor Oyibo supersedes Jesus. So this is the power of how GAGUT forced an Indian who you would not be able to pay any amount of money to have any Indian declare a black person as being close to them, let alone superior to them. You now have GAGUT forcing them to now recognize the black race as the most intelligent race and being closer to God than any other race. Because when they are declaring Professor Oyibo to be closer to God than any of us, Dasgupta is also saying by an extension the black race is closer to God than any of us. You all understand that?
Yes.
Praise God. So what's important to understand, these are the things that everyone needs to understand today in this briefing in terms of how GAGUT and Jim Crow has surrendered in light of GAGUT and the GAGUT formula. So what's important to keep in mind here are these factors when we are going over this information in the briefing. Again, this information is important because what's happening now is Jim Crow is trying to keep you from understanding this God news. It's important to understand that now it's mathematical, it's scientific, and it's official. After 2,500 years of fraud regarding the reality of the intelligence of the black race, GAGUT has forced the world to see Professor Gio Yibo as being blessed by God with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity. And because black people, like ourselves, share genes of Professor Gio Yibo, that makes us the most intelligent race, and that destroys Jim Crow. The evidence of the Jim Crow that we speak of was revealed within the last decade, actually over a decade, where New York City Councilman Al Van, organized a presentation directly to a president of a historical black college or university on a discovery called GAGUT, which was new at the time, represented by the formula Gij, comma j equals 0. This formula represents the totality of all knowledge which came through Professor Gio Yibo. It was agreed that the black colleges need to study GAGUT and the GAGUT discovery. However, it is over 10 years later, they are still not studying it, the black schools or the black universities. This is contrasted with the white schools who are studying it. Harvard, MIT, Yale, Columbia, University of Texas at Austin has a 300-level course on GAGUT. All the white, or especially the Ivy League schools, are studying GAGUT, but the historical black colleges are not studying GAGUT. This is exactly the textbook definition of Jim Crow. It is consistent with and constitutes the very concept of Jim Crowism, where the white schools are studying a discovery and the black schools are not. This is why the audience of people who are on the radio needs, on this particular Google broadcast, need the help of the elected officials towards getting GAGUT into the schools so that the black people can live their lives as they're supposed to as the most intelligent race. In addition, some of the other information that's important to digest about this particular briefing is the importance of the censorship of the God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem, nicknamed GAGUT, as the worst corruption globally. GAGUT has been around since 1990, but Jim Crow has, in effect, in light of the fact of GAGUT being the ultimate revelation from God, Jim Crow has heavily censored it since it was revealed in 1990. The spearheading of that censorship by Jim Crow and other institutions were primarily based off of their hatred for black people. Jim Crow and its allies perpetuate that censorship by intimidating and bribing media and other institutions globally. And this intimidation and bribery consists of threats of withdrawal of advertisement funds from media and other institutions that also include universities and other educational institutions. This censorship has become their primary technique in ignoring the GAGUT revelation, in the hope of such a strategy can help them to erase GAGUT from humans' memory, so they can claim the credit for GAGUT eventually or later on. And this unfortunate strategy has led to the loss of millions of lives globally, especially black lives. What God has ordered us now is that evil strategy eliminated right now, urgently, because the God order, which has been suppressed for the last 25 centuries, has been updated by God during 1990, when God ordained a black man, Professor Gabriel Aldo Yibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity infallibly. As I said before, eta sub n exactly represents intelligence, and n the level of intelligence, which God designed for Professor Gio Yibo, that n to be infinity. Since God has blessed Professor Yibo with eta sub infinity, black people sharing the same genes as Professor Gio Yibo means God has reordained us as black people to be the most intelligent, richest, and most powerful, undefeatable race. This is how God recalled the black race into global, and dare I say, universal leadership. So this particular briefing is part of our, also in memory of our mourning of Professor Yibo's uncle, Uncle Ejima Oyibo, Professor Uncle Ejima Oyibo, along with Ejima Alhaji Oyibo, and also Professor Oyibo's mother, Hadisatu Okumaji Oyibo, Professor Oyibo's father, Suleiman Oyibo, and Sandra Bland, Eric Gardner, Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, Sergeant James Brown, Terrell Day, Jeremy McDowell, Laquan McDonald, and all these others who are basically, in effect, trying to understand what's going on with GAGUT in terms of we are dedicating this in light of the memory of all these brothers and sisters who have been lynched or attacked for Jim Crow terrorism. And this is one of the reasons why I've ordered this briefing, so we can stop the lynching and the murder of our people. And one of the ways we've been ordered to do that, in addition to this briefing, which you're all participating in, is to erect monuments of the GAGUT discovery of the GIJ, J = 0 formula, just as the Jewish people erected monuments of E = MC squared as a means of them saying never again to the Jewish Holocaust. What's important to keep in mind here is that this GAGUT Life-Saving and Riemann Hypothesis briefing is being offered to let the people know what God has done for us as the black people and the black race, and also for the rest of humanity since 1990 through GAGUT. God order that I've gone over with you is calling on the black race to retake control of our lives again and to provide leadership to humanity globally. It is also urging the black race to obey the God order, requiring the black race to erect monuments of the GIJ, J = 0 formula of GAGUT so that we can protect the lives of the black people, just like the Jewish people erected monuments of Einstein's E = MC squared formula. They erected formulas such as that in the capital of Berlin, of Germany, which was Berlin, and also the capital of Nazi Germany, as a means of them saying never again to the Holocaust. We want to declare never again for the terrorism against black people, and that can only be done by erecting GIJ, J = 0 monuments of the GAGUT discovery, just like the Jewish people erected an E = MC squared monument in Berlin in honor of that equation. So you have to also keep in mind the E = MC squared equation, which is but one equation out of the infinite number of equations that are contained within GAGUT, has had a monument erected in Berlin in honor of that equation. So since E = MC squared is but a very, very, very small subset of GIJ, and GAGUT, as I've just gone over, since it contains all mathematics and all equations, is the origin of E = MC squared, this proves that GIJ, J = 0 qualifies for infinite number of monuments in every city hall, and it requires urgent action to demand every government and its leaders to erect such monuments immediately. So that's one of the major things that needs to be implemented right now in light of the GAGUT discovery and what this means for the black people. The ultimate challenge to Jim Crowism came through God Almighty's grand unified theorem, nicknamed GAGUT, GIJ, J = 0, revealed by God through Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, an African currently living in America during 1990, which infallibly proved that all theorems, which are also known as proven truths, and all equations, past, present, and future, originate from one invariant, GI, with orthogonal components, GIJ, and a divergence, also called change, of GIJ, J = 0. And this summarizes all of mathematics, which I previously went over as the study of theorems, and all knowledge of proven truth into one equation of GIJ, J = 0. For the layman, or in layman's terms, GIJ has infallibly proven that all proven truths are governed by just one equation, which each proven truth represented by a GIJ, and so earned Professor G. Oyibo all the Nobel Prizes and all other prizes in the world, like the Abel Prize, and in particular the Clay Mathematics Millennium Prizes, all 7 of the Clay Mathematics Millennium Prizes, because GAGUT has all the GIJ solutions to all of the Clay Mathematics Millennium problems, and all problems in all other fields. For example, the GAGUT G2j solution, which is going to be presented today, has solved the specific clay mathematics millennium problem of the Riemann hypothesis. That solution has been around since 1990, so it has been around for 26 years now, and has been communicated to the clay mathematics reviewers at the Clay Mathematics Millennium Institute, who have not disagreed with the GAGUT revealed solution of G2j, but instead were forced to ignore it due to Jim Crowism. You can see the copies of the publication of that G2j solution, which are entitled the GAGUT Unified and Radical Mathematics Research Journal, Volume 1, Number 1, published in November 2010, and also in the GAGUT GIJ, J equals 0, Radically Unifies Mathematics and Solves Riemann Hypothesis, a Clay Mathematics Millennium Problem by Professor Gabriel Aoyibo. So Jim Crowism is forcing the clay math to deny Professor Aoyibo the Millennium Prize for the Riemann hypothesis as revealed by GAGUT's G2j solution, in spite of the recognition of GAGUT as the greatest mathematics discovery by the mathematicians of Göttingen University, as I've just gone over with you, in the Gauss Year 2005 celebration, where the Riemann hypothesis originated out of Göttingen. Göttingen selected GAGUT as the number house, beating Hilbert, beating Attia, beating Fomenko. They understood that GAGUT containing all mathematics means it has every solution to every mathematical problem. So Göttingen University understood GAGUT as having a solution to the Riemann hypothesis. Why is clay mathematics refusing to award GAGUT all 7 of the specific clay mathematics millennium problems, but why are they particularly acknowledging the G2j solution to the Riemann hypothesis? That is due to Jim Crow, which GAGUT has destroyed by declaring the black race, now through Professor Aoyibo, who has been ordained by God as the greatest mathematician of all time that can never be surpassed, and being blessed with eta sub infinity, the totality of all intelligence. Since black people share the same genes as Professor Aoyibo, God has now reordained the black race as the most intelligent race, richest race, and most undefeatable race. And that is what we're going to share with you all tonight, to elevate you and to touch you with the message of God through the God order, so you can become true God-glorifying entities and understand God has blessed you as being the most intelligent, richest, and most undefeatable race. So without any further ado, if everyone's now ready, we're going to connect you all to now Professor Aoyibo so that you can now begin your briefing. Is everyone now ready?
Yes.
Praise God. Please hold. I will now connect Professor Aoyibo. Just bear with us 1 second. Just 1 second. Just hold, just 1 second.
Okay.
Can you all hear us? Hello?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. We're on. Just.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see you as members of the great human family and God creatures. What we're doing today is called the GAGUT Lifesaving and Riemann hypothesis briefing. Which is basically God order in terms of further explaining to us why we're created. So the course you're about, getting into right now, the briefing you're getting into, you will have an opportunity of actually interacting with me and asking questions and getting any concerns in terms of any obstruction to your understanding, GAGUT of your minds by asking me questions. But it's a God order which was declared by God that explains the whole purpose of creation. That is, that God ordained a black man. That's who you're talking to. Professor Gabriel Audu Oyibo, a black man with the ultimate intelligence, ethos of infinity. Where ethos of Ben exactly is a revelation from God that exactly represents intelligence. And where the N is the level of intelligence, which for me, God ordained that to be infinity. And since black people share my genes because they produce me, it is God's way of declaring the black race as the most intelligent as well as the richest and the invincible race. That's another same black race constitute a symbolism of God on the creature's level. And God had to, make sure it is understood that it comes from God by making sure it is absolutely infallible. Infallible means there cannot be any errors at all. That's the only sign you know something comes from God. So, in getting into that, obviously, I have to dedicate it, of course, it's a presentation of the God order, dedicated to God and dedicated to the previous symbolisms of God before us, particularly before me, on whose shoulders I am standing. And that, begins from the first black man created, and even first creature ever created, right until to the present. And what God has done really is to pile all those giants up and put me right on their shoulders in the end. That's why I can see everything. So they would include any number of our legends that you know, and legends from other human family members. Imhotep, Professor Imhotep will be one of those. And there's a long list. I can tell you about, any number. Professor Washington Carver, for example. Booker T. Washington. Benjamin Banneker, Morgan, the list goes on. Unfortunately, most of us are unable to pay attention to that because our attentions are so, dispersed and defocused, so we can't see. But in the process, we're unable to actually understand who we are, because how you know where you are currently depends on understanding where you were before, or who you are currently depends on knowing who you were before now. So because we're unable to look back to find out who we were then, it becomes hard, almost near impossible for us to know who we are now. So therefore, this God order is a privilege for all of us here today. The most ultimate privilege is for me. It's a pleasure to have to communicate the God order to all of you. It's done with a lot of pleasure and a lot of fun, because it's an extraordinary privilege. And for you, it's an extraordinary privilege for you to be able to sit and listen to a God order, especially since that has been something for the last 2,500 years you have not been able to listen in the sense of you actually verifying it is a God order. But God is the master, the ultimate master, the one in charge. So God determines when God is going to make it possible for us to do that piece that is critical to our very creation. So, Shaka Zulu, General Shaka Zulu, Professor Idi Amin, Professor Patrice Lumumba, Reverend King, Professor Malcolm, Brother Rodney, Professor Rodney, you understand, Bob Marley, Jimi Hendrix, Sandra Bland, We have so many legends in spite of the forces that have tried to destabilize us, to say the least. So it is, the connectivity of that dynamics, and more importantly, the God order dynamics of that, which is being discussed today. How is it that people can be so persecuted and still be shining so brilliantly? That's because of the God order. That's why we're here to present the God order today. And on a personal note, to my family, immediate family here, you are my family, but also, the immediate family here and my family for, in terms of the generation before me, my father, my aunties, my mother, my uncles, particularly Uncle Ejima Al-Haji, that Brother Glover had introduced before. These are my teachers. What you're seeing in me today came through those people. Uncle Ejima was, when I grew up in his hands, and he was my professor, he was my father, he was my mother, he was my everything. Unfortunately, he transformed on, that's what we call death here, transformed on, 1975, when he was just only 60 years old. He had a mother that was more than twice that age, 125 years. And so, his anniversary is 41st anniversary today. And so I'm so glad to have you all join me in going through this presentation on his anniversary, because he was a genius. He was actually attacked by a mamba, a very large snake, and bit him and had a lot of poison in him. But what he did before he transformed on or lost consciousness was he slaughtered, he actually killed the snake. And the snake, in this case, is a symbol, even though it's a life created by God. It's like our experience in terms of other creatures who don't know better, in terms of that the pecking order, in terms of the order of dynamics, is only dictated by God. It is not we, the creatures, that dictate it, it's God that dictates. That is, who is going to be the greatest creature? Only God decides that. It's not a human realm. So, but humans and other creatures had actually make it a point to come up with any number of concepts in terms of philosophies. For example, we had the non-blacks, especially because blacks don't really look at it in this particular way that I'm going to be presenting. They talk about the survival of the fittest. There may be some little credibility to that, but if that actually means a destructive process where lives are actually destroyed, clearly that is not from God. And God will not allow creatures to define their own standards in terms of, what's the order, what is the order of things, who is supposed to be giving, who's supposed to be the president, who's supposed to be the teacher, who's supposed to be the student. Because what determines that is intelligence. So God is the only one with the right with regards to intelligence. Because number one, God is intelligence. Number two, therefore God has all of intelligence. So therefore, since intelligence is the basis of who takes charge and who is, number one, it is God's decision. It's not a matter of survival of the fittest. Otherwise, someday we will be hoping to take over from God. If it is so-called survival of the fittest, where we go, building bombs and exploding people and do or die, or give me liberty, where liberty is not very well defined, or it's actually meant allow me to do anything I please. Otherwise, I either take your life or take my life. Now that is really what we've been dealing with, especially for the last 2,500 years. So on the anniversary of my uncle, Professor Ejima Alhaji, it is a pleasure to be in a position where I can discuss with you the GAGUT Lifesaving and Riemann hypothesis. The life-saving hinges on the fact that God is the creator of life. Because God is the only one that can create life. A very quick proof of that is, before GAGUT, nobody even knew what life is, even though they knew life is real, but they have no idea what life is. And of course, any number of inconsistent dynamics that are followed in terms of, well, if you don't know what life is, how could you claim to be taking care of life or trying to protect life? You don't even know. I mean, you couldn't identify it. So therefore, but God not only knows what life is, God actually designed life and created life. So everything in terms of a decision about life, therefore, must come from God, because God is the author of life. We who have no clue what life is before God have no business trying to make decisions for what should be done with life in terms of allowing it to stay or allowing it to die. So that's a very fundamental part of what God has ordained me to discuss with you today. So it's GAGUT life-saving. Life was designed by God to be holy and to last forever. So we subtitle this with the sanctity and eternity of life. That's what we're here to discuss today. The sanctity, that is the holiness, and the eternity of life. And from what Brother Glover was telling you, which is mathematical and precise, by God ordaining with ultimate intelligence, you can see God has given me the credentials and the tools with which I can talk to you on life. I can explain to you what life is and what it is that God intended life to be, which is what we're doing today. So the Riemann hypothesis, part of it, is to give you a sense that the solution to Riemann hypothesis, some of you have heard about Riemann hypothesis, but barely were able to understand what it's all about. It's supposed to be one of the so-called toughest mathematics problems that began in the 1800s, 1859 to be precise. In 1900, Professor David Hilbert, who Brother Glover was introducing to you a little while, I hope you remember those, because those introductions are very critical for you to be able to follow my presentation. The Göttingen piece. And Professor David Hilbert, who ranks on number 24, which is another way of saying number 3 on the ranking. With GAGUT's number 1, a Russian, Abramov was number 2. Then German, David Hilbert was number 3. And then, another Russian set were also number 4, and so on and so forth. British and other European countries come in at number 7. Which is number 19 on the list, and so on and so forth. So, David Hilbert, Professor David Hilbert, as you heard before, considered as the most influential mathematics, universal mathematician of the 20th century. Actually highlighted Riemann hypothesis in 1990 as one of those World Conferences on Mathematics, and he declared it as a very tough problem, a very tough but important problem. And he tried himself to solve it, and Riemann himself, that who the hypothesis is named after, who actually came up with the hypothesis, tried to solve it and only was able to guess at it. He was a brilliant mathematician. He was a student of Gauss. As you saw before, Gauss being celebrated for being the greatest mathematician since antiquity. That's the European ranking. That was before GAGUT, of course. And the way that is measured is how many set of significant new theorems or equations you have been able to develop. Is how you measure which mathematician is greater than another one. New theorems in terms of expression of reality. And so Riemann tried to actually come up with the reality of the zeros of zeta function. But towards the end, like most humans or most creatures, he was not feeling well. And of course, that probably kind of contributed in some way to why perhaps he wasn't able to solve the problem completely. But it's definitely a tough problem, and Professor David Hilbert, who became the head of mathematics department at Göttingen after Riemann himself, because Gauss, there was a few others, and then after those others came Riemann as the head of math department. Then a couple of people, after Riemann, then David Hilbert came in as the head of math department. And he saw it as a responsibility for himself to actually get help from the other parts of the world of mathematics to solve the Riemann hypothesis. So anything that will challenge a number 3 guy in terms of world ranking of mathematicians on Gauss, that has to be a difficult problem. And in fact, all the others, including even number 2 and certainly number 7 and everywhere else. So it was considered a tough mathematical problem, or one of the toughest. So in this presentation that is being presented, shared with you today, understanding that many of you are going to feel, oh, you are inadequate and all the other stuff. Well, we will try to convince you. I will give it a good shot, I can tell you that. That contrary to your feeling that way, you have some theorems about you that says you are not unqualified to listen to Riemann hypothesis briefing. That's number one. Number two, because of the definition of the Riemann hypothesis as being a very difficult problem, and we're going to be sharing with you the solution to that problem, and somehow, directly and or indirectly, will give you a way to actually understand if what you are hearing is right or wrong. And that is the realm of GAGUT. How could somebody not being qualified to understand something, and yet you persuade them to listen to the thing anyway, and then you're going to say to them, hey, I can assure you, you're going to be able to decide if what you're hearing is real or not. That's the realm of the GAGUTical dynamics, as a GAGUTical age of intelligence. And on that basis, my uncle, who I'm dedicating this to, on behalf of, especially black people that have been lynched, since the snake attack on him is equivalent to lynching. The snake, he wasn't bothering the snake, and that a snake would go out of to it actually rob us of such a very valuable, very great teacher. It's like lynching. And so the bottom line is, in addition, he was very eloquent, a great teacher, a genius, and of course has a lot of humor. A typical black, black teacher and black parent and a black genius. The same thing with my father, or other black people, like some of those whom you have been associated with in your own lives. My father could present a piece in a way that he will be speaking one language, and he will draw in people who don't speak the same language. They will sit in there because of his genius and the substance of his presentation, together with the blessing of humor and eloquence. He's able to actually persuade the people to understand what he's presenting in a language they don't speak. That's GAGUTical dynamics. So, and that has worked already tremendously. Many of you are probably feeling that already as I'm talking to you. When GAGUT was revealed in 1990, the non-black world never thought black people would ever listen to GAGUT. So the bottom line is, when you're presenting a subject which the person is not supposed to understand, it's equivalent with talking a language the person doesn't understand. So, but like I said on my father, if you can speak in a language you can listen to and still at least get some understanding of what he's trying to get across, then you can see how the fact of you okay. So so therefore it's equivalent in terms of, yes, you're not supposed to understand Riemann hypothesis. You understand? But you will understand Riemann hypothesis today. That's the whole idea. And we're going to invoke the spirit of our ancestors. Let me tell you that Professor Andrew J. Beard. See, I'm taking you back into your whole story, or part of it. And Professor Andrew J. Beard, a black man, darker than most of us, born in this country, became the father of rocket science. Andrew J. Beard, as in my beard, that's his name. He became the father of rocket science, rocketry and propulsion systems. So then you say, wow, this is a brother that attended Harvard University. Wrong. He did not attend Harvard University. So, okay, so he chose Yale? No. He didn't attend Yale either. He wasn't Edward Boucher. So then, how did he come to invent or become the father of rocket science? Well, that is the spirit that I'm invoking in you today. So what happened was, he was ordained by God with a kind of intelligence that God gives to black people, to actually develop the science of rocketry, rocket science. And if you read anything about him, it will be called he'll be called actually a controversial person. That's when you hear that, you know there are truths about such a person, a black person, they're not comfortable, they don't like to admit. And that truth was that they did acknowledge that he did not have a formal education. Professor Andrew J. Beard did not go to any real school, any school at all. He didn't have a formal education. And yet, he was able to develop what today is known as rocket science. All he needed to do was to be his black self. That's all. So you're going to be your black self, and you're going to communicate. I'm going to communicate with you on Riemann hypothesis. And once you've gotten a sense of that, plus in addition, and also what the revelation that came from the G2j solution to Riemann hypothesis, is that your history is embedded in the Riemann hypothesis, which is another way of saying that by God's design, you were the only ones that were supposed to come up with the solution, because it's part of it, you know, and you're going to see that. So, so if it's your history, that's something, right? It's your history. So it's your story. So do you have to have a Harvard education? No, absolutely not. Now, so also that since it is recognized as one of the toughest math problems, if GAGUT was able, as ordered by God, to solve it, and GAGUT being brought in through a black man, your uncle or your brother or whatever, especially if he didn't get it from Harvard or any of the non-black schools, and you can feel it is correct, you then will be in a position to actually get the sense that when we tell you about, you know, that God has ordered us to protect lives, and therefore that the holiness and eternity of life is a God order, you'll be in a better position to assimilate that and actually deal with it. Life is the most precious thing with God. Life is not a joke. Life is not something to be thrown away. In many ways, when you compare life with the Creator, God, people can talk, although that's not an African culture. People can talk about they don't believe in God, but you don't see anybody say they don't believe in life, because the only reason we're able to talk is because we have life. In fact, the only reason we're able to sit down is because we have life. So we have a lot of evidence to understand life is real. But some people are so far gone they don't actually believe, claim they don't believe in God. Whereas God is actually a great grandfather, great grandmother. And so it is not wise for anyone to claim they don't believe in God. It's like saying they don't believe in a father or a mother. So again, you hear a lot of things that are being presented that don't seem to have a lot of credibility or a lot of thinking associated with it. So it is in that realm that we connected life and Riemann hypothesis. So if GAGUT can solve a difficult problem like Riemann hypothesis, then you can see how GAGUT now can be seen as being a position to solve life problems in terms of anything that will be dangerous to life, in terms of anything that will harm life, in terms of anything that will rob us of life. This business is so serious. You see, and as you're going to see, time dilates here. Time dilates when you in a gargotical age. Dilates means it goes so fast, which is another way of saying, well, if time goes so fast when you're being gargotical, that's another implication that you then have a motivation to live longer. That's going to imply that you will need to live longer. For one thing, anytime you preoccupy yourself with a positive spirit, as in dealing with the truth or talking the truth, generally you don't run into difficulties or you minimize the difficulties, because that's when your blood pressure stabilizes. And blood pressure is actually critical to life. So, additionally, because of the dilation here, whereas we used to count before GAGUT 12 calendar months as a year, and so our people have been conned into believing 100 years is actually the maximum we should be able to spend in this world. And after that, we'll become too old and we should die off. Well, now, if you think for a moment that if you were counting your number of years with 100 units instead of 1 unit as we do right now, so for 100 years you count it as 1 instead of 1 year, then the 100 that you were thinking about will be 100 times 100, which will be 10,000 years. So gargotical life is designed by God in terms of ordered by God, ordained by God, to have a factor that is more than 100 as a counter. In other words, you can only count in months before 100 years of life. Then after you reach 100, you say, this is 1. you're going to be counting centuries. Centuries become the new year. That's what the dilation in GAGUT is equivalent with. Well, is that realistic? Well, if any of you have heard about the sequoia tree, that's a form of life. Sequoia tree has been known to live beyond 1,000 years. That would be 10 equivalent GAGUT years, a minimum GAGUT years. Okay. So therefore, and some live 2,000 years. But that's supposed to be a lower form of life. So if a lower form of life can live 2,000, obviously you can see it's not GAGUTical to say you who are superior are only entitled to live in 100 years, counted by 1 year. I hope you can all see that. Please, you can stop me and ask questions as I go along. This got to be interactive.
Anyone that has a question, they can ask at this point.
You just need to identify and you can ask a question. My purpose here is to indoctrinate you all and the rest of the world of the God order.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I want to know, like,
identify yourself.
Oh, this is Sai.
Okay, okay, but can we see you so we know who's talking?
Okay, 1 second.
All right. Please don't be shy. This is not a shy ground here, folks.
Yeah, I wanted to know, can you give, like, I know you had a GIJ for the solar system and for, like, individual people. Can you let us know about those?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And you should all plan, all of you should plan to go in a sequence of briefing. You can continue every month for a whole year, and then you can get started. You understand? People are used to say, well, I'm going to take a short course and go on. This is your life. There's nothing that you're going to learn or that you like to learn that's not in here, just like he asked that question. We're going to deal with that. So in fact, John Glover and his associate, his other associate, when they were much younger, they had experience with the dynamics of the solar systems and the galaxies. Although they were too young to actually understand what was going on, but they had some kind of experience that was very fascinating. So we're going to deal that. If you allow me, just remind me later on, because we're going to deal with that. What I'm trying to do right now is to convince you that the dynamics of thinking, you can only live maximum of 100 years. Right now, before a recent push by people who don't like black people, the non-blacks, or some of them, they're kind of so simple-minded. It's not bad enough to talk about black people having a very low life expectancy. I've forgotten what figures they were given. 59? Well, 29 became a design. Okay? It becomes a design of, you know, the intention of evil forces that no black person should actually live longer, you know, than 29 years old. And I remember John Glover, when he celebrated his 29th birthday, it was a special celebration because he said, gee, I passed the 29 years old. And sure enough, most of our stars' lives have been destroyed in that, you know, from Malcolm to, you know, Professor Shankara, Maurice Bishop to Otis Redding. Otis Redding was a genius. He wasn't a militant, but that didn't stop them from lynching him at 26 years old. You know, so people are beginning to getting used to that, but that's the juncture of them actually trying to lower it, to 29, where God got fed up. Life is holy. It's one of God's pride in creation, life. Therefore, God actually designed life to last forever. How do you know that? You know that by looking at your own self. When you build a house, how long would you like that house to last? Will give you a sense of how God, who builds life, would like life to last. How long? You would like to live in your house without necessarily having to reconstruct it or repair it, for that matter, forever. That's a natural, rational in the dynamics. So therefore, that's how you know that God designed life to last forever. And so, unfortunately, the dynamics, wars, which is tied to the whole dynamics of the survival of the fittest. With the animals, one can understand that. To some degree, a tiger will jump on a human being and try to, destroy a human being and eat a human being and so on. One can excuse them to say, well, they should learn how to be vegetarian and eat plants. And although plant is still a form of life, it's a lower form of life, slightly lower. So, in the dynamics of rational judgment, it will be considered, a better option rather than to go after human. So, therefore, but that is fundamentally the basis of the survival of the fittest. The tiger will think, for the survival purpose, he has to kill a human in order to survive. Well, that can only happen up until a point. Eventually, the man uses what the man is blessed with, intelligence, to get even with the tiger. So the tiger is on the run. Some of them are, you understand, some are in danger of extinction because the intelligence is the decider. So the bottom line is, therefore, life has been designed to last forever. And so the purpose of this briefing, therefore, is to prove that for you and to help you understand what has been happening that seems contrary to that GIJ, which is an absolutely infallible truth. If you cannot design a house and wish the house to get destroyed even in 100 years that you expect your life to be, God, who designed a similar system of life, will not necessarily be designing that life and wishing the life to disappear in 100 years. Therefore, the more realistic figure will be infinity, or as long as possible. As long as possible part is dependent on our intelligence, because God lives forever. God lives forever because God is intelligence. Intelligence, the more intelligence you have, the longer you live. So, therefore, humans are supposed to live longer than plants, that is contradicted by sequoia tree. People have actually dated it and found out they live thousands of years, and we, I can talk about my grandmother. 125, and there's some story in the Bible, some form of holy books that says Methuselah was 900, 1,000, and so on and so forth. But since then, that hasn't happened again, or something like that. People even argued the way it was counted was different. Either way, now it is clear, categorically, that life was designed to be forever. And it's, because of what we just proved. So if life is supposed to live forever, and we need intelligence to ensure that it lives forever, then we have to prove we have that intelligence. Which is why GAGUT itself is the biggest proof of that. Through GAGUT, we've seen how God has ordained the messenger that God ordered to present GAGUT. One way to see my role is as a piece of chalk God used to write the God order to the people. I'm a piece of chalk. So I'm very conscious, of everything with regards to GAGUT. I know GAGUT in and out because God wrote GAGUT to me as a piece of chalk. On another language, it's another way of saying that it's a God order ordaining a black man talking to you right now. With ultimate intelligence, ultimate understanding of everything in terms of GAGUT itself being a revelation from God, written out using me as a piece of chalk, that infallibly prove that all theorems, all of reality, that's what a theorem is. Reality, something that is infallible. Something whose existence is infallible. That's what a theorem is. And all equations represents a theorem. So past, present, and future originate out of one invariant, GI, infallibly proven to be the definition of God. And orthogonal components, that GI has orthogonal components, GIJ. And then a divergence, which is another word of saying a change. Because it's an invariant, it will have no change. Therefore, a change in that invariant GIJ, which is GIJ comma J, is equal to 0. That is the revelation that God, sowed into my brains. So, if I have managed to prove to you that life is designed to live forever, the wrinkles are not necessary in our bodies to make us feel bad or feel, embarrassed about our bodies. That again is tied to understanding. Okay? So if God has given me the totality of intelligence, therefore, and we need intelligence to help us live longer, then you can see how now, with the consistency of saying God designed us to live forever, you can see God has opened a new era of our existence. That new era is what we're exploring right now. But you must be indoctrinated. It's a reality. It's a theorem. In that way, you'll be able to shake off from your system all that you've been told up until this point. Supposed to be preparing for retirement at the age of 20, because by 29 you may be gone. that now has to go out of the window. You're designed to be productive, just like God has shown productivity. We're a product of God, therefore we must be productive. And productivity is therefore a critical part of survival of any species. Either you're productive in terms of breeding the next generation, in terms of making babies, or equivalent, or you are producing food in terms of agriculture, or producing cars and producing airplanes, especially if you are the father, a black man is the father of rocket science. You should be producing airplanes and all that. Something that you have been detached from for 2,500 years. You were doing a lot of it, but somebody else was getting a credit for it. So it's a way of saying that, you have not recognized, you can do anything for the last 2,500 years, which is one of the reasons why God ordered GAGUT. So, because God therefore planted this totality of intelligence in my brains, and God is a GIJ, GIJ, that a change in that God is zero. That is where every reality originates from. And so, like Brother Glover did earlier, the proof of that as being a theorem or an actual is actually the existence of you and I, human beings, plants, buildings, those are the evidence that actually God is real. And actually, so therefore that definitely infallibly proves the existence of God. Because all theorems, all realities originate from that GIJ, which is what we now prove to be infinite, infallible definition of God. Every reality originates from this one invariant, GI. We're talking about GIJ. And with that GIJ, therefore, just listen. Okay, we have, in effect, defined the existence of God, proven the existence of God. So, if God exists, well, what's the nature of God? That nature comes from solving that equation, Gij, comma j equal to 0. And what happens therefore is the solution to the problem, Gij, comma j equal to 0, which is an infallible constraint or equation for existence or God. You have to solve it to find a solution, and the solution is what's going to define God. And I'm going to let Brother Glover actually help us pull that up, GIJ, and then eta sub n. So that's what we're trying to get across. Yeah, first the GIJ. Okay. This is the equation. Can you all see the Gij, comma j equal to 0?
Yes.
Good. Everybody can see, or is there anybody that has problems seeing that? Is there anybody that is unable to see that equation? Please, if there's anybody, please indicate so we'll make sure you're able to see it. This is God. What you see there is God. God in God's material, that's the I. And space-time dimension, J, is God. The comma indicates a change. And then second J is also, if you fix the material, you look at the space-time. Okay, so if I is fixed, the J is the only thing changing. So a change that's attributed to, a change in the GIJ that's attributed only to the J, that's what the comma J indicates. That will be 0 because GIJ is an invariant. If you remember what you saw with David Hilbert, Professor Hilbert before, they talk about his contribution to the concept of invariance. And that's another way of saying he was searching for this formula himself. And he made a lot of contribution and rose to fame. And there will be a piece on Gauss himself. Some of his contributions included a divergence, which is the whole science of change. And he made a lot of contribution there himself. That's something for those of you who attended any lower level courses in undergraduate, you will probably hear about the divergence theorem, sometimes called the Gauss's theorem, or Strugatsky theorem, or Lagrange's theorem, or Green's theorem, any number of those, other names that are associated with it. They're all, about divergence or change. So you have two very big mathematicians in terms of Gauss and Hilbert. One was extremely interested in the concept of invariance, and the other, the first one would be Hilbert, and the other, that's Gauss, was extremely interested in divergence, which is change. So this equation brought both sides together, the Gauss's group and Hilbert's group together. It says here, for those of you who studied invariance, and those of you that studied change, you all unified because by the equation Gij, J equal to 0, because the connectivity is that the divergence of an invariant is 0. So God, I'm trying to give you a sense of the Göttingen page, where it was indicated that they were celebrating, as you saw, Gauss was being considered the greatest mathematician by European ranking from antiquity. One of his primary focus was on divergence. That is the comma part. And David Hilbert being called the most influential universal mathematician of the 20th century, 20th and 21st century. His focus was on invariance. So therefore, if you have an equation that unifies the attributes of those two signs, divergence and invariance, then that's which will obviously give you a partial understanding of why not only GAGUT made the list of Göttingen, but GAGUT actually was put as number 1. One of the things that you're going to we'll begin to try to understand and deal with today is the Göttingen list. If you consider the dynamics of the survival of the fittest, which is non-European language really, although it has some rationality to it, then you can view the document as part of a surrender of the non-blacks to the black people.
Sure. Got it.
So, but it took a lot of courage, though. It requires some courage on the part of the Germans. Because what happens is,
yes,
there's a long history that we won't be able to get into in terms of how the headquarters of the European supremacy ended up being in Germany. But many people would think about such a dynamics as being a military operation.
Just 1 second.
Well, yeah, on the surface it might look like it's a military operation, but only to the extent that military operation really, contrary to the aspect of military operation that is focused and has a lot of focus, which is the killing of lives. Military operation really is supposed to persuade the opponents, or one person tries to convince his opponent he is superior, and superiority really is about intelligence.
I have a question.
You go ahead.
Like right now, the presidency in the United States, it won't be ran by a black man. So it's going to be some non-black that's going to be running the country. But if we're really the leaders, then what's going to happen to the United States?
Yes, that's a good question. That's a very good question. Now, this is a life-saving briefing. Let me explain to you all that, first of all, life through GAGUT is a wave. It's a spirit. And so, life is, even though it sustains the physical component of our existence in terms of the material, that's what is shown in the equation there. You have the I, which is the material, as well as the J, which is the space-time. So life has two components, or a human being has two components. The spiritual part, which is the waves, that's the J, the space-time J. Okay? And the I, which is the material. So therefore, when we talk about life saving, we have to deal with the two components. You understand? It has two components. Most of the time, you go into the doctor, and by and large, you are really concentrating on the material part. Okay? But the material part is not only just a part of the dynamics, but it's also the less in terms of importance of the two. It is slower, it has a lot of vulnerability, and so on and so forth. So, unfortunately, because of the lack of understanding of life before GAGUT, the material part is what has been focused on. So therefore, but this briefing is supposed to help you adjust, transform into the new era, the GAGUT age, where now your two components must be understood. You must deal with your two components, which is your material part, your hand, your body, and all that, and your spiritual part, which comes in a J, is the connectivity of the space. You know, by and large, that, you know, fundamental part of that is the wave. You know, and so that's the spirit in the realm where the life is. So when we say life-saving, we are considering both the material as well as the spiritual part. GAGUT, you know, proved that way. The same thing with the life that was revealed by God through GAGUT. And as a matter of fact, what happens, the reason the spiritual part of life did not get much of a focus is because people didn't understand it. People didn't understand it. But now that the understanding has come through GAGUT, now we have to pay attention to that. And as you can see, with that new dimension of things for us, we have additional possibility now, or tool to make life live longer. The question by Brother Sai,
6 people, it is not 9, so you should be able to come in.
you know, he's talking about, well, all right, Obama has been black president.
You can't access it with me on the phone.
Now, you know, that his term is over. Of course, he has been there 2 terms.
Try it again.
What's going to happen now? Well, between Clinton and Trump, you know, you're going to have a non-black president. But so then his question is, what? Okay. So what is? So what is going to happen now? Well, what's going to happen now is, number one, you are all overdue for this briefing. That's one of the reasons why you're having that kind of situation. That's number one. Number two, it calls for your active participation in the process. That's number two. Number three, well, the Germans, you know, and those kind of people and other people have shown some kind of gracefulness in, especially the Göttingen peace. Even the KKK symbolically have shown some gracefulness, believe it or not, because the report that you saw from Yale has a KKK symbol in there. So it shows that if KKK kind of accepted GAGUT and the implications of GAGUT, that's a lot of progress. So now we're going to examine if, in fact, black people play the necessary role. The answer is not really. Because the necessary role would be for them to be, first of all, be conscious that was a possibility. In 2005, or let's go back to 1990. In 1990, when GAGUT came out, one of the things that God ordered me to do was to actually help the Pentagon to upgrade the defense of this country. I'm going to show you that document later on. Number one, because wherever GAGUT is, will be a target in the world. So that means the Pentagon have to have a very has to be prepared for such a dynamics. So that's what God ordered me to do. And that's number one. Number two, that became necessary for people who are competitors with America and all. Number three, which is extremely important also, is to show that the black race, in effect, has formally become a contributor, a major contributor to the defense of this country. And the dynamics of the data that we're going to be showing you would show you that very clearly. And from 1990 till eternity, every defense department in the world will now depend on GAGUT. So if you want to call that black power, then black power has become the power of the universe. So it busted all the shackles of the misunderstanding of the black people as being a worthless race or a powerless race. So that's one of the first kind of dynamics that occurred. And naturally, as a matter of fact, during that time, the whole shutting down of the Soviet Union was also happening, which was kind of indicating America was actually winning the war, the Cold War. If America was winning the Cold War on arrival of GAGUT, hey, obviously there's a connection. The black power has helped America win the Cold War. That's what that means. So, but unfortunately, Russia took advantage of that and did some few things that, unfortunately, some of our folks here didn't really pay too much attention to. They took the opportunity of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the apparent surrender of the Soviet Union to allow America to, open up to the Russians, especially with GAGUT. So on the one hand, GAGUT was a strategic blessing, as an expression of power for America that helped win the Cold War, or was instrumental, was critical in winning the Cold War. I remember being at a conference in Germany, Aachen, 1985, where I was invited to give 3 lectures. And the State Department followed us in there. The CIAs and the DODs, the DIAs, they were behind, they were watching us closely in Germany, Aachen, the Technical University of Aachen, in April of 1985. I delivered 3 lectures there, and it was so hard. The Cold War was still on there. But, in the 90s, it wasn't as tense. So the Russians took advantage of that. In fact, the Russians managed to, persuade America to allow them publish the first publication of GAGUT in a Russian journal. It was a strategy of the Russians to actually learn about GAGUT. And it turned out, as a matter of strategy, those years were used in soaking up a lot of GAGUT. And some of the things I won't be able to say on this broadcast in terms of what has happened, which America needs to double up and deal with. So that's one dimension. Now, in the process, the presidency, in terms of Bill Clinton, actually commissioned Yale University in the report which you saw earlier, the Yale report, and to use GAGUT to determine the breakdown of intelligence of the human race. And because, John, I'm going to need the atheism. So now you see the equation for every. This is all the theorem, one theorem that has every theorem in the world, past, present, and future. But let me share with you the solution. And I will need to explain the solution. This is the solution. Oh, okay. Solution is coming up. The solution will add to the mystery of GAGUT. So, what happens? Something popped up. Okay. I didn't even touch it. Okay. Now, this is the solution to GAGUT. You got to bear with me so you follow. Listen very carefully to what I'm going to be saying about this solution. In mathematics, for you to solve a problem, you must understand what is the problem first. And, you know, and solving a problem really is proving a theorem. That's what the solving of a problem is, because if you solve it, you have an equation. An equation is associated with a theorem. So therefore, to find a theorem of everything, the constraint was given that everything originates from one invariant, Gi, with orthogonal components Gij, and a divergence of 0. That is the exact formulation of the problem of finding the unified theorem. And so, now, that has been proven, you know, by GAGUT. Loud and clear. You could have everything you do in mathematics satisfies the Gij command j equal to 0. For example, the only reason you can say that 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 is because it satisfies the Gij command j equal to 0. That's the only reason 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. What's the proof? The proof is, okay, for the 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 to be true, that means it is a theorem. If it is a theorem, then it comes out of that one invariant, Gi, with orthogonal components Gij, and a divergence of Gij comma j equal to 0. So then that means that in order to prove that the correctness of 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 is that it satisfies the Gij comma j equal to 0 is, now you have to find, in other words, every theorem is associated with an invariant. So therefore you ask yourself, what is the invariant for 2 plus 1 is equal to 3? The invariant is, you will take everything from the right-hand side of the equation and bring it to the left-hand side. So you have 2 plus 1 on the left-hand side of the equation. You bring the 3 to the right-hand side. Sorry, to the left-hand side. And that will be 2 plus 1 minus 3. And if you did that, which is you subtract 3 from both sides, the right-hand side will now be a 0. But 0 is an invariant. Therefore, the invariant for 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 becomes 2 plus 1 minus 3 equal to 0, because that's an invariant. That's the GIJ for 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. And so, it has orthogonal components. If you take the change, which is the comma of that 2 plus 1 minus 3 equal to 0, the change in that 0 is also 0. Therefore, 2 plus 1 minus 3, or 2 plus 1 is equal to 3, satisfies GAGUT. It comes out of GAGUT. Without GAGUT being correct, you could not say that 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. That alone is a solid verification of the GAGUT equation. Now, this one looks very simple. Well, how about trying 2 plus 3 is equal to 5? Again, like I said before, take the 5 from the right-hand side and bring it to the left-hand side. You will see 2 plus 3 minus 5 is also equal to 0. Again, you take a change of that, it's equal to 0. Wow. Okay. So I told you before that you're going to be able to pick up on GAGUT. So now you can see from what we just did that you have understood, unless I hear a question from any of you. I will believe that you have understood that 2 equations that you know to be correct comes out of GAGUT, or satisfies the GAGUT equation Gij comma j equal to 0. That gives you an independent, confident feeling that you have found 2 equations that satisfies GAGUT. And therefore, because those equations are correct, that you knew through other ways, that verifies GAGUT. GAGUT is where their correctness originates from. So how about trying 8 plus 2 is equal to 10? Again, bring the 10 to the left-hand side. Wow, you're going to get the third one. It's also equal to 0. So you take a comma of that, boom, it's also equal to 0. It changes 0 is always 0. You got 3, and as your homework assignment, you're going to try every addition that you can do on your computer or you have ever done. And you'll find them, if they're correct, to satisfy the Gij comma j equal to 0. That's another way of saying that there will be no mathematics at all if GAGUT was wrong. Let me repeat it again. You won't be able to add or subtract or do anything in mathematics if GAGUT wasn't correct or infallible. And I'd like to hear questions. Is everybody following what I'm presenting?
Professor, what does n plus 1 mean?
N plus 1 in terms of the power of the solution?
Yes.
Well, n is the number, the level of intelligence, or the power of the space-time variable, the power. That x has a power to it. It has a power, like you have x squared. The n is defined as the level of the polymorphism. This formula is also a polymorphism that Yale used in determining intelligence. This formula eta sub n is actually the solution to Gij comma j equal to 0. N plus 1 is simply, see, you started on the left-hand side with eta sub n, which is the solution to Riemann, to Gij comma j equal to 0. It defines intelligence. And how does it define intelligence? It defines intelligence because when you use your intelligence to understand an entity, what you do, you look at a human being, or you look at a tree, or you look at any structure. If it's your first encounter with it, it will look mysterious to you. And your curiosity begins to go to work. To say, what in the world could that be? So the dynamics of you trying to understand that mystery, you understand, it's in one piece, or maybe one piece, but you trying to understand it. When you try to understand it, what would you do? You want to break it down into pieces, into its pieces, that when you piece them together, smaller pieces that are simple, that you can understand. And so, if you're able to get such pieces, a piece that you could use when you assemble them, the number, you will get what you're trying to understand. Then you can say, this mystery comes out of these simple pieces. And so that fundamental piece becomes the building block you use in understanding that mystery. That's what your mind does. Your mind will look, if you look at a human being, they look in the eyes. If it's a human being, the chances are, even if they don't have two functioning eyes, they will have one, a space for eyes. So that's how you begin to look into the components. Eventually, what you like to do is to break down the whole structure into pieces. That's the dynamics of how the brain tries to understand. And the tool that brain use in trying to create that pieces with which to compose the mystery is the brains, or intelligence. Intelligence gives you the ability. When they talk about bringing the pieces of the puzzle together, you solve a puzzle, that's a mystery. But first you have to break down the pieces, and bringing those pieces, you get a simple piece or a set of pieces, and you bring them together, and then there's no more mystery. The puzzle is solved. That's how your brain works. Your brain works on identifying the fundamental pieces that actually, the building block for the mystery, or the puzzle, or the problem. So therefore, getting those pieces, therefore, is the dynamics of intelligence. Breaking down the pieces and then reconstituting them and making them fit the mystery. That's dynamics of intelligence. Eta sub n is the solution, what is called the fundamental solution to Gij comma j equal to 0. So, if it's the fundamental solution, it means it is the fundamental, set of pieces that can be used to construct every mystery that satisfies, every puzzle that satisfies. every problem that satisfies, everything you do not understand but is a reality that satisfies, every surprise that is real, therefore satisfies, the GIJ comma equal to 0. This is the set of pieces that will construct not just a couple of them, not just a million of them, but absolute infinite of them, all of them. That's what eta sub n represents. And because the dynamics of intelligence is about using or breaking down the pieces of a puzzle or problem and piecing them together from a simple fundamental tools, eta sub n becomes the fundamental building block and thereby an exact formula for intelligence. This is a revelation from God, something that was not in existence ever before God. No other creature that we know of knew of this formula before God. So, the N represents the level of intelligence. In this case, what it means, the level means is another way of actually intelligence, how intelligence works. It's like, okay, it's like your vision. In your vision, you have the light rays being reflected from an object into your eyes that goes through your lenses, your eye lenses, and actually, get mapped onto your brains, so you can see the thing. So it's in a vision, that's a reflection. That's what happens in the light rays when you see with your eyes. The object that you're watching reflects the light rays through your eye lenses into your brains. That's also called a transformation. That transformation is governed here with an N that is a 0. So in that case, the power of the space-time variable x will be n plus 1, which will be x. The n, Brother Sai, I believe, asked that question. It's a straight line. The light wave, the way the object is reflected into your brains is through a straight line of the light wave in terms of the light rays, a straight line. That is shown in this picture here by a G0J, XJ, N will be 0 in that case. It will be eta sub 0. N will be 0, and the power of x now will be 1. Brother Said, did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so does that answer your question?
Yes, sir, very much. Thank you for that.
Yes. So,
Also,
go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to know also, since you're quantifying a lot of things, as far as the human being, they say that that the human brain has 1 trillion cells, but as we now know that the building block is hydrogen, does a human being itself has a certain amount of hydrogens, so that if we put a certain amount of hydrogens together, we would create a human being, hydrogen atoms or Africogen atoms?
Those specifics are not at the level where they have an accurate enough counter yet to actually determine that precisely. That's number one. Number two, the old science is what has been used for that dynamics. And because of the revision by GAGUT, those old sciences will have to be stabilized before we can trust what is being said, because see, a lot of large numbers has been thrown out about that are now being revised by GAGUT. So, yeah, afrochrogen, the cells are made up of afrochrogen units. The afrochrogen has a wave component, which is the electrons, and the core, which is the nucleus, which makes it equivalent of an actual eta sub 1. So the actual dynamics there will be eta sub 1 for afrochrogen. Even though there's a wave, it's a relative term, electrons is tiny enough to travel like a wave, but the traditional path of the wave without any field around it would be to actually go on a straight line. So, but instead, because the system is determined really by the core, it becomes an eta sub 1 dynamics. Therefore, the motion of the electron becomes a conic section, which is elliptical and similar dynamics. So n in that case will be 1, in which case it will be xj to power 2 instead of to power 1, as would have been the case if it was just a wave by itself, like light rays. But what I was saying with regard to light rays is, if the light rays, the transformation that comes into your brains, is governed by, it's a straight line in that case, for the most part. So that straight line will have, n is equal to 0. Therefore, you have xj to power 1. That will be the kind of invariant or the path. It's a straight line. That's the equation of a straight line. That's an invariant for a straight line. So, but it's also a morphism. In that case, that's a monomorphism or isomorphism. So if that is your dynamics of your, well, like I said before, because of the building block dynamics as being the dynamics of intelligence, how intelligence is used in understanding things. This formula exactly represents intelligence. Of course, Yale has used the equivalent of this formula. Okay, they didn't fully understand this, but this is all the polymorphism there is, past, present, and future. That's another connectivity of the eta sub n with intelligence. So, and an example of a polymorphism, in this case, a monomorphism is when eta is n is equal to 0. So, if that is the nature of all intelligence that the person has, their intelligence will be an eta sub 0 intelligence, meaning their level of intelligence will really be, in other words, in the answer to your question, n plus 1 really, in reality, is actually the level of intelligence. Eta sub, n plus 1 will be the level of intelligence. But in terms of a building block, it is eta sub 0. Okay, eta sub 0 or n is equal to 0. But when n is equal to 0, you have a monomorphism. So what you need to understand is the parallel between the formula eta sub n as being a solution to the theorem of everything, and in terms of Gij, comma j equal to 0. This is all the building blocks. that you need in constructing every reality, including the one that you're asking about. What happens is, n can go from 0 to infinity. That means that is how you are able to construct every reality from it, every possible reality in it, which is another way of saying that every reality can be constructed from eta sub n. Everyone, past, present, and the future. That's how God proved, well, God sowed this in my brains. That's where it came from. It passed through my brains to come out for the world to see, which is how God ordained me with the ultimate intelligence in terms of understanding every reality. I can construct every reality because I have eta sub infinity. When eta sub infinity, meaning n is infinity. When n is infinity, every possible polymorphism is available. So if you give me every reality, if you give me every problem, I can solve it. And because this eta sub n is here, and you can see it, even though you don't understand it yet, but don't feel bad. You have your whole life ahead of you. After all, I'm convinced you now that the minimum you should be expecting to stay alive is 200 years, so it's 2,000 years. So you could match the sequoia while you're preparing to go on a journey for 1 trillion years on your journey to infinity. Can any of you feel that? Hello,
That's
can
powerful.
you hear me?
That's powerful.
That's why you're encountering me today. I have to prove to you. See, you know, I mean, there's no human being really beside myself that understands this, but I'm sharing with you and daring you to ask questions like the one that Brother Sai is asking. That's, you know, that's. Other people are going to see some things on GAGUT, but that has been going on for 25 years already. It's not just seeing something on GAGUT, it's how to understand GAGUT. Okay? And there's something, you know, people feel bad in certain things. Well, you got to stay focused. This is a lifetime journey for you to actually embark on trying to understand the solutions and the equations.
Professor, when you talk about the Riemann hypothesis and you're going to show us the solution,
yeah.
What, I mean, practically, like once this thing and once we really understand it, let's say, you know, the people on the line, we take a course and we really understand it. What are the dynamics of it? I mean, what can you do? I know it has something to do with computers and passwords, but what is the real significance, like the real importance of it practically, like out here in the world?
Yes. Well, for that you got to see. Well, let me just give you a partial answer to that. The partial answer to that is, if you went on, I hope your other colleagues are following in this presentation. Is everybody following? Hello? Yes. Are you all following, or are we leaving you, or what? What's going on?
I'm following.
Hello?
Hello?
Are you all with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a party. This is a political party. Please relax and have fun. I will answer all your questions. Okay? So I want you to party with me. We're here doing some
more questions.
Okay, yeah, you know, yeah, we're here to do some partying. Please join me and don't hold back. Okay? All right. So now, I'm going to give a partial answer to the question, what is the importance of Riemann hypothesis? Well, if you went on our website and you go to the donation page, actually, that's a good idea. And then you return this, but make sure this is available. But take us to the donation page.
All right, just one second.
Yeah, but I'd like to get back with this
Just one second.
very shortly.
You can talk.
Okay. Do we have new members so far?
Not yet.
Oh, is having difficulty?
So
We're going to help them.
it's not up yet. I'm getting it.
Okay.
This is it.
Okay. Good. Okay, yeah. It's gonna be showing you the page on our website. Okay, the GAGUT donation page, and you're gonna see the reason why Riemann hypothesis is important. For the reasons. Okay, so yeah, can you all see that? GAGUT donation page. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the issue is computer security. Computer security is one of the major reasons Riemann hypothesis is important. For black people, it's more than that. That's the historical part for the black people, which is why God was kind enough to bring it through a black person or black people. And even some of our detractors were able to understand that when they're doing a fraud or trying to put up a puppet to pretend like he has solved the problem, they made sure he was black. Because God has revealed there's a piece of history there that belongs to us. And so, in addition to computer security, the historical part as our being the origin of mathematics, the language, the name math, ma is actually ma, knowledge of infallible truth. It's our language. That's what, if we were calling it, we call ma. Okay? The foreigners were the ones that actually modify the original vocabulary of ma, like ama in African language, ama, on the basis of the infallible truth. That's the African language, ama. So one of our earliest civilizations was called Ma civilization. Anyway, and in the Ma civilization, we showed the truth as well. But let me just tell you what's going on here. GAGUT donation page. There's a computer security as far as the current technology is concerned, uses prime numbers, a number that can only be divided by itself and 1 to get an integer. That's what the prime number is. They don't have factors. And so what the computer system does in order to make sure your password is protected is to connect it with a code that is very hard for you to guess at. Hackers can do all kinds of things to break into the codes, but when you use a large prime number, it is harder for the hackers to go into your security system. So it has led to concentrating on using prime numbers, large prime numbers, to design the security system for computer softwares, which is extremely serious, because one large problem that can come out of that is the military systems, the war system, weapon systems are controlled by computers, and their passwords, if they hack them too, by people who are responsible, they can set up annihilation of a good part of human beings or this planet. Therefore, the need for security is extremely critical. And the sophistication of security is based on having the largest possible prime number. So, and that's going to be the case for the foreseeable future, because there are very few other things that people cannot hack into. It's extremely difficult for hackers to deal with large prime numbers. And Riemann hypothesis is important because the zeta function, which the hypothesis deals with, contains prime numbers. GAGUT has proven that all prime numbers exception of 2, which is already well known, are all in the Riemann hypothesis, or rather associated Riemann hypothesis, on the solution to the zeta function. So therefore, that's what makes Riemann hypothesis important for most people. For us black people, in addition to the computer security, our history is in there. The proof of, some of the proofs of the GAGUT, the solution, unveils what we call the guess, that is geometric African series. It's critical for proving and solving the Riemann hypothesis. And I would dare say to you that it was an act of God. God revealed it unto me. And like the GIJ, comma J equal to 0 itself, the elegance of it can only be credited to the Almighty God. So anyway, in our university here, the number there that you see on your screen, n is equal to 2 times 10 to power r plus 10 times 9 to power r plus 1 is an odd number. Prime numbers, exception of 2, excepting 2, are all subsets of odd numbers. So this number here is an odd number. The reason is the first 2 terms are multiplied by 2. That's definitely shows. So if you add an odd number to an even number, you get an odd. That's how you know that number is an odd. And since prime numbers are subset, all prime numbers, exception of 2, are subset of odd numbers, it means that n has a possibility of being an odd number. Sorry, it's already an odd number, but there's a possibility of being a prime number. So the question for our students here is, when you consider R to be 10 to power 10 to power 10 to power 1 billion. Can everybody see that? Can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. How many of you think you can write that number down on your paper? Every integer of it out, or every number of it, write it all fully out on your notebook. How many of you think you can do that? Does anybody think they can write that number in their notebook if they fully put it out, the number n? Maybe I should give that as an assignment. The bottom line is, no human being can write that number down on any paper on the planet. It's going to require a space as large as the solar system, our solar system, for you to write that number down. Writing every digit down in that number is going to require a space as large as our solar system. Do you all have a sense of how large that space is?
No.
Well, the solar system is extremely large, very, very large. You're going to require that kind of space to write every digit of this number down. Again, that's part of what it means to say Professor Yibo is endowed with the ultimate intelligence. Not only can I visualize that infinite space, that's the dimension of infinite. Infinite is all relative, but very large is the general description of infinity. When you're going to require that kind of space, there's no paper, no amount of paper. If you transform everything into paper in the planet, there will be no enough space for you to write this number down in a way that is legible, that one can read every digit of it. So what we pose to our students here, what is called a qualifying exam for the PhD. John Glover hasn't finished his PhD yet, but he knows more than most professors in Ivy League schools, the mathematics. So when we give a PhD here, there's no such equivalent in any part of the world or any part of the universe except God. A student here, a graduate student here hoping to get a PhD will have to answer the question there correctly, which is, can you determine if the odd number given by n in that equation is a prime number or not, and prove it? Does anybody have an idea about to go about actually proving that number, if it's a prime number, even if you cannot even write it down on any paper on the planet? Is anybody confident they can try that?
No.
That's the real answer. The answer is no, you can't do that. There's no human being that can write that number down and read it. Therefore, there's no possibility for you to solve that problem and prove it. You can always take a guess, because you can say, see that prime or not. So, but that's not GAGUT mathematics. It's not even mathematics. And GAGUT mathematics is the highest level of mathematics, and thereby the highest level of understanding of everything. So now, therefore, God gave me the solution. I can answer that question and prove it for you. That's part of what it meant to say Professor Yibo has the ultimate intelligence. So you're going to begin with yourself and see if you could prove your answer to that question. And if you can't, go to the math department at Harvard University, for those of you from Boston area, or email them and ask them to help, give you a helping hand and see if you're going to get someone that can help. We don't believe there's anybody else other than either the students that have been associated with our university here or those who have learned from them. There's nobody outside of a FAPIT Institute of Technology that can answer that question and prove it. Not a single human being can do that. That's what it means by saying Oyibo is blessed with ultimate intelligence. And that FAPIT Institute of Technology is the headquarters of intelligence, the universal headquarters of intelligence. Of course, God knows the answer in real space-time. I know the answer by a transformation of etas of infinity. My polymorphism of infinity allows me to answer this question and prove and be able to prove it, you know, and convince you the proof is right. That's what ultimate intelligence is about. Go try, those of you from the West Coast, go try Stanford University. Go into the math department and tell them that, well, they have a lot of GAGUT books in Stanford University and Berkeley and all that, and Caltech. But one of my mentors was a guy called Paul Garabedian, Professor Paul Garabedian, who actually built what is known today as the math department at Stanford University. So this is done in his spirit, and although he has transformed on, we had this anniversary a couple of weeks ago. If he was alive, he's one of the few mathematicians that can understand the solution to the Riemann hypothesis, the G2j solution. Because he obtained a PhD in mathematics from Harvard University before his 21st birthday. He was 20 years old when he finished his PhD in math department at Harvard University. In addition, the field medalist, his thesis advisor, Professor Alfors, was the first mathematician to be awarded the field medal. And from my estimate of Professor Garabedian, he was qualified to win the field medal, but he was denied the field medal. I don't believe that's fair. But he headed the math department at Stanford University. But he was a genius, very clearly. I certified him as a genius. And so now, this is one of the reasons why Riemann hypothesis is very critical, very important. So your encounter today is going to prepare you. You're going to have a couple more briefings. Not a couple, you're going to need a lot more briefings. You got to build yourself up. So what we're doing right now is to give you a motivation, to get warmed up, to have a reason to be motivated. And all you need is to be your black self. You understand? You are a black man means that you are the great-grandchildren of the pharaohs, the Patars, that was mispronounced as Father, and Pharaoh, Papa, Pope. Patar is the original word. Patar. Patar to Pharaoh. You are the great-grandchildren of the Patars. Therefore, you have no basis of being intimidated by anything. That's why I'm talking to you with the confidence here. You share my genes. So if I can answer this question, you can learn how, how this problem was solved. It definitely connected with Riemann hypothesis. An additional gargotical development that came out of it. So for people coming into a PhD here, they have to answer this question. And like I told you, I'll give you that as an assignment to find out any university, including Cambridge, who can provide an answer to that question. If you're unable to provide any such a person, then you will be persuaded that we are the headquarters of intelligence because we have an answer to that question. We are the headquarters. That's not a joke or an exaggeration. And by extension, is the holiest place in the universe. I mean, physical space. Now, the spiritual space, of course. In other words, this is as close as you can get to heaven. It's why here, the ground zero, because of what is present here. The absolute, infallible truths reside here. That's the only language we speak here. So, John, I need to go back. Now, any questions on this page? Any other questions? You have questions with what I presented with the N? Side, do you have any more questions with regards to that?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and how this is the basis of the importance of Riemann hypothesis. Now, what I was saying about, what I was saying about Professor Garabida, well, just before I close this place here. So when we say donate to the far future technology, have we justified on the basis of the conversation I just had with you a reason for every human being to donate to our university? Have we justified that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's important. Okay, and it is the kind of spirit that God ordained me to design super maneuverable warplanes for the Pentagon. Do you understand?
That's amazing.
Yes. Praise God. Praise God. We're serving God here. We're God's people. We're closer to God than any other human beings, and a set of human beings. So, when the evil forces still go after you and lynch you, so now you understand why I made a presentation on Sister Sandra Bland. You probably have a better understanding now. As I said, a very conscious sister. She's our mother, our sister, our daughter, our wife. An African male will commit suicide if rather than watch his mother, wife, daughter, assaulted and killed like that by an irresponsible human being. They will commit suicide first. Therefore, it was a painful experience for me as a black man, and I'm pretty sure for you as well. But you try to deal with it by you know, with the philosophy of we live to fight another day. This is the dynamics of how you fight. Is what I'm showing you right now. As a matter of fact, that lack of understanding, when we talk about Zimmerman, Zimmerman has not seen this from Florida. The dumb guy that assassinated Trayvon Martin and bragging about it. You can't get dumber than that individual. He's an imbecile, very clearly. And it's such a disservice to his people. He's trying to contradict the whole thing Einstein stands for. He supposedly sold the gun he used in lynching a genius, a member of a genius race, Trayvon Martin, for $250,000. That's supposed to brag about it. For a dumb, stupid human being, a disgrace to his creator and we, the humanity. It is such a shame. It's just so flabbergasting that a member of a human race, he shamed human beings. He's so dumb that he's asking, he's supposed to come from a Jewish persuasion, from the name Zimmerman. By bragging about killing a genius, he's so dumb and unable to understand that he's asking people that are called the Nazis, who slaughtered some of his relatives in Germany, to brag about the gassing of his great-grandparents in Germany. That's how dumb this Zimmerman is. So when somebody has no brains and they're acting so irresponsible, not only is he ashamed to himself, his immediate people, and the term of humanity, but he's not living a life. What he did was him asking the Nazi Germany participant in the gas chamber and gassing the Jewish people, some of whom are from Zimmerman. That sounds like the person who could have been associated with a German part of Europe or where Germany has influence. And if he considers himself Jewish, he's so dumb he has forgotten an experience that was only a few generations back. And the Jewish people are unable to deal with that and really shut him up and say, don't disgrace the race. But it's also a provocation. Therefore, what you need to do as we mourn such precious blood is to understand this and see your own power. Zimmerman, if he had any brains, he would be trying to figure out how to solve this problem. Obviously, he lacks such a brain. And E minus MC squared is equal to 0. That's 1 GIJ that helped rescue the Jewish people from the gas chambers in Germany. It's only one out of infinite, absolute infinite, such equations in GIJ common equal to 0. And this idiot is so dumb, he doesn't even know that. That's how much he values his own life. He has no value for his own life. So, that's part of what the therapy that we're doing today. The morning of Trayvon Martin. John Glover was supposed to have a similar experience with Trayvon Martin. The GAGUT shirt protected his life, however. So what I'm giving you is not a simple thing. By you just posing this problem to a non-black or Zimmerman, go Tell him, send him an email and say, can you solve this problem? Of course, he will. If the solution was sitting on his nose, obviously he will not even, he won't say it. He will not understand it whatsoever. That's how dumb it is. But that will give him some message. That's where your power lies. Your power is like God's power. If you look into the Pentagon piece, which we're going to be showing later on, what I did for Pentagon, it's already equivalent. What was done in 1990s for Pentagon in terms of super maneuverable airplanes, it's already equivalent with what E minus MC squared did with atomic bomb. Because the bomb creation itself is only one piece of the project. How you could lift the bomb and take it to the location requires not only a good aircraft, a good military plane, but one that you can maneuver, because there are a lot of missiles waiting for you in your location. That's where the super maneuverability comes in. As you're going to see, a dumb guy called Zimmerman does not know who I am and that I'm a member of the race that Trevor Martin comes out of. That's why you're getting a sense of what we're talking about in terms of power. This is power right here on this page. And it is black power. Zimmerman has no clue of what the black power is. He's the one that protects the Pentagon. Is in effect what Pentagon is right now. That's what is black power. And those who are lynching Anderson in Mississippi, they need to read the Yale report, where their master, KKK, Kenneth K. Kidd, surrendered to the black people. That's what we're talking about. Do you understand?
Yes.
This is a piece of black power. This is a piece of black power.
Professor, is there any more secrets that you can tell us that blacks invented? We know that you just talked about like black power. You just talked about Andrew J. Beard. You know, as it relates to the machine, the engine, the internet, you know, things that you know of.
Yes, there are tons of those. They will require a lot more lectures. The point is, what you see here is a verification of what Andrew J. Beard did. When you see this, Andrew J. Beard is my relative. So if it's my relative, and this came out of me, you know what we tell you is the father of rocket science, it will be hard for you to disbelieve it. I had my little share in the rocket science myself. In my elementary school thesis, not elementary, undergraduate thesis, I'm a mathematician, I'm a geometer, but I never allowed that categorization to stop me from any fields. I dabble into practical side of mathematics. My thesis was a rocket science as well, undergraduate. And it was even before I really understood, I learned enough about Andrew J. Beard. There are tons of them, to the point where literally it's a matter of counting the number of things that were ever created that were not created by black people, rather than trying to count what black people created. Black people created everything literally. what you're going to see in the Riemann hypothesis is the evidence, which is why you have to be action-oriented. But this page is extremely important. Okay? Now, this is associated with the G2j solution because of the importance. In other words, if we could generate prime numbers in this kind of category, you know that on the positive side, we could make computers very safe because hackers, it's going to take them a while. That's another reason why we're not throwing the solution around anyhow. Because if the hackers pick up on this, they're going to return us back literally to a stone age because they're going to destroy most of the computer systems. To the contrary, our genius is such that we don't dabble into nonsense like that, like the Zimmerman and the dumbness, and the rest of the society think it is funny for him to do such a stupid stuff, including the government. And in the way it ridicules the whole legal system or justice system. Somebody can be so dumb, you know, it's unbelievable. So you go a positive route and get a sense and feel your own power in your spirit. And then you say to yourself, okay, you now know how you compare with them. That's why we have to tell you these facts. It's public record. And one of the reasons they're hiring a black agent like Okpemi Enoch, which is something you must individually and collectively deal with, obviously, is to cut you off from this power. Obviously, Clay Mathematics Institute cannot answer this question. Do you think Clay Mathematics people and all their mathematicians, do you think they can answer the question on this GAGUT donation page? Anybody think Clay Mathematics Institute can answer that question to determine if n is a prime number or not and prove it?
No.
Then somebody say something?
Never.
If you can't do it, you better believe they can't do it. So, and if this is related to Riemann hypothesis, what does that tell you about the qualification of Clay Math Institute in terms of grading work, whether someone has solved the Riemann hypothesis or not? Do you think they have the credential if they cannot solve this problem?
It's a fraud.
That's right. So therefore, this presentation is to help you prepare to deal with Jim Crow. I mean, Clay Math. First of all, because the GI Janeta event came out in 1990. Clay didn't come into existence until 2000. So, which in a way explains why they have to try to ignore GAGUT. Because if they recognize GAGUT, their own existence will be null and void. Because all problems in mathematics have been solved as of 1990 with GAGUT. Just like you saw, eta sub n solves every problem. And you're going to see how that evolves today in the Riemann hypothesis. It solves all problems because every problem will require an equation or a theorem. Equation represents a theorem. But all theorems are embedded in Jij, comma, j equal to 0. And the solution to every theorem is eta sub n. Now, for those who have finite n's, they may not be able to solve every problem. But my n is infinity. The formula actually came directly through my brains. God sowed in my brain. No other human, other creature that we know of had that expression eta sub n ever. especially associated with the one universal theorem. There had never been any, nobody believed there was going to be any universal theorem. The grand unified theorem. Nobody believed there's such a thing. And here we are today, is here. And out of it, things that look impossible are coming out of it, like this page here, the expression for n. Is there any human being on the planet beside people associated with, or people who have been taught by students from our university that can answer this question? And if you can answer this question correctly and prove it, then you are one of the most valuable experts in computer security. You could demand your own, you can dictate your own, amount you charge any computer company like IBM. This is an extraordinary wealth already for the black people. It's also another power in another sense. That you understand, the military silos and all this other stuff are governed by these dynamics. That's the worrisome part. Because these responsible people get hold of the secrets to how this is done, then humanity is at a serious risk. So we have a responsibility to make sure that's under control as well. But it's a power. Nobody's as powerful as a black race. So when Zimmerman not only kills a black man and brags about it, obviously he has lost his mind. This is how you're supposed to be intimidated. No, you don't get intimidated with brainless people, because they're more dangerous to themselves than they are to you. So you're afraid for their sake, not for your sake. But you have to tell them never again. You go into Florida and set up the GAGUT equation there. You have to wear your GAGUT shirt. The families of Trayvon Martin needs to be aware of the GAGUT shirt. They have to wear it as the protection from now on. Brother Glover may have told you already that his life was saved with the GAGUT shirt, because the police pulled up on him like they did with Trayvon Martin, and were going to assassinate him if he wasn't wearing a GAGUT shirt. Luckily, he was wearing a GAGUT shirt, and the police read it, and they recognized this is a black man that knows who he is. They ran away instead. Zimmerman needs to know, get a sense. Somebody needs to wear the black shirt and show him so he understands. But you also must put up the GIJ, J equal to 0 for the world to see. That's how the Jewish people did it with E minus MC squared is equal to 0. That becomes an action item to let people know who you are. And I'm giving you more information through this page. John, I need help to switch back to. So that's what we're talking about. Any more questions on this page before I finally go to Eta Soben again? Still having problem getting them on?
Yes. Just 1 second. What page would you like?
Yes, it is Eta Soben. Okay.
Just 1 second.
Okay. Any more questions on the donation page? Otherwise, we will move on and then move on to the other things.
Where can I get the book?
Where can you get a copy of the book?
Yeah.
Oh, you could order
that online, or even with us after the program.
You could order that, as a matter of fact, you could order that with John Glover right now, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
You could order, as a matter of fact, for all of you that are attending, the The journal comes with your registration, and those who have a partial registration will share it in proportion to how much they contributed. With we're going to give you a list of your comrades, your people in your group. For those of you who did partial payments, it's a flexibility by which God ordered us to get everybody in. But John can take your order if you're ready, or after the presentation, clearly, okay? We like the books, especially this, the other book, Hearn has a copy of the Grand Unified Theorem, Discovery. That book is worth now six.
Oh, man.
That's what it costs right now.
I'm scared now too.
Thank the Lord.
I'm scared now too. I'm like, damn, I got this book in my house and it's worth $1,600.
Yes,
$1,600
because it's so precious, and that was
Exactly.
dictated not by us, by the non-blacks, because they know the value of what's in it.
Well, we did.
So somebody's feeling your own power and appreciating it, even though some dumb members of the same race are like Zimmerman, acting like buffoons. Huh?
I said he took it away.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
but that's how valuable you are,
Hey,
which
Professor,
is why you cannot degenerate to Zimmerman level.
it feels like it's worth $16 million though.
Yeah, it got to be more
Or
than that.
more.
Absolutely.
The contents in it, undeniable.
Yeah.
Well, praise God. Praise God.
You too.
Dairu.
Praise you too.
Yes. We praise God. That's what we are about. And that's why God trusts us to give us this kind of power. You understand?
It's extremely powerful.
Yes, we are the most powerful.
It's the one.
I mean, you got string theory in it. You got quantum mechanics in it. You got how to live life forever in it. It's amazing.
So it's a matter of counting what is not in it, which will be zero. Everything
is in it.
Yeah, but that's what our being together today is about. You need to feel that. That's you. You have to know me for you to know who you are after 2,500 years of terrorism. So you understand the Zimmermans and the guy from Missouri and the ones from Texas. You understand, with Sandra Brand and all that. They are tempting you, but don't be tempted. There are little things you can do that will send them a message, which is the monuments. Begin erecting the monuments. Get all the GAGUT books. That's what will be done by them if they were in your position. You should be distributing the GAGUT books. And we have set up such an arrangement, and John will work with all of you. In that way, you have some control. You have some control because that's your property as a member of the race. It's your property. And the property is to represent you in terms of your value. And the Black Lives Matter need to be understood. After you go through this presentation, now you see that black lives don't just matter. They are the most precious set of lives. Is there anybody that's not getting a sense of that after what we've done so far?
Incredible.
That's what we're talking
Understood.
That's what we're talking about. That's why you hear. Go ahead.
Before you go on, I know you made a statement. Just let me understand this statement. You said the more people steal from you, the richer you get. Please, you got to explain that.
Well, I was in Kogi State. I don't know if you're able to get a copy of that video. And Kogi State and ABU, the young students there. Dahiru, are you there? Dahiru, are you there? We have a representative from Nigeria.
Oh. Okay.
He was on a little while ago. I don't know what happened to him. But anyway, you know, he's close to ABU. But when I was there in 2004, and I gave them a sense of what GAGUT is, like the brothers and sisters in Miami, you know, where we were presented with the key to the county, Miami. There, ironically, that's where Trayvon Martin, you know, and a lot of dirty things has happened since I visited there, in terms of anger of the non-blacks, you know, to why God will bless bless black people with such a huge blessing. So anyway, so I was talking to the students, people about your age. Okay.
I've seen that lecture. It was 10,000.
Oh yeah, 10,000. And
Yeah,
Stephen
I've
Hawking
seen
Stephen Hawking had to go to China to try to duplicate the number, but he came to 6.
No way.
He had to go to the densest the largest population in order to, with the hope of trying to duplicate this 10,000, but he only made it to 6,000, so a little bit more, just more than half. But he bragged about so now that was some energy. Okay, we have the your hip hop, you know, attires and everything else, and you understand they gathered as if they're going for a hip hop concert. And boy, but there was some difference. They didn't throw beer cans around. They didn't, you know, they went wild. I mean, you understand, it was an incredible. For the longest time in my presentation, I was wondering what was happening, because I was just thinking to myself, if these young brothers and sisters explode here, this large hall is going to bust. You understand? They were standing. They couldn't even provide enough chairs for them. Some were hanging on the roof. So I would tell you, if you remember what you saw, they were hanging on the roof.
Yeah, that was amazing. I mean, to see all those black people, I mean, they were just stunned. They were just looking at you like, that was just amazing.
Absolutely.
Beautiful women, too.
Yeah, and I hope Brother KRS-One is able to do a concert like, you know, on the GAGUT, like the song he did. And now the Hypnotic Jazz Ensemble from Chicago has done 2 songs on GAGUT. One is called GAGUT and the other one is called Oyibo. Makes it now 3 songs on GAGUT now. So I'm pretty sure the energies, like the kind we saw in even in Miami, there was a lot of youth, although it was at the early stage of it. And the reverend, the brother, the whiz that propagated that thing has since been attacked by evil forces. So you understand, there's a lot of things that are going on. As a matter of fact, Trayvon Martin may not be unconnected with GAGUT. So that is, but hey, it comes with the territory.
We were asking to help us confirm something in the program.
Yeah, is he on?
Yeah, you're on the program now, right? Okay, listen, Professor Yibo was asking you something.
Dahiru, are you there? Oh, okay. I know you probably were not in ABU in 2004 when I was giving a lecture there. Were you there? You were not there. Where were you? Did you know that I was? But did you know that I came to Nigeria in 2004? Well, did you know? Did you know that when I arrived there? Did you know? Somebody tell you?
Yes, exactly. We have a delegate from Kaduna Polytechnic.
At ABU? At ABU?
Tell him to unmute himself on the computer.
Huh?
We can hear him if he unmute himself. He needs to unmute himself on the computer. We can hear him.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, okay. But he can't talk here.
The hero, take off your mic. I think the problem is he has his mic off. So
he has the mic off. Can you advise him to take it off, because the other host need to listen, because I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, he's good. He's good now.
Yeah, he has a brother from Nigeria, and he wanted to help me construct a story for you all, and we'd like you all to connect with him. You understand? That would be explosive, obviously, but to connect the energies here with that on the continent, because that's what was happening. This one was videotaped by Minister Brown, but we had a similar thing in Miami-Dade County before I went to arrived in Nigeria. And what happened was, you know, unfortunately, that wasn't video. I didn't have Minister Brown. I didn't have a professional. Okay.
Professor, I've seen part of that. You got the proclamation.
Yes, well,
yes,
yeah, we have the proclamation, but what happens is, I didn't have Minister Brown with me then at Miami. Miami was huge. They presented me with the key to the county. Okay? I received the key to the county.
Take off your microphone so we can hear you on the program. Turn the microphone back on.
Tell him his colleagues over here.
The colleagues want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
Turn your microphone back on so we can hear you in the Google Hangout.
So, now, so what happened was...
Hello?
Yeah.
Turn your microphone on. Yes, to hear. Turn your microphone on so they can hear you on the Google Hangout.
Yeah, he's good now.
Yes, it's on now.
All right, we can hear you.
Great.
All right.
My mic is
Dairo.
on.
Okay. Okay,
Yes, sir.
Dairo, can you hear us? Yes. I want
Yes,
I want you to say hello to your friends, your colleagues here. And,
Yes,
you know,
I also saw them since.
Okay. And you all can share,
Hello.
you know, say hello to each other, okay?
The hero, what's going on?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes.
You are all
Okay.
welcome to
Yes.
this program, please.
Aha.
Sorry,
He's welcoming you all to
I
the
came
program.
late on the program.
Right.
I
What
just leave
Dairo
my
was saying
farm
was
very
that,
late.
yes. What he was saying was that,
I very late.
yeah, good.
That is why I joined the program very late.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, this is the proclamation from Miami-Dade.
Can you all see it?
Okay.
Can you all
Yes.
see it?
Yes,
So
sir.
I could see. Can you see that?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the other colleagues? Is there anyone that cannot see that? This is the
Everyone can
Miami-Dade.
see.
That's the fourth largest school board in America. I think only LA and Chicago and New York are ahead of it.
It's a little blurry.
Yeah. Oh well. John, you want to enlarge it a little bit? You can't read it.
A little
Can
bit.
you all read it?
I can see your name a little bit.
Oh, okay. You need to just expand it a little bit. You may have to take off the proclamation.
The school of
Oh,
the school board of Miami.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better. That's it.
So whereas, can you read it? Read it for them, so for those who cannot see.
Whereas Dr. Gabriel Oyelowo is a renowned scientist, mathematician, and nominee for the 2002 Nobel Prize in Physics. And whereas Dr. Gabriel Oyelowo will visit Miami-Dade County public schools October 22nd to 24th to share with students, teachers, and others his scientific expertise. And whereas Dr. Gabriel Oyelowo has distinguished himself by developing the Grand Unified Theorem, commonly referred to as the theory of everything, which has been affirmed by the scientific community as a revision and an extension of the seminal works of Albert Einstein and Isaac Newton's theory of relativity and gravitational force. And whereas the visit of Dr. Gabriel Oyelowo as a distinguished scholar and African-American role model to schools in the Miami-Dade County, and particularly those with the Title I program, will serve as an inspiration to students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Miami-Dade County, Florida, approve resolution number 2/2-40 of the School Board of Miami-Dade County, Florida, honoring Dr. Gabriel Oyelowo for his visit and educational contributions to the Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Presented the 23rd day of October, AD 2002, and you can see the seal, which is here, and the signatures.
Okay, that's from Miami-Dade County. Now, it was after that, of course, you know, that they assassinated Trayvon Martin.
You need them for every county. You need them for all 50 states.
Exactly. And this time, what will happen is you need, the black people need to present them with the monuments, okay, for every county. I think that would be part of the project. That's why I'm giving you a sense of what GAGUT is. This is what needs to happen all through America and the entire world. So it is in this spirit. It was after I left here. This was 2002. And they bought copies of the books for Miami-Dade. Now, Reverend Professor Ingram, who was responsible for that, one of the two black members of the board, the Miami-Dade Board of Education, the only two black members, he was so powerful he was able to explain to the whole board for this project. And what happened was, the anger of the evil forces did attack him after this project. Okay, he was attacked and so on and so forth. But, you know, kind of like Trayvon Martin dynamics. So, but like Reverend King would say, we shall overcome. We shall overcome. That's really tempting us to degenerate to their level. And, you know, we're going to do it in a style that is characteristic with us. Like a carver. Okay? Like a carver dynamics. Do you understand? You know what a carver dynamics was? Professor Washington Carver did black magic here in America. Okay, our brother Sai was asking for more geniuses. Okay, after Andrew J. Beer. Well, Washington Carver is one. Now, it's important as you're looking at the Trayvon Martin assassination, lynching, that was supposed to be being celebrated. What you do is you celebrate GAGUT, is how you mourn Trayvon Martin. You understand? That is the order that God has asked me to deliver to you today. And that's going to be done. Dairo, I hope you are listening. That's going to be done in Nigeria as well. and the entire Africa, and in South America, in Brazil, and in India, and Southeast Asia, and in Europe as well. They're already celebrating it in Europe. That's what you saw in Göttingen. So, and the KKK kind of celebrated, if you want to call it celebration, where Kenneth K. Kidd, KKK, surrendered. You understand? Now, so what was happening is Professor Washington Carver, that's answering Brother Sai's question. And the rest of you, please don't hesitate, including Brother Dahiru, Engineer Dahiru. What was happening is, and those of you who have connections in Brazil need to connect, even if you have to translate for the brothers and sisters over there. In the next broadcast, you need to bring those in. And South America, Chile, Venezuela, and all that, where black people are being made to do horrible things over there. Those haven't really encountered GAGUT, well enough yet. And South Africa, okay, and certainly Mauritania. Mauritania, some dumb non-blacks are claiming to be enslaving black people over there. Your generation have a job to do. And all you need is to flash the formula in their faces. That's how you tell them who you are. It's enough for somebody to know that you have enough power. You don't even have to exercise the power in terms of a destructive dynamics for you to prove to the person you are superior. When they hear me talk, they listen. They don't have a choice, because God made me the most powerful human being ever created. Because the real power is intelligence. God is the ultimate power because God is the ultimate intelligence. This formula that you have here is actually the exact representation of God. This is what God is. And the end for God is infinity. But his infinity, God's infinity, is more infinite than mine. Okay, it's absolute infinity in the sense that God allowed me to understand God. That's what n eters of infinity means, because I can understand God. That's an extraordinary privilege, which is why I can't degenerate to Zimmerman level. Okay? You understand? Zimmerman level is going the direction of the tiger animal level. And when you really look at it, that mentality can be, first of all, what you saw from Yale report comes from this formula, because it's a formula, exact formula for intelligence. So the figure that was measured for black people was n is equal to 28. That means they have eta sub 28 is what was measured in Yale. Eta sub 28 is the intelligence of the black people. That is G28J x to power 29. Xj to power 29. That's our intelligence. I mean, in terms of the black people, according to the Yale report. Now, what Brother Glover was doing earlier in terms of extracting 5/3, which was inverted by Jim Crow, in a similar, in other words, what Zimmerman did is a dumb way of trying to show he's intelligent. But his act, when you look at it and analyze it, showed that pretext is a fraud, because it contradicted the whole concept of intelligence. That's an inversion. What he's trying to convey is the exact opposite of what he actually conveyed. So now, for them, their n is 19. They have eta sub 19, which is g sub 19j xj to power 20. That's their intelligence. Now, the monkeys and chimpanzees, especially the chimpanzees, have n of 15. So theirs is G15J times xj to power 16. Now, so if you look at all three n's, what happens is you have 15, you have 19, and you have 28. So even though the non-blacks are supposed to be part of the human family, the difference between their intelligence level of 19 and 15 for the chimpanzees is only 4. Whereas the difference between their level of 19 and our level of 28 is 9. What does that tell you? Their intelligence level is closer to chimpanzees.
Oh man.
That's geometry. It's closer to chimpanzees than us. As a matter of fact, is twice the gap between of intelligence between the non-blacks and the non-blacks. I mean, the non-blacks, black people and non-blacks is twice, more than twice the amount of intelligence gap between the non-blacks and the chimpanzees. Do you understand?
When you say intelligence, you mean the capacity?
Yeah, well, they have more for attributes of animals than they would with us.
Okay. Okay.
They can never understand us then.
Exactly.
That explains so much why when we ever talk certain things we say to the world seems crazy.
That's the basis of the problem. Dahira, are you watching that?
Wow. Yeah.
That's the basis of the problem. That explains Zimmerman's idiocy. No black person will do what was done by them. So Zimmerman is act like a chimpanzee and actually maybe a little lower. You know, he's more like what do you call it? A tiger. Tiger is even lower than the chimpanzees.
So crazy.
Oh yes, it's so dumb. And that we see, because if we were to respond like him, then we will be degenerating. Now the gap between us and chimpanzees is actually 13. That's a very large gap. You understand? From their level to the chimpanzees is only 4. Ours is 13. You understand? And they have the nerve to call us monkeys. That's also an inversion, a project, and a misprojection. Do you understand?
And that capacity you said came from Yale.
Oh, this of course. Well, this was.
Wow.
This is what motivated Yale. This is what motivated Yale for their studies, because they know I have infinite intelligence. My eta, so my n level is infinity. That's why I can explain everything. That's why I'm analyzing Zimmerman for you right now. So once they have actually understood that Oyinbo,
What is that? Was that because that wasn't here?
hello?
Hello?
It was a cell phone.
Okay.
What was that?
Once it was, what is this here?
Oh, that's the same person. It's Jason.
Okay. Yeah, so once they've understood that my n is infinity, that's what forced them to abandon the Jim Crow in terms of the so-called European bias in their experiment. Once that was done, they were able to get a decent result. And what John Glover was doing before in terms of when he was trying to extract the 3/5 or 5/3 from the ratio of 28 to 19. And remember how he told you that if you made the 19 to be 18, and you made the 28 to be 30, you will get a ratio of 5 to 3. Okay, what he was talking about is the reality of Jim Crow doing the experiment. It is not likely that Jim Crow will underestimate their own intelligence. That will make sense. So when they say 19, that's the very best possible situation. It could be 18, like Brother Glover said. Yeah, so therefore that I want you all to understand that. It's very likely he will exaggerate his own IQ and minimize the intelligence of the black people based on the experience, the previous experience, where he was refusing to or inverting the black people's IQ before, calling them 3/5 when in fact it was 5/3. So I want you all people to remember that, because that's a rationality for that dynamics. So what happens is, go ahead.
So is it that when you were talking about the 3/5 originally, did they know it was 5/3 and out of jealousy they switched it to 3/5, or they didn't? They just said 3/5 just for the sake of saying 3/5?
Well, with the figure, that's a good question. With the figures that we have, they knew all along they could not match us on intelligence. And of course they knew that right from day one. I mean, they came to Egypt to learn from our great-grandparents, so they must have definitely known that. Pythagoras learned mathematics from our ancestors, and I have a great-grandfather that was actually bound like the pharaohs. And his name connects us to the pharaohs. And I need to give you that story. So the answer to your question is very likely they knew. Now, the accuracy of whether it was 28 or actual 30, actually they probably knew it was 30 to 18. And so in them doing the experiment, they just have it at 19 to 28. So they lowered it a little bit, okay, and then lowered ours, and then raised theirs. You understand? That's the basis of, because the 5/3 and 3/5 is so close. It's so close to the 28 to 19. Do you understand?
So that's pretty much more than one, because 3/3 is one.
Yeah. No, what we're saying is, if it was 30, if our instead of 28, of 28, ours was actually 8 as of 30, and that was 8 as of 18, it will be exactly a ratio of 5 to 3. That's what we're saying. But that will be like an inversion of what they were slapping on us. So, but again, like I said, when you see a Zimmerman claiming to be associated with Einstein, which is supposed to be, Einstein is supposed to have a high IQ, and then he's killing a life, that means it's a contradiction, because God, who is intelligent, is a creator of life, not a destruction of life, destructor of life. So he contradicts his, what he presented, and that is the reality in terms of what was presented for them was a fraud. So they needed to abandon it by order of God through Etas of Infinity for me in GAGUT. for them to abandon that fraud and come up with something that is closer to reality. And although they say that 28 and 30 is our intelligence level, because mine is infallibly infinity, you know, the underestimation at 28 could be more, you know, more like 100 or in the hundreds. Okay, so but what's important is their relative values are given, you know, which is important, that the black people are far more intelligent compared to non-blacks. That
Let me
is
ask you
what
another
is certified.
question.
Go ahead.
When it comes to GAGUT, according to GAGUT and what you've made of it, how do you explain what modern science this day is talking about with parallel universes? How does that apply to GAGUT, saying that there's more than one universe or more than one us? According to you, what would you say about that when it comes to the GAGUT you created and proved?
Yes. There's no, say, in other words, that is eta sub 19 level of intelligence saying that.
Okay.
Yes. The proof of that is the definition of God is through this, okay? As a matter of fact, we're right in that point.
Okay.
God is eta sub infinity. That's what God is. Now, my intelligence is eta sub infinity. So therefore, my intelligence is a piece of God in me. Just like you have, you know, average for the rest of you is 28 plus or 30 plus. It's a lot more. I know that you've been the hundreds and the thousands actually. But let's use the Jim Crow figures for now. So now, God is eta sub infinity. So God understands in real space-time. Therefore, God is eta sub infinity. That's what God is. Which is, put in words, God is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence. That's the definition of God. This eta sub n, eta sub infinity defines God, which is eta sub infinity is God, which is the one unbounded space-time. The space-time is the xj to power n plus 1. That's a space-time.
So that means we're the only copy of ourselves. There is no other version of us anywhere else according to this equation?
No. Having a version is one thing. You know,
okay.
In other words, that's not okay. What? Okay, I'm dealing with the multiverses and all that. That is rubbish. So that came up in ABU. We had an Indian professor.
Yeah, that was under Hawking. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That is an expression of eta sub 19 intelligence, which is not. You understand? They don't understand what we're talking about here yet. That's why you've been prepared to go and teach them stuff in Harvard and Cambridge.
Thank you so much. Oh my Lord. Oh
yeah,
my
well,
Lord.
I'm not joking. You could begin as a matter of fact. You also organize yourself. As a matter of fact, Harvard is inviting you, and we have something that it's invite you to come and talk to them in a way, because they respond to GAGUT as well. And certainly Oxford needs to hear from you. There are a lot of people waiting to hear from you. So, but the bottom line is, so from this eta sub n, you are able to see fundamental what God is, which is the one unbounded space-time of intelligence that we call the universe, which can't expand. Universe is already uni, that's one. Do you understand?
As in united.
That's right. There's only one. The space has no boundary. See, that's where I'm sorry that you all had to, take such a rubbish.
Oh yeah.
That's rubbish. Space has no boundary. So that's space. There can't be multi. What kind of? I mean, the only concept that kind of, you understand, that could even make some level of sense is if their so-called multiverses are called galaxies. You understand? But the galaxies are one. They're all together. And eta sub n describes all the galaxies.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Eta sub n describes every galaxy. All the galaxies possible. That's how I can see the entire universe, through the eta sub n. You see, if you make n 0, you have the light waves, the light rays from the sun, okay, penetrating the entire solar system. If you make the n to be 1, then you have the solar system and several solar systems and even some galaxies. The more complicated the galaxies get, the higher the n are. And how do you know that? Eta sub 1 represents the solar system. Okay, when n is 1, you have xj to power 1 plus 1, that is 2. If you remember your elementary analytic geometry, you have r squared is equal to x squared plus y squared. That's a circle. That's a circular path for a planet. But it will be an ellipse if the GNJs or G1Js are not all equal. Then you get ellipse or parabola or a circle. Or in that particular case, there will be not a circle. But so that would describe your solar system. You have the planets around the sun. Can you all see that? That's how I see the solar system. My intelligence let me see the solar system with data of 1. Now, when you have n is equal to 2, that's an explanation of a light wave coming from a star negotiating around a heavy star, another smaller star, or a big planet. And what you see is eta sub 2 will show me what it looks like. Einstein's relativity had to struggle with that to actually, that is called the bending of the light waves around a big star. In GAGUT, that's right here. It's extremely straightforward. You make n equal to 2, and you get a light ray coming from a star, either bending around a smaller star or around a big planet. That's called the bending of the wave in the gravitational field. Can you all see that? No, I don't know what that is. Sai, could you get the sense of what I said?
Yes, sir.
That's all. Yep.
Okay. Can you all see that?
Totally beautiful.
Yes. That's what it means to say Igbo has the ultimate intelligence. That's what it means. One of the things that it means. I can see the entire universe. The farthest stars, the farthest galaxies, everything that is created by God is in there. They're fundamental. That's the building block. God has given me all of that. Like I said, Einstein has to struggle to explain the bending of light in general relativity, because Einstein's general relativity is a little subset of eta sub 1. That's what it is. That's why it has difficulty. Einstein didn't have eta sub 2. It only had eta sub 1. And from eta sub 1, he tries to bring together additional assumption in order to get him to be able to see something that is bigger than eta sub 1, because general relativity is based on eta sub 1. That limited him. That's an assumption up front. I didn't need an assumption. That's what it means to say Igbo was ordained by God directly. God directly ordained me with extraordinary privilege on behalf of the black people.
So then GAGUT was it. There isn't anything past that. It's the one. You know, you can't go anywhere past finding GAGUT, pretty much. Is that what you're saying?
That's the exact statement. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Wow.
If you can find anything that's outside GAGUT, you let me know. We'll give you some money. Your next briefing will be for free. There's not anything that's outside GAGUT is not real. That's a fraud. So there's no multiverse here. Those are just multiverse. This is what you need to let Zimmerman know. You need to take this to Missouri. You need to take this to Missouri. You need to take this to Mississippi. Those who are shouting, lynching Anderson, Brother Anderson, and shouting white power. I'm going to show you another piece that you're going to tell them the white power is out of, it comes out, black power is what is called white power. But this is part of your power base. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So don't hold back. Let me hear your questions. You can stop me any moment. Now.
Okay.
So, so eta sub n is how God allows me to see the entire universe. That's eta sub n. Eta sub infinity. So, now let's talk about, so therefore, now that I've given you a sense of how my intelligence is infinity, and how from this fundamental building blocks, which are infinity, I can construct solution to every problem, including every problem that you have, individually and collectively, as a member of the black race family and the entire human family. Now that is what's the real power.
So if you were to put this in like a regular word problem, and you use these variables instead, with the n, the g, small n, the small j, and the x, what exactly would that really look like?
Go over that question again.
If I was this equation, this red equation you put over here, say
Yes.
you were to make a word problem using these same variables in the equal sign,
Yes.
what exactly would that look like? Because like say you were to use applied mathematics with this equation to build something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What exactly would that look like?
Yes. Well, for example, how I use this in building supermaneuverable airplanes. Right? Okay. John, Okay. We're gonna have to flip. Now this is the base. This is the proof of my ultimate intelligence. This is it, yes. In other words, for a brother or a sister that is scared of being labeled a fraud, to deal with Oyibo having ultimate intelligence in terms of infinity, you just have to calm him down and break it down for him gently. Don't get angry with him and say, brother, what's the matter with you? You don't do that. You have to be tolerant. You have to be patient. That's what I'm doing right now, because I know every black person, after going through 2,500 years of hearing rubbish about blackness, it's a total shock to, you know.
PTSD, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, PTSD. Imagine.
So now, but you're looking at it in reality. I just explained something that you never thought you could get an explanation to, just with one end, right?
Yeah.
I just showed you the bending of light waves around a big star, a big planet, a small star, a relative small star. I just explained that. Did you understand it?
Yep.
Okay. Because what happens very far away from the large planet, or the Brother Glover and his colleague, they plotted this many years ago when they were younger. They plotted it and they were amazed. And they couldn't understand many of the things that was going on. And during that time, there was a Harvard professor that was gathering information from the telescopes to construct galaxies, or whatever she was doing. And I was and I was kind of laughing, because I was saying, I can sit down here through a of Ben and I can see every galaxy. Do you understand? And she's depending on telescope to give her information, especially given that for galaxies that way, way, way out, the taking of a picture is going to take light years for, you know, which will affect results in terms of actually give you a wrong, you know, image. But when I see the galaxies, when I see the galaxies from here, it's very precise and exact.
So you're saying with this equation, that same light coming from that telescope, with this equation can be able to bend this light in order to see that galaxy far, far away. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. The bending is all done. Oh yeah, precisely too. Very precisely. Very, very precisely. And like I said, Brother Glover, you know, was having a lot of fun. Actually,
yes,
they could go from in the plots of the
circle to
a circular. Get what you could get into
to a square.
To a square. A circle can be transformed into a square. Using this.
So you're saying that it can even change a person's shape or form?
That's correct.
Wow.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's
the power.
So, Professor, you're saying that basically, like the woman, she was basically using pictures and NASA pictures and all of these things that through then them spending $1 billion on a Hubble Space Telescope, but through the geometry, through God, you're able to see the whole universe through that geometry.
That's correct. Those are unnecessary expenditures. What I can see on the moon, there are many flights to the moon will not be able to see as much as I can see from this formula on the moon. You understand?
What do you see? Simply, what do you see?
Yeah, I see from here the parameters. What I see, I will evaluate the GNJs for the moon. The moons for the air, as I can locate, that's all I need. See, the GNJs determines the parameters for every planet in the solar system. Every planet has their own GNJs, or specifically G1Js. There are some that are very large period, very large periods. Those one will look kind of like a parabola or hyperbola. You understand? They'll look like a hyperbola or parabola. That's what the planets that are very large, like Saturn and all these others. You understand? They will have those will be parabolas and hyperbolas. Now, hyperbolas technically and hyperbola, that's an open-ended conic section. The closed ones are ellipse and a circle, and there are anything in between them. So, so depending on where the planet is located relative to the others, I can evaluate all their G and J's and be able to locate them and their dynamics at any given space-time point. Do you understand? Do you all understand that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So now, and it will be very, very accurate, because see, what is being done when they use a telescope is like what happened with Kepler. And Kepler had to, well, it's not a great example, but anyway, Newton had the GM1 M2 minus FR squared is equal to 0 to determine the universal gravitational law. So he was able to connect the force with the motion. In effect, it becomes force is equal to mass times acceleration, which eventually became the basis of industrial revolution. Now, Kepler was looking for the same expression, but what he found was the planetary motion, in terms of the paths, was able to determine most of the planets go on an ellipse, and so on and so forth. So, but he was able to connect the ellipse to the force. All that falls out of GAGUT. Exactly and precisely.
But he didn't know it was GAGUT then, did he?
Huh?
You said that when Newton calculated the ellipse with GAGUT, I asked if he didn't know if it was GAGUT then, did he?
No. He didn't know anything about GAGUT. He didn't know anything about GAGUT. GAGUT was way above his head. He wished he found GAGUT, but he used a theory. In other words,
not proven yet.
No, well, he used observations to get the sense of it. That is not what GAGUT does. GAGUT does it exactly. And the proof of, part of the proof of that is that when Einstein came around, Einstein kind of felt Newton's formula was simplified because it's based on a theory, an approximation. What I have here is the exact representation. All I need is to determine the exact G and J's by matching data. For that, we need what is called the boundary conditions. These parameters will have to be predicted or actually observed. You observe a couple of those parameters, and then you'll be able to determine exactly where any planet, the trajectory of the planet, and where it is at any given space, any given space time. You can detect it, and you can do it for every solar system. Now, there are some solar systems that don't have n is equal to 1. Every odd n will have some close paths around a star. So, for example, you can go from n is equal to 1 to n is equal to 3. There are some solar systems that have n is equal to 3. Nobody knew that before GAGUT, because there was not a single, even a theory that could formulate it. See, Einstein had enough difficulty formulating n is equal to 1. This point is extremely important. Can you all follow?
Yes.
Can you all follow me? Yes. This point is extremely important. Einstein, when he did the special relativity, he was really dealing with eta sub 0. So he was successful. He was able to come out the E is equal to mc squared and all that. Those are straight line motions. Those are the light waves, light rays. Now, when he moved on to eta sub 1, things became more complicated. If you ever try to read any piece on general relativity, you will know how complicated it is. Has anybody tried to read general relativity before amongst you?
Yeah, I've tried.
How much fun did you have reading it?
Not as fun as GAGUT.
Yeah, well, that is right. We can reproduce the entirety of general relativity by putting, what we will do, we'll make an assumption. Well, we will use the assumption they use, reproduce it. What we'll do if we want to reproduce the general relativity, which is not necessary. The general relativity equation is an attempt to try to get equation Gij, comma j equal to 0. But they didn't know that was possible. Einstein had no clue that was possible. So he started by observing that on previous studies, from Newton and Kepler and all that, that the trajectories of the planets are close to a circle or an ellipse, a spherical kind of thing. In the 2 dimension, they become a circular path. So he generalized equation of a circle in 3 dimensions, which will become a sphere. And then say, okay, if the planets are approximately circular in terms of their trajectories, somehow that will be related to the force that is behind they are being on that path. This point is extremely critical. So actually he used the Riemann geometry, which Professor Gauss literally ordered Riemann to develop. That's why it's named after him, the Riemann geometry. The Riemann geometry, first of all, you see, what we're talking about is how to describe surfaces. When you do geometry, there's something called the Cartesian coordinates. When you do your coordinate geometry and calculus and all that, most of the things that you've seen are what is called orthogonal components like y and x, where y lines are straight lines and the x lines are straight lines, but both of them are orthogonal, means they are 90 degrees to each other. Can you all understand that? Do you understand that?
I love it.
Okay. What happens is a lot of geometries are easier done in that coordinate system because then you have straight lines. You don't have to worry about curvatures. And that was, in effect, the dynamics of most of the geometries in the non-black world. When you want to deal with orthogonal coordinates, you take straight lines because it's easier. You don't have to worry about curvatures. So when you express a problem in that coordinate system, it's much easier to deal with. So what happens is they did that, and in trying to formulate a geometry that could be better understood in curvilinear orthogonal components, that means you have non-straight lines constituting orthogonal coordinates. That's when they found it to be a challenge, which explained why there were not too many geometries that were written in non-straight orthogonal sets of coordinate systems. So, Gauss had developed some of the basis of that in terms of, suppose you have non-orthogonal coordinates, non-straight line coordinate systems. How would the physical geometries or physical equation look like? What would they look like? Obviously, you will be expecting them to be more complicated because the straight line simplifies a lot of things. It lets you throw out a lot of components. Okay, so if you go into non-orthogonal, non-straight line orthogonal systems, you expect a lot of challenges. So when he developed, and he expected he was going to get a lot of challenges from other mathematicians. So what Gauss did was to develop the geometry and refuse to publish it because he wasn't the kind of person that enjoys controversies. Although as a mathematician you can't help but deal with controversies. So anyway, so what happened was, but when he was before he died, he transformed on a son of his friend, I've forgotten the name, actually published a piece on curvilinear orthogonal coordinate system. That is the ones that are not straight lines orthogonal systems. And it was the father, who was a friend of Gauss, was trying to show up that work and try to impress Gauss, and Gauss was very angry because Gauss said he had already developed the same geometry systems, so but refused to publish it because he was afraid people were going to be critical of it because it's extremely difficult. So what happened was, eventually though, before he transformed on, he literally ordered Riemann to develop the curvilinear orthogonal curvilinear coordinate systems. And the first one he chooses is something that is a three-dimension. In other words, in effect, they started with a spherical coordinate system that are orthogonal. So that's where you will have something like eta sub 1. So if you specialize eta sub 1 where G and G1Js are all equal, then that will factor out. Okay, so all you have is xj to power 2, and you're going to sum that to power 2 and all through. Okay, so it will be, if xj becomes y, x, and z, to be y squared, x squared, and then plus z squared. So, but what was done by them, unlike GAGUT, was they actually started with a differential of these quantities. So instead of x squared, they had dx to power squared. That's a delta x squared plus delta y squared plus delta z squared. So it becomes infinitesimal. And when we're dealing with infinitesimal of that kind, in order for you to actually have any stable dynamics, you go into differential already. You go into differential equations already. That's part of the complication. So they started with d tau squared equal to dx squared plus dy squared plus dz squared. In the process, and like I said, for you to make any sense of the differentials in that form, you must find a rate of change. A rate of change, or rate, a rate of change of how they compare in terms of, so you divide through by some differential. You can divide through by a product of their differentials, and they begin to fall out and so on and so forth. And then they become simplified. But even in the simplified situation, you're going to have a ratio of the differentials to powers. They'll be non-linear. Do you understand? They become non-linear right from the beginning. Do you understand? That is the horror now. That's the beginning of their problem. So the problem now is starting out being a non-linear equation. The GAGUT equation is a linear equation. That's the beauty of it. So you're starting a differential. First of all, you talk about a differential equation, but it's non-linear right from the beginning. And non-linear equations are known to have very few chance of getting a general solution. That is the concept. So at the end of the day, you are in a mess. So you could reproduce their results from, their convolution, things that are totally unnecessary from this equation. In effect, because these are solutions to the practical problems, the eta sub n are solutions, the reason they're able to get any sense out of their convoluted, highly nonlinear equation dynamics is they're starting from there. They didn't know that. They didn't know that they didn't know GAGUT solutions, because they were dealing with the differentials that kind of mimic the solution, but they were non-linear. They were not going to be much of a help. You're going to be understanding that in the next classes. You have to understand. This is the higher geometry, but this
Professor,
is where
did they make that mistake because they didn't really know that they didn't start from a mathematical basis, even though they did start with differentials? Or why did they make that mistake right there?
Yeah, because their math level is inferior compared to the blessing from God to the black people. That's why they didn't know how else to deal with it. That's part of the dynamic. That's why Göttingen presented GAGUT as the ultimate mathematics.
And GAGUT is purely geometrical, right?
Oh, because all it says is everything comes out of invariant. It's the neatest, it's the most elegant equation ever presented. That's why Professor Lutyens, wrote literally a poem about it. Professor, that he was named to Albert Einstein, and that he was actually one of my professors. You understand? And when you recommended me for Nobel Prize, he says he's thrilled that Oyibo was the first to solve the problem that intrigued Einstein and challenged Einstein and other luminaries of science. And what amazed her more than anything else, like according to her, was that it was proven or discovered in an elegant manner. It was found, it is elegant. Elegance means in mathematics that it is correct and simple. That's what elegance is. It's correct. It's not only correct and very largely correct in terms of it's extremely big, but it's also correct, perfectly correct. That's how you know that one, it came from God, and two, that it's a special blessing from God. That's what it means. You understand? In other words, think about it. For somebody to have a revelation of the understanding of everything, but that understanding is perfectly correct. That don't, in the human experience, that don't go together. Either you have a very small knowledge that is correct, or a very reasonably large knowledge that is approximate.
They can see the
Can you see the Rensselaer letter?
Can you all see the letter from Professor Lutyens from Rensselaer Polytechnic?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, expand it so you can read it for them.
Okay. To read the letter from the beginning,
Let them see. Okay.
you can see it's dated April 23rd, 2001. Dear Professor Annual, I'm delighted to write to support your nomination of Dr. Gabriel Oyibo for the Nobel Prize in Physics. My acquaintance with Gabriel Oyibo began in the late 70s when he was a graduate student at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, or RPI. He took a complex variables course that I taught and received the grade of A. In this class of talented students, he was outstanding for his creativity as evidenced by his innovative solutions and his discovery and exploration of unexpected interdisciplinary relationships and applications. These features continue to be characteristic of his career activities. Of the thousands of students I have encountered in decades of teaching, he was clearly the most creative. At RPI, he worked for 4 years in NASA/AFOSR sponsored research and very effectively taught several courses. It was easy for faculty members to predict that Dr. Oyibo would have an illustrious scientific career. We could not have predicted the extent and depth of many significant contributions he has made to mathematical physics, mathematics, fluid dynamics, and aeronautics. Just a second. Okay. He introduced the concept of affine transformations into the fields of aeronautics and aeroelasticity, which is of theoretical importance to researchers and of practical importance to aircraft and aerospace companies around the world. He serves as the consultant to half dozen such companies. He developed a new hodograph technique for determining two-dimensional unsteady flow and three-dimensional flow, yielding a new analytical and wing design tool. He developed new group theory methods in mathematics and applied them to obtain exact closed-form solutions of the full Navier-Stokes equations and the Reynolds average equations for turbulence, equations that have previously resisted such solutions. He compiled the findings and published them in a research monograph titled, quote, New Group Theory for Mathematical Physics, Gas Dynamics and Turbulence. Using the newly developed group theory methods, he generalized and formulated the unified field theory, described in his article and more fully in his recent book, Grand Unified Theorem. Now the second part is coming up now. Let me expand it so you can see it. The most exciting contribution to me personal, excuse me. Sorry about that. This mouse pad is not the best. Just bear with me, people. I'm sorry about this. Just bear with me. There's a slight trouble with the... Right? The most exciting contribution to me personally is Dr. Oyibo's formulation of Einstein's unified field theory, or, quote, the theory of everything. He has presented a lecture, quote, a generalized mathematical proof of Einstein's theory using a new group theory, in March of 1995 at a symposium he had organized at RPI as a tribute to Professor George Handelman, and it was published in the proceedings of the symposium that Dr. Oyibo edited. Having met Albert Einstein and having co-authored reports about him, one of which was presented at the Handelman Symposium and published in its proceedings, I am thrilled that Gabriel Oyibo was the first to complete the task that intrigued and challenged Einstein and many other luminaries in science. Moreover, he did so in a mathematically elegant manner. Professor Oyibo's contributions are extremely important, both theoretically and practically. They place him in the ranks of world-class scientists. He is eminently qualified for the Nobel Prize in Physics. Granting of this well-deserved honor to Dr. Oyibo will be celebrated at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute and throughout the academic and scientific worlds. Sincerely, Edith H. Lutyens, Professor of Mathematics and Adjunct Professor of Cognitive Science, Emeterat.
Did you all see that?
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to God and the black race and everybody else. Now, this is a brilliant professor, extremely brilliant professor. Now, the subject, okay. Now, so you've seen the part he said about, the key word there is, moreover, he did so in terms of formulating it in a mathematically elegant manner. That's really one of the things I want you to see there. What was done before GAGUT, there's nothing that even comes close That's why she has to emphasize that. And in many ways, the stuff with G2J is similar. Okay? And I'd like to get into that, before you all go. But this letter is not only important for, in other words, it's a theorem. But the theorem comes out in a mathematically elegant manner. Do you understand?
Do you all understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, when you're starting out, okay, so what I was saying before, okay, now, second point I want us to show is, now that with regard to the Gij, comma j equal to 0. This is the equation forever. They can't add to it, you can't subtract from it. That's also what is frustrating. But for you, there's nothing to worry about. You are part of the system, you share my genes, so it's your continuity. Do you understand? The others will feel, well, part of that is what is going on right now in terms of, gee, the black people didn't allow us any more room to compete at all. We've been put out of business. Now, part of how the response to that was the Clay Mathematics Institute. Because this letter was written
In April 2001.
2001. That is, Clay was only 1 year old then. Okay, actually, maybe less than 1 year old. Well, about 1 year old then. They responded in the spirit. In other words, what God did through me was to find an approximate solution equation for the unified field theorem, in which, like a theory, that would have been enough accomplishment. That's what Einstein was looking for. Because Einstein did not have any level of elegance that is even close to this one. That is what's amazing. It's hard for me to explain to you, folks. It is simply overwhelming. It's not easy to digest. Like I was telling you, if you had a small knowledge that is accurate, hey, you pat yourself in the back and people pat you in the back and say, gee, that's brilliant. Or you have a fairly sizable knowledge that's approximate, depending on the approximation level, you will get recognition. Do you understand? But when you have not just a large body of knowledge that comes out perfectly, but you have the totality of knowledge coming out perfectly. Can you all comprehend that?
Can you all comprehend that what Professor Evo just said?
Yes, we can.
You have the totality of intelligence, and it's very neat. It's very, very neat in there. There's no question I can't answer in the fundamental sense. If you give me the boundary condition, I can determine everything else. Right? That there's enough in there for the thing to be determined. But those are details. That's not a considered problem, because if all you need is to fine tune, that's a different thing. You have the main body already is there. Okay? So now there's another comment. So therefore, the unified, that's the Gij, comma j equal to 0, was formulated in a mathematically elegant manner. That's even an understatement. Is the ultimate elegance, because you can't get simpler than what you have. It's not possible to get it simpler, and thereby made it more elegant. Okay, relativity was a lot more complicated, and yet it only dealt with a very little part of gravity, and even that they cannot find all the solutions. The solutions they're able to find are extremely few for gravity. Therefore, general relativity is an approximation. The only real exact description of gravity, if you isolate gravity, is eta sub 1. and it could vary depending on what the solar system looks like. But whatever form they look like, you can vary the n and gets it exactly. There's nothing outside, what you have here. Now, so the biggest equation, the totality of equation, was revealed in the mathematical elegant manner. Now, the other comment is I like John to go back to the first page where she made a comment about the course I took with her. Now, okay, read that part over the way. Say he took.
My acquaintance with Gabriel began in the late 1970s when he was a graduate student at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, or RPI. He took a complex variables course that I taught and received the grade of A. In this class of talented students, he was outstanding for his creativity.
Okay. I just want to stop there. Say he took a complex variables course that I taught and received a grade of A. Now, that relates with the Riemann hypothesis, because Riemann hypothesis is a complex variable subject as complex variables. So what he's saying here is kind of supporting the Riemann hypothesis, because Riemann hypothesis is within this broad subject of complex variables. So when I took a course of complex variables with her, you understand. And obviously it must have been a total shock to her because I was the only black person, if I remember correctly, in the class. And she's one of those professors that was very stingy with giving an A. So that's a testimony from a long time ago. And she remembered. So people who are looking at the Riemann hypothesis, there's a background that is consistent with being able to analyze in her testimony here. I didn't just take a regular math, it's a complex variables course. So I want you all to note that. Now, let's go back now to eta sub n. Any questions on this letter? Most of them are on the website anyway. Okay? I'm going slow so you can all absorb this, because if I rush you, I'm going to lose you all. Okay? But ask your questions. Very important. Okay, now that's where all this came from. This is eta sub n is the building block for constructing every reality. So we're going to now move to try to go into Riemann hypothesis. This is the expression for intelligence that you use in solving problems. Now, all you need to solve a problem is to identify the n that deals with every problem solution has a building block that's determined by n. So, for example, with the Riemann hypothesis, the n for constructing the solution is 0. That's eta sub n. So, GAGUT has already determined that for me in the 90s, in 1990, because these solutions existed since then. So when we said the Riemann hypothesis has been solved since 1990, it was solved on arrival of this expression here that says I have ultimate intelligence. It forced Yale to use this formula to determine intelligence of human race members, from where they determined their own intelligence level to be 19 and ours to be 28, on the basis that mine is infinite. Now, so if my intelligence is infinite, that automatically says I can construct the solution to Riemann hypothesis. And it begins by choosing the proper n. The proper n is 0. So all I need mathematically, in terms of rigorous mathematics, first of all, this rigorous mathematics said I've solved every problem because I've proven this is the building block or the solution to every problem. So that has been proven mathematically already. Therefore, as far as real mathematicians goes, there's no problem that is unsolved anymore with the arrival of this. As in, if you have ultimate intelligence, there's no problem that you can't solve. That's the whole idea of intelligence. Intelligence is created to solve problem with. So if you have ultimate intelligence, geometric, there cannot be any problem you have not already, you can't solve. So, and if you provided the building block, the fundamental solutions to all problems, then there is no such a thing as an unsolved problem anymore. It's only because it's a matter of details. You cannot go and delineate every possible problem. For example, if you have solved 2 plus 1 is equal to 3, you don't have to put an answer to 2 plus 3 equal to 5 before people know, especially if you lay out a formula that parallels that, you understand. In other words, for example, you could say to determine what's the answer for 2 plus 3 equal to, or prove that it's equal to 5, you will lay out what they call it, an analog that says, okay, 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 is you count the addition number symbol says count, you adding 2 numbers, count 1 on the fingers on one hand and count 2 on the fingers. If you started with the left hand, you count the finger, the second number on the fingers of the right hand. So the addition says you'll be counting both of those sets of numbers together. So therefore, I say 1, 2 on the left, and I say 1 on the right. So I say, okay, addition says I should be counting them together. Bring the 2 hands together and count both together. So how I do that is to count starting from the left and say 1, 2, 3. That's the answer. So I will say, therefore, if you want to get the correct answer for the 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, I will do the same thing. Now, if you lay that analog down and say, okay, that's how you do the answer. That is a mathematical solution. It means you have demonstrated, you provided the solutions to every similar operation. Therefore, your lay that out is automatic solution to every addition problem. If the question calls for how you add 2 numbers together, you don't need to provide every answer to every individual such additions before it is recognized that you've solved the problem already. That's the mathematical dynamics. You just need to put a general solution, and the dynamics of how you use that general solution to compute any new one. So that's the algebra part of it. So therefore, that is what eta sub n looks like. Eta sub n says this determines the techniques by which you construct every reality, not just the techniques, the geometry and the exact geometric expressions for how you generate every reality. You just need to, see in the complex variable, how do I know eta is eta sub 0? It's n is equal to 0 because it's a linear space. Complex variable is a linear space. Okay? And the power of the xj is 0. I'm sorry, it's 1. So therefore, If it's 1, the power is 1, then n must be 0. That's how I determine n. So therefore, I go there and then try to construct the actual solution to Riemann hypothesis. So those become details. But all I needed to do was identify the n is equal to 0, which is automatic. I don't even need to make a statement. It's obvious. Because when you say it's a complex variable problem, it's automatic the n is equal to 0. Every mathematician will know that. And since there's a generic formula, eta of n, you just made n 0 and you have your fundamental building block to construct the hypothesis. I want you to all ask me questions with regards to that. Okay. Any questions? By definition, complex variables is n is equal to 0. That's by definition. So every problem in complex variables can be constructed using eta of 0. That's a mathematical solution from GAGUT. That's part of the elegance. It takes away the need to scratch one's head and worry about what equations do you need to use. And if you come up with that equation, how do you solve it? It takes all that away. That's what this is about. So, now we're going to go, but before we go into the Riemann hypothesis, the nitty-gritty of constructing the actual solution, I like to say that the purpose of showing the Riemann hypothesis is that because you've been ordered along with every creature to prepare to live forever, it means that your mind has to be operating at a very high end, high intelligence level, very high. So we have to help you break the shackles of Jim Crow. The inversion of 5/3 to 3/5 had to be thrown away forever. And since the surrender came from KKK, you know that that's a God order. You just need to let KKK know now that you have accepted their surrender and accepted your superiority that God created you to be. But now you have to live your life as a race of superior people. And your demeanor and your awe is what is going to change. You now have to walk on the surface of the earth as a member of a race of geniuses. No more like a 3/5 of a person. You have to live your life as a 5/3 plus. Okay, 5/3 plus. Now that is going to be a challenge, and we're here to help you do that. That's why I'm giving you some of these things. You're not expected to understand but 1% of all I'm showing you today, because you need the rest of your infinite years of life to understand the rest. So don't feel bad if you're not understanding everything. So it's enough for us to establish, one, that God created us to live forever, and that Jim Crow, in planning that your life should end at 29 years old, has been ended. And they have surrendered on that very clearly from Yale University. So that no longer applies. So why are they still lynching black people? Is because you have not accepted the surrender from Jim Crow. You must make that acceptance. One of the things that you need in terms of make that acceptance is to recognize not only the GAGUT comma j equal to 0, but for you to recognize, you have to understand it. Also recognize the eta sub n if you want to just hang on to the Jim Crow figures, in as much as they present us as being superior, you could pretend you are 8 as of 28. You are a lot more than 8 as of 20. Let's say mine is infinite. So you are between 8 as of 28 and infinity. So there's a lot of room there, but you must wake up because you're also dealing with indoctrination that has gone on for 2,500 years. So you have to overcome that as well. You've been rusty, so hey, but you have a lot of godly things to look forward to. So what happens is, I'm going to go, and John, I'm going to need your help here. Okay, I'm not, well, before, okay, so one of the main reasons for Riemann hypothesis, to, as I said earlier, to convince you that God has given us intelligence to be able to sustain a life forever. In my case, you can see my n is infinity. In my n is infinity, I have enough intelligence to live forever. In addition, because mine is infinity, like I'm doing right now, I've been ordered by God to help you get back to yourself again and begin to live a real life of a member of a race of geniuses. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So yours can go high enough to get you working on living for a very, very long time, for forever. And I'm here to assist you do that. So now, intelligence is therefore the basis of longevity. It's hard to live a long life without intelligence. The plant has a slightly different manner. But for us humans, because of the mobility dynamics, intelligence becomes critical. A plant, a sequoia tree, could have a thunder strike them, or some wind that blows them apart. Okay, but by being static, they're minimizing accidents, or especially fatal accidents also. A number of dynamics. But either way, intelligence is the answer to the dynamics of how one can live long or live longer. So since we have been blessed by God through me that we have infinite intelligence available to us, so it becomes one of each one teach many. And that is one of the names of the program that we do here, we use here. Each one teach many. I'm here to teach all of you. Okay? And also that the essence of infinity is the real money. That's my worth. I'm the richest person because I have the highest intelligence. It may not be the Jim Crow currency, but I can translate it into Jim currency anytime. Although Jim Crow never really pays his bills, but it can be done. So that's how you must see yourself, so that you don't talk about being poor anymore. This is the mental. So therefore, first you have to know that it is possible to live forever, certainly for a very long time, beyond anything that you can imagine right now. And the first target will be the sequoia, between 1,000 and 2,000 years old. We're going to back on that. And let me tell you that just getting involved in GAGUT alone makes living a long life a lot of fun. Anytime you're involved doing something that's worthwhile, it makes your life more worth living. One of the reasons that people, just succumb to death is having a false sense of worthlessness. It's a false sense. We feel worthless. This now tells you you are the most precious. I am black. And like Professor James Brown said, damn proud to be black. I mean, that's the evidence of that. When you have infinite intelligence, why in the world would I want to change to something else so as to get something less than infinite intelligence? So blackness is associated with genius. That's where everybody likes to be. People are going to be getting a lot of tan to, and get afro. They're going to find a technological way to develop afro. Believe you.
Professor, I have a question.
Yes.
I know you said now modesty is a fraud. Now with this equation and with us having it, can we be conceited? Can we be selfish? Is that okay for us to do that and boast and brag?
Yeah, modesty is a fraud. That is correct. Because see, that's what they're trying to push you to all go into. For you to be shy about Oyibo being blessed with ultimate intelligence. That's why I'm drilling you right now. That's why I'm getting very, very fundamental. And it's part of a lifesaver. Because the only thing that protects your life is the truth. The truth. The truth shows you the path a car is running on. And by saying that truth, you are able to devise another path to avoid colliding with the car. And like my uncle, who have been, remembered today, if he had noticed the snake, he would have avoided the snake. It is not realizing the snake was around him that allowed the snake to bite him. So it's lack of not knowing. Okay? Now, there's no room for modesty. You can't say you're going to be modest by trying to step on a snake. That will be a fraud and a deadly fraud. That's not the truth. The truth is a rational person will stay away from a snake if they are aware of the snake. Modesty is like not being aware. It's ignorance in terms of modesty. But modesty is also a manipulation of Jim Crow to conning you into helping him steal your identity. He switches the 5 and put it in the bottom, take it from the top and put it in the bottom and put your 3 on the top. And say, hey, in the name of modesty, take this. This is you. That is his own projection on you. That's why modesty is not good. And say, oh yeah, yes, I'll take 3/5. And they say, gee, man, you are very modest. And he'll pat you on the back and he has stolen your identity. And from then on, you're going to be suffering. You're going to be so frustrated, and eventually you won't care for your life anymore. Therefore, modesty is not only a fraud, it is deadly. It's anti-God. It's a devil language that forces you into evil that eventually will end your life. Although God loves us so much that has protected us from that so-called modesty. Jim Crow was so much into that nonsense of modesty for black people that they went and wrote an epitaph, claimed Professor Washington Carver, put on his grave that he neither cared for money or fame. That's a fraud. That's supposed to be modesty. That's a very serious fraud. Absolute fraud. So he's saying even though he didn't have direct grandchildren, he has grandnieces and grand cousins. How would anybody that knows they're going to be transforming on not be interested in saving money for the next generation? Does that sound human? Nobody. Maybe you personally may not care for money, but you have relatives that will always come to you and beg for. They need money for surgery. They need money for food, and you don't want to be in a position and say you can't give them money. So there's nobody, no real person that would say they don't care for money. That's not real. Okay, that's a fraud, but it's supposed to be done in the so-called name of modesty. That GAGUT has busted. Okay, GAGUT has busted that because that's a lie. Yes, that is not true. That's not real. So now, so that's one bad sign of modesty. But more importantly, you understand, somebody asks you 2 + 1 - 3 equal what? And you say because you like to be modest, that means you're trying to play dumb. That's what you've been doing all your life for the last 2,500 years. So therefore you say 2 + 1 - 3 is equal to 9 because you want to be modest. This is extremely serious because that's what has been going on for the last 2,500 years. Although it was more sophisticated than it looks on the surface. Because there's a dynamics. Today, the foreigners are in Africa and they use in divide and conquer and any number of misinformation to try to confuse our people. And it happens here as well. The whole dynamics of Willie Lynch and all the other stuff. But now, when you were retreating in Egypt 2,500 years ago, you were retreating when the naked, dumb Greeks on area, the non-blacks came on your shores with violence and rubbish and terrorism. You look into them, and as I've given in another show, I said the comparison is, rather than trying to say black people were so-called conquered, it was a situation like a father or a mother versus a 2-year-old who happened to grab a gun and threatened to blow the brains of the father or the mother out, unless they did what he ordered. For example, that they should be calling him master. A 2-year-old is demanding the father to call him master. Okay? Otherwise, they'll blow their brains out. So rather than try to struggle with the baby, the parent decided to call him master. And so he felt good and everything until he slept and the gun was taken away from him. And then when he woke up, he was told he's the son, not master. He's the baby. He was told that. That's what we're telling the non-blacks right now. They are the babies. We are the parents with the high IQ. That's what was presented in Yale. The baby has the 19 IQ, 8 out of 19, and the parents have, because theirs have not been developed yet, and the adults have the 8 out of 28. That's according to their figure. Mine, of course, is infinite because the evidence is right here. And let me tell you something. If you're unable to understand mine as being infinite, it means you do not understand this formula. That's why you need to ask questions. It has nothing to do with, but like I said, we've thrown out modesty already. There's no way you should never revisit modesty ever again. It is forbidden, just like the word slavery is forbidden. Nobody should use the word slavery because that's a laughable stuff. So anyway, so when we're retreating from Kemet and going back to Ethiopia and West Africa and East Africa and the Congo and South Africa, we called ourselves the name Gala. That's what we called ourselves, Gala, the Gala people. Okay? Now, today, 75% of the Ethiopian population are known as Gala people. As a matter of fact, Ethiopia was once called the Gala land. Gala land. And they moved from there and they spread all over Africa. Some arrived in Nigeria, and covered the entire country of Nigeria. And Ghana is Gala. The Galas are called sometimes Fula. Fula are also Gala people. And the actual meaning of Gala is derived from this experience of actually retreating from the Greeks and the non-blacks on our shores who are coming to take lives. As we were retreating, we called ourselves Gala. And the meaning of Gala as we were retreating is to tell them they should make no mistake. First of all, we're not going to surrender. They're going to, Brother Glover is going to pull it off. Can you see the screen right now?
Yes.
Can you all see the screen?
Yes,
Can
we
you
can
see the screen? Okay. You see where the highlight is? This is from Wikipedia. Okay, page from Wikipedia. And I've told other people, Wikipedia is like clay math. They hate GAGUT. They have nothing on GAGUT on Wikipedia. That automatically renders them a fraud, very clearly. However, once in a while they present some data here and there. This is from that, and I use them so you know that what you have here is an understatement of the truth. Okay? So whatever you have here is the bare minimum. It is richer than what you really hear in reality. So over here, in terms of Gala, the story of the Gala, you see that paragraph, the highlight, can you see that?
The blue part, the part that's highlighted in blue.
Can you see the part that's highlighted with the blue?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see the highlighted blue.
Okay. Now, it says, in the first decades of 19th century, 3 Oromo monarchies, that's one of the names that we call today in Egypt, in Habasha. It's also called Habasha, but in Ethiopia, Oromo monarchies, that is Enaya, Goma, and Goma. Okay? We have similar names in Nigeria. Okay? Now, rose to prominence. The collective area was known as, can you all see that? Can you see where it says the collective areas was known as the Gala land?
You all see that highlighted?
Yes.
Yes, we.
Okay, that's our name, Gala land. Gala means a people that are free forever, invincible people. That's what Gala means. Do you understand?
You understand?
Do you all understand?
Yes.
So there are Galas in Ghana, there are Galas in Cameroon, the Galas in Angola, the land of the Gala people in Angola. The language of the Congo is Lingala, language of the Gala people. Like I said, Fula is another version of Gala. That's of Fulani and all that. For many years, we were confused in Nigeria because people were wondering if Hausa was a language or a name of an ethnic group. Well, the actual original name is Gala. You know, so the language Hausa is a language that, you know, a large number of our collectives speak. So it's more of a language than the description of a ethnicity. Every one of us will be Gala. That's the original name. Okay, so, and therefore that's why Ethiopia was called, like you see here, it says Gala land. As a matter of fact, this the middle belt, the southern part of the north in Nigeria, there's a, he understood the Gala land. That's where I was born, the Gala land. And one of my great grandfathers' name was Ogala. And in Borno and Adamawa, there's Ngala. And people bear the name, especially in Adama, Ngala. And the Cameroons and other parts of, Africa and the South Carolina, the Galas and the Gitches. That's here in America. So you can see a trail from Egypt. We picked up the name, retreating from Jim Crow, the babies, in order to go and reestablish in the heart of Africa, and then come back to talk to the babies later on. That's where we are right now. We're talking to the babies now. And they hear in that communication through the Yale, where KKK surrendered to the black people and say, yes, master. What happened in Yale is KKK calling you master. But you haven't heard it yet to respond, yes, boys. Do you understand?
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you need to take your greeting properly. Brother Michael Brown was greeted. What's the name of his assassinated one?
Darren Wilson.
Darren Wilson said to him, master, but he didn't understand because he hadn't engaged GAGUT. So because he did not respond and say, yes, boy, he shot him and killed him. The same thing with Trevor Martin. Trevor Martin, if he was wearing the GAGUT shirt that identifies him as master, Zimmerman would have been calling him master. And Barry would have said, what would you like me to do, master? This is what's happening. So you're going to communicate what you're listening right now and seeing the proof of with every brother and every sister that you encounter. You're going to go to the so-called black colleges to tell them to stop pretending they are special ed material. No school should call themselves a black school unless they're teaching GAGUT, the GAGUT development. And you all have the power to make that dynamics happen. Because that is what energizes the Zimmermans. You can't be going to a special ed or some kind of Jim Crow curriculum school. The only curriculum you should be teaching is GAGUT. Because it contains every knowledge. Exactly, infallibly. You have no business going to read any other trash. But you see here, this is from Wikipedia. And perhaps John can scroll so you can see that this is a Wikipedia page. Wikipedia knows our original name was Gala. The so-called Robo people. And that's, we're going to order that our name be changed to Gala. Because that pretend, because first of all, it has a real meaning. The meaning of Gala is invincible. A people that cannot be ever defeated. That's how the people of South Carolina felt. That's what we told the people in Egypt when we returned. We told the Greeks, you can't defeat us. It's impossible. The only way anything that can look like that is if we're pretending or if we're reading from a script. That's the only way. Because the only way we could be conquered by anyone is if it's possible to conquer God, because our IQ is only second to that of the Creator. Do you all understand that?
Yes. You understand that, people?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So now let's get back down to the. Okay. So we're now going to. No. So therefore, we've settled that intelligence is the lifesaver. We have to leave the title of the briefing, the life-saving and Riemann hypothesis. So what we'll accomplish today is to established that intelligence is the basis of longevity? Have we basically done that in terms of how do you approach living a long time? That is through intelligence. Intelligence will tell you what you should do and what you should not do. In addition, we're going to tell you that part of the dynamics of living a longer life, you need to understand the GIJ for a human body. That gives a human body in its complete sense, meaning anatomy and physiology in one shot. Because there's a GIJ for that. And how do you construct that? It's using eta sub n. Now you can go back to eta sub n itself. Yeah. Did you lose anyone?
The hero.
Oh.
It's not okay. It's up now.
Okay. So, therefore, the eta sub n then gives us the dynamics of how we go about living a long time. So, how do we live a long life? Okay. The first thing is to protect life. We have to save our lives. We save our lives in part by returning to who we are. If you begin with eta sub 28, you have to begin living a life of eta sub 28. Your intelligence level is 28. That means that you're going to wear your GAGUT shirt that identifies that you have recognized who you are. That will protect your life a great deal. That's what it did to John Glover. It will do the same thing for you. So that's part of your life saving, that you begin to wear GAGUT shirt. It will also protect you in a school setting. It will protect you against special ed. Because any school board that understands that you are from the genius race automatically, that your race was blessed with the GIJ, comma J equal to 0, will have a very hard time trying to put you in a special ed. So special ed kills your spirit. And once your spirit is killed, your body can't last very long. So therefore, returning to be yourself as a genius is the biggest step towards protecting life. So that's what we hope to accomplish today. That you now accept you are a genius. On the average, your intelligence is eta sub 28 plus. So that gives you enough confidence to know that you can solve a lot of problems. And in terms of the action item, all of you are going to be drinking distilled water. That's a theorem that comes out of intelligence. Okay?
Professor, I've been drinking distilled water for the last 5 years since I got it from you. But what I want to know is how did you find it out?
Okay, go by the question again.
No, I said ever since I've listened to your lecture and you stated that you needed to drink distilled water, and I've been using it, and it's cured a lot of my diseases and different things that I've used for. But I want to know, how did you ever find it out?
Okay, that's a good question. First of all, Brother Sai, I want you to share with your colleagues what you just said. They need to hear that.
Could you please repeat it?
And get Brother Dairu's attention.
Do you hear? Are you on with us now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Listen
Please
to Brother
this point.
Sai Hearn. Is going to tell his experience with distilled water. Sai, please go ahead. What
All
you
right,
just said before.
first of all, I work with preschoolers, little children, and so as you know, if you go to any doctor's office and you're sick, they'll tell you where do you work, and if you stay around children, they'll say that's the wrong profession because children get sick, and so basically, every year, I'll come down with the flu, or I'll come down with some type of cold that I got from a child. And I don't take any medicine anymore, and I don't take any flu shots or anything. What I do is I just I fast, and this is all coming from the professor that I got. What I do is I stop eating, and then after I stop eating, I just drink distilled water, and I drink gallons and gallons and gallons of distilled water, sometime up to 6 hours or 8 hours of just drinking that water. And then what happens is after 6 hours or wherever I can't last any longer, I'll eat something, and then in the morning, when I wake up, I'm half better, way half better, without any medicine, and and then it only takes me maybe about a day or two more of doing the same thing, and then I'm almost cured. Where my other colleagues, they have to go to the hospital. That one colleague, she had to leave work for 2 weeks, and the whole nine. So basically, the distilled water is able to cure me, and the distilled water I drink out of a glass bottle every day, and anytime my stomach is upset from whatever I eat, I just drink a little water, and it just goes right away. So the distilled water is definitely has been a healthy thing for me, and it has brought me a lot of great health, and I'm glad for that.
Brother Dahiru, are you hearing his story? Dahiru.
I get it from a refinery. Yes, Kaduna.
Okay, did you hear what Brother Sai Hearn just said?
Yes, sir. Very correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, you're going to organize people to go to President Buhari. And if you need Brother Sai Hearn on the phone to help you verify the story, he will be available.
Okay.
Of course, I'm John Glover and those who are attending the briefing today.
Okay.
Because
and
it's part of the G2j dynamic.
To Professor Dambu too and Professor Isa, because
Yes.
it's them that is going to take the message to Mr. President.
Okay, go over that again, Dairu.
I said this is the message to Professor Dambo and Professor Isa, because it's them that have direct contact to Mr. President.
Yes. Okay. Therefore, this message has to, and they should take you along, because you represent a very important voting bloc for electing the president. That is important. So they should see you as being very critical person for the presidency. Okay? So, but you should ask them to invite you to come along with them sometimes, so you can go and pass on, because they need to get, in other words, you just heard Brother Sai Hearn, after he'd gotten information on the distilled water and he has been drinking it, and what he's saying is he has literally stopped taking any medication for any health condition since he has been on distilled water. Brother Sai Hearn, is that a good approximation of what you said?
I can't remember the last time I took any medication for any illness.
Okay. Now
Since,
that is
since
like
distilled water.
Do you hear that, Dahiru?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So distilled water And the other brothers and sisters that are there on the broadcast, please, I want to know if you're hearing what Brother Sai is presenting. Is anybody that is hearing it?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Please, if you hear it, please, I want you to identify yourself that you heard what Brother Sai Hearn said with regards to distilled water.
So even now, I have distilled water here with me because
Good.
I get it from KRC. The
Okay.
broadcast that we did, I have been using it.
Okay.
Even now, I have
Let
it.
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Dahiru.
Okay, sir.
Can you? I know Professor Isa Daura probably knows El Rufai, Governor El Rufai. Do you have another way by which you could go and see Governor El Rufai?
No, it's only to Professor Isa. If he's available, I call his number, but it's not going through. And later I call, he say, I know Professor Oibo call you today. You have a conference with him. I say, exactly. I have a conference that you have to join it. He said, okay, he's going to try and join, but I didn't see him online.
You see, you have to explain to them that just like you heard Sai Hearn saying, what President Buhari needs to do is to commission the Nigerian refineries to start producing large volumes of distilled water for distribution for the general public. Because what I had told Sai Hearn is, once you're on distilled water, you're not going to need medications. John Glover has had more than 9 years, actually 10 years or so straight. Not only was no need for medications, in terms of not being sick, praise God, you always knock on wood, but he hasn't had any need for medication at all, because the real medication is distilled water. And Sai Hearn had just, so therefore, but you see, the Jim Crow that is perpetrating fraud in the black people, the people from Flint, Michigan, is a brother from Michigan. Is he there? I'd like to hear from Smith, because I asked you to tell him that we're going to be discussing Flint, Michigan.
Yes, I'm here. I'm near Flint. I'm in the Detroit area, not far from Flint.
Okay.
That's good. Just 1 second.
The God order is that you are supposed to be drinking only distilled water.
Do you drink distilled water, sir? Have you heard of distilled water?
Yes, I do drink distilled water. I also drink alkaline water, which brings me up to the question, what would you consider the difference between the two, distilled water and alkaline water?
The difference is...
Wait, is everyone listening? Because this is very important. The question he asked is a very good question, because a lot of the things we're talking about in terms of what they do with us as a people is they dump water that's not necessarily the good or even harmful on the black community, and most of the time they don't justify even the basis behind it. So we're going to deal with the question you're asked. We want to make sure everyone's listening at this point. Is everyone listening?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right.
You sure? Can you? I want to be sure everybody's listening.
We want to make sure everyone's listening. Can we make sure that... Sir?
I like to really know that everybody's listening. This point is extremely critical. Dairo is listening, and
Yes,
I like
Mr. Bryant, Mr. Smith.
Oh, where's Mr. Brian?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. What's your situation with distilled water? Are you drinking distilled water, Mr. Brian?
Do you drink distilled water, Mr. Bryant?
Oh yes, as a matter, I drink sort of like one of the other guests. I drink distilled and alkaline.
Okay. I'm going to do that's two people now that have indicated this. How much of each do you drink? Which one do you drink more of?
I drink more alkaline than distilled.
Okay, we're going to deal with that. That's two.
Okay,
that's two
what
people.
about you, Jimmy or Jason? Do you drink distilled water?
I drink both. I drink spring water and distilled water.
Which one do you drink more of?
The distilled.
The distilled?
Yes.
Okay. And any more questions?
What about you, Mr. Charles? Are you there? Mr. Charles, are you there?
Yeah, I drink purified water.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Cy Hearn is identified that he only drinks distilled water. What's your state of health like? I mean, you don't have to go in details. Is any one of you on any medication right now?
None for me.
Okay. What about, is that Mr. Bryant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't have any, you have no medication right now. Okay. What about?
I'm taking medication. This is Zariq. I'm on medications, but I use the distilled and alkaline water to offset them, and it seems like I always get better drinking the water, or it makes me feel better than what the medications do.
Okay. Who? That was who? That was who was that spoke? Mr. Smith?
Yes, on the Smith line, Zariq Kasatunde.
Oh yeah, Astunde. Okay. Now, and then Brother Jimmy.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you taking any medication currently?
No.
Good. Now, what is happening? Of course, Brother Sai, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Brother Sai Hearn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you can see what's happening there. Sai Hearn does not take any medication right now. And like he said, he cannot remember when he took medication last. We say the same thing here. As a matter of fact, personally, since God ordered me to announce it. Dairo, by the way, Dairo. Okay, are you taking any medicine right now?
No, sir. But
Could you speak up? We couldn't hear you, sir.
Well.
Okay, you're not taking any medication right now.
Any medication? Yes. Yeah. I'm not taking any medication, but I take this distilled water as my drinking water now.
Right. Okay, now this point is very critical. I thank you for your answers. I'm very delighted. Now, what's happening is this is extremely fundamental. John Glover has spent 10 years literally in perfect health on distilled water. Right, John?
That is correct.
Okay. 10 solid years. Sai, can you give us a sense of how long you've been on the distilled water?
I've been on distilled water maybe about 5-6 years.
Okay. So roughly, he's saying he's been literally, he has not needed any medication for 5 years that he's been on distilled water. These are facts. Before John Glover was asked to get on the distilled water, he was, you know, I don't know, you know, he took medications. But once he got on the distilled water, he didn't need medications anymore. Let me tell you why that is the case.
Everyone's listening now, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. What happens is this. Medications by the law of the government are produced using distilled water. Did you all know that?
No.
No, sir.
Repeat that again, please.
Okay. Yes, the medications, the pills and the tablets and all that are they use distilled water in producing them.
Oh no.
Distilled water is what is used. So the benefit you're getting from medication can be attributed to the fact of their use in distilled water. That is one dynamics. That's one thing that you must know. And second, of course, according to the results here now, you heard Brother Hearn and you heard John Glover. John Glover has done 10 years. And Brother Hearn has done 5-6 years. Guess what my number is? As soon as God ordered me to tell the world to stop drinking every other water but distilled water, I got on the distilled water, which was 1999. Since 1999, I have not swallowed any pill from anyone. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
That is 17 years. Of course, John Glover is a witness. 17 years, I have not swallowed any medication. That's what distilled water does. Did you all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, so we're glad that most of you are already conscious about distilled water. We need to take you now to higher grounds. Why is distilled water a gagotical choice of water for humans to drink? The primary reason is the cleanest water possible.
Is everyone listening to that?
It is the cleanest water possible by every human.
Is everyone listening to this point? Because it's important.
How
Did you all hear that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We hear.
Distilled water is the cleanest water possible.
How come?
Just like you're not going to settle for mud water. Is anybody like to drink a filtered mud water?
Never have.
Would you like to drink it?
No.
Is there anybody that is interested in drinking a very filtered water?
No.
No, sir.
No. Okay. Now that is how you know distilled water is the best water. So you do not like to drink filthy water, dirty water, because instinctively you know the dirt is going to harm your health. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
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 Therefore, the further away, the cleaner the water, the healthier you're expecting the water to be. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Therefore,
Yes.
the best water, therefore, or the healthiest water, therefore, will be distilled water. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. That's why is the water that the only water you should be drinking. Did that convince everyone?
So that's why the doctors use it then.
Or if not, ask questions.
Yes. Did we convince everyone?
Yes, sir.
Praise God.
But now we have to deal with the problem of alkaline and the spring water. Because you may think there's a good waters, but we're going to deal with that point now.
Okay?
Yeah, I have
So
a question
therefore, the
about
question is, well, what about the alkaline? Number one, it's one thing if you were the ones making money on alkaline. And Brother Smith, you're going to take this to Detroit. You find a brother who is the highest in the government in Detroit and tell them, I ask you to tell him to make provisions for every black person in Detroit and every of the city there to stop drinking city water and be only drinking distilled water. And that goes for all of you, including Dahiru and Jimmy and Smith and Charles and Brother Brian, of course, and Hearn, of course. You're gonna all stop drinking city water. Tell them that is a message from God. You're going to be drinking distilled water, and you're going to go into the business of producing distilled water. John Glover has a machine for distillation of water. We could technically and use a solar power.
John, I want that machine.
What?
Okay.
What did you say?
At this point, how much that machine will cost?
I said, John, I want that machine.
How much that machine will cost?
See, you're
Yes.
popular. We're going to deal with that. We're going to deal with that.
Right. John, you already know. John, I want that machine.
Okay, we're going to deal. No, that's no problem. It's available. So what happens is, but we got to start from somewhere.
We want to know how much cost it will cost.
Yes. Well, but that's why we need access to Professor Buhari, President Buhari. President Buhari has, and you can see the brothers from here wants to talk to President Buhari as well. And for over here, we need to narrow down our leaders, the brothers and sisters in the CBC need to be approached. Congressional Black Caucus. Otherwise, those of you who are coming to in the briefing today start running for office. You understand? That's the way to go. Brian, you can run for office any day. You understand? And Sahern and Dairu, Smith, Jimmy, you can go into the office and make the necessary change. No black person should be drinking any. And
Zara as well.
Zeri. Okay. Zeri, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Zeri? Okay. Now you're going to run for office as well. If we have to do that in order to make the change, you're going to be GAGUT candidates. So is Dahiru. Dahiru is going to be GAGUT candidate for presidency if President of Buhari is not doing what he's supposed to do. Do you understand? You voted for him because he's going to be representing you. Did he get caught up?
You hear?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so now. Oh, he's there. He's there. Okay. Now, do you understand? We can't make the change if we're being misrepresented. Certainly, Flint, Michigan, no black person should be drinking the city water there. Never mind Obama drinking the water and say safe. You understand me?
Does everyone though understand the real problem behind the alkaline water?
We're going to get into the alkaline water. Let me have Brother Glover give you a sense of the so-called alkaline thing.
It's important to understand when we talk about water that you get pure H2O, not water with additives. Any water that's not distilled is a water with an additive. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. When you drink water, you're supposed to be drinking water that's pure H2O. You understand that? So when you drink or you have water, you're supposed to have pure H2O, nothing else added to it. The problem is when you get to alkaline water, they have added things into the water, and spring water, and forget it, tap water, all have very harmful additives that the body does not need. Alkaline water has a fancy name, but they add all kinds of things to it. And alkaline water can be soda. You've all had soda, colas, right?
Yeah.
Those are what they call carbonated waters. They're water, but there are things added into it, which is the basis of why they're so popular in terms of cola. But the problem is they are not good for your health. Alkaline water is basically just that, like a soda or carbonated water. And since it has things in the water that is not supposed to be drunk through the water, it ultimately damages your organs. What GAGUT has determined is that the water that you put into your body is what protects the organs as your body continues to grow and live. You have, in order for those organs to be maintained at the best possible way, you have to have the best water in those systems.
I have a question about that.
Well, sure. Just 1 second. What's your question?
Okay. My question is this: when you mentioned the alkaline water, how does that refer to like alkaloids? Like how we learned that like fruits, some fruits and vegetables that have alkaloids, they have that same alka in it that's supposed to electrify you. What's so different between alkaloids and alkaline water as to health?
Well, that's what I'm trying to let you know in terms of the water is not supposed to have any of those alkaloids or alkalines.
Okay.
The difference between those isn't so much the real point as it is the water. See, you're supposed to drink water, which is pure H2O. Alkaline water is not pure water because there are things, like you said, alkaline materials in the water, which are not part of the water. And when you consume that, that's not pure H2O. That's water with something in it. It's like, for example, when you have a car, you put a certain fluid material in it to run, which is gasoline. The car runs off of pure gasoline. It doesn't run off of gasoline with some sand or gasoline with some sugar or some additive that didn't belong in the gas.
So the sand will kind of stop it, pretty much.
Yes. It may not stop it right away. It's another danger. Just because it didn't... slow it down. Yes, and it ultimately was destroyed. So that's one of the things that has to be kept in mind. In addition, maybe you have something in the gasoline that you think the car needs. For example, a car needs gas. A car also will need engine oil. But that doesn't mean you mix the engine oil with the gas just because the car requires both to run efficiently. Do you all understand what I'm saying?
So pretty much the analogy is that if the car wasn't engineered to take water, I mean gasoline added with something else, then it won't be able to work fully with that extra additive, like we said with sand, pretty much.
Yes.
Okay.
Or even if it's something that the car needs, just because it needs it doesn't mean it has to go in through the form of through the gas. That's why I was bringing up the engine oil. The engine oil is something the car needs, but you don't add it in with the gas, because if you put it in that form with the gas, it will mess up the car too. Even though the car needs it, it doesn't go through that form. The analogy is simply when your body requires H2O, it requires pure H2O. It does not require H2O with metals or materials in it that's not supposed to be gotten through the water.
You got muted.
You got muted, yeah. Oh.
Hey, John, you got muted.
I was saying that, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes. What I was saying is that the food is where you're supposed to get your minerals from, not your water. The water is supposed to be pure H2O because that's what the organs need to stay alive. It's the food where you're supposed to get your minerals from. That's the biggest thing that has to be understood in light of GAGUT, in terms of when they tell you alkaline water, oh, you need all these things that are in the water for your body. It's not supposed to come through the water. It's supposed to come through the food. That's what we're trying to get you to understand in terms of the danger of alkaline water, in terms of alkaline water is not pure H2O. It is H2O with additives. And those additives are dangerous in the form that it is in the water.
Yeah, that was the point that convinced me.
Yes.
I know that the professor was able to say, that spring water and water comes from a basin, and that water has minerals in it, which are rocks. And he was saying that if you want to drink spring water, then you might as well drink rocks, because that's what spring water has in it. It has those rocks. And so when he was telling me that your food already has your minerals, and then that it's the leftover phlegm from the food that needs to be cleansed out, that's that leftover that gets you sick. So if you're using impure water, you're not cleansing it out, so you're basically just keeping yourself sick. Rather, but when you're using the cleanest water, you're able to cleanse that leftover phlegm out, and then your
John, I have another question about that.
But very good explanation, Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn. Go ahead.
I have another question about that. What about, say, when you get a water and then you put it inside one of those purifiers? When it comes to health, according to the water going through those purifiers, what would that mean then? Would that still be as healthy as distilled water, or what would that mean?
No, it is not.
Okay.
You see, the distilling process goes through any number of those, but ultimately it is the most scientifically precise way to get impurities out is the distilling. Because what happens is the water is boiled and it becomes steam. And because the various impurities have different melting or boiling points, the water turns out to have, one at any particular temperature, another 100 degrees, and it becomes steam and it leaves these poisons behind. So what you're doing is you're recovering that pure water. That's the purest form of water that you can have. By cooling it, in another container. That's the best a human can do in terms of purifying water. It's a purified water, but it's the best purification process. Can you understand that?
Yeah.
So the one that doesn't use the steaming of it, see, first of all, when you boil it, you kill germs. That's one thing. The heat kills germs. And let me tell you, the heat you understand, the heat is in a class by itself in terms of protecting life. The heat is extremely important. Okay? So when something goes, that's one of the reasons why we cook food. Some people advocate raw food and so on and so forth. No. There are germs that need to be killed. And when you boil the water, you kill a lot of germs. That's number one. And because the other regular, the metals and all that, their boiling temperature is way, 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 way higher than, you understand, than the water. So the water will boil up first. So what is left is going to be those residues of the poison. So therefore, the boiling process of distilling, is the best, most accurate way to get the impurities out, which is why the distilled water is the cleanest water. The key word is cleansing. Let me tell you also that along the line of cleansing, as Brother Glover has indicated to you see, when you have um, when you have alkaline water, question you're going to ask yourself is, suppose you are using alkaline water to clean something, okay? And as compared to distilled water, which one do you think is going to clean the entity first? Say, even the clothing.
Distilled?
Distilled water will clean best. So, a big primary use of water is for cleansing. If the water is so muddled up, you put in a dirty clothes and nothing will happen to the dirty clothes. The clothes will stay dirty. And especially that you need to rinse it. You're going to need the cleanest water to rinse it. You have to clean something with something that is clean in itself. You don't try to clean something with something that is dirty. That is the geometry, that's the gagotmatics of it.
All these years they've been using the wrong water. Wow.
That's correct. You got taken by advertisement. That's what Jim Crow does best. That's what Jim Crow does best. Jim Crow, yes. And it tells you to be modest, so you accept price from him. That's being modesty. The modest. That's what, yeah.
But when it comes to oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. So when it comes to like a terrible event like Flint or any other situation where you can get distilled water into your house, like say if you have a washing machine connected to your house, how exactly would I get that same distilled water to flow into my house through the pipes? How would that work out?
Well, first of all, the pipe has its own problem in terms of the type, pipe, unless it's a well-designed pipe. One of the problems in the city water is some of the pipes are, they break down and they have lead and all these other things that go into the water. Now, the reason, what I said earlier is not a joke.
Yeah.
They are actually trying to force our IQ to the fraud of 3/5 by forcing black people to drink the lead water. Lead water lowers your IQ. Therefore, this is a very serious issue.
Known to create ADHD too, I believe.
Huh?
I think I heard somewhere that the lead within those pipes were also known to help cause ADHD as well.
That's correct.
And also sometimes illness.
And mental illness, of course.
And mental illness, yeah.
It lowers your IQ. That is in itself a form of mental illness. So therefore, this is not a joke at all. So now we will assist every black community and others too to acquire distilled water, because that is something that God used me to announce to the world. Before I announced it, there was not a single human being on the planet that was drinking distilled water. Did you all know that?
Yeah, I didn't drink it.
So you're talking to the see, God created.
I have another question about the water.
Huh?
I have another question about the water. Now, say when you have plants and you wanna make a garden or plant plants, the difference when using distilled water as to any other water into the plant health, what would that be? What would that be according to GAGUT? Like say you water plants with distilled water as to watering plants with say purified water.
Well,
what would you say for that?
Okay, that's a good question. That's a good question, but that helps you now into refining the dynamics. Technically, the distilled water will do better, but the plant, for example, like Brother Glover said, we do not need to get our minerals and vitamins through the water. Okay, that's why there's a division between hunger and thirst. Do you understand?
You all understand that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hunger
Obviously.
is for vitamin. Yeah, you can see hunger as being for vitamins and minerals.
Yep.
That's what hunger is. And thirst is for H2O. That's how you need to see it. That's gagotical. Can you understand that?
Yeah.
So God defined that, and there are even vocabularies that proves that. If God wanted you to have everything in one combination, there won't be two vocabularies for hunger and thirst. Can you see that?
Yes.
Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the process of reawakening yourself up from back to where you used to be. See, once you've seen something make sense to you, and you see the gagotmatics of it, the gagotical nature of it, then there's no more question. You're going to just go and do what is right. You understand? There was nowhere on the planet before God ordained me to make the announcement to the world where any human was drinking distilled water. The only use of distilled water was to mix drugs and produce drugs with, and for batteries. That's the only thing distilled water was used. Now, Sihern asked me a question. How did that come? Of course, I think I gave you part of the answer already, and John helped me with it also. The reason you drink distilled water is because it's the cleanest water. It's the closest water to the H2O, which is what God used in creating us. Over 70% of our entire human system is distilled water. That is H2O. Did you all know that?
So distilled is the most natural of all the other waters. Okay.
Yes, that's what God used in creating us. In other words, we're mostly water. In other words.
Yeah.
So that means that, see, the dynamics of being healthy involves you. See, when God created us, when we come into this world, God created us perfect. We come into the world perfect, or at least most of us come into the world perfect. Now, there are always complications in pregnancy, and the mother, going to drugs and all that. That wasn't God's fault. You understand me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Most of us are lucky and will come out with a mother that is healthy and able. Some of them will come out with a constitution. Our bodies will be over 70% distilled water. And you're healthy at that space time. Hearn, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, 70% of the entire body is H2O. That's what God created us with. It is not 70% alkaline water. It's not 70% purified water.
Not 70% spring water.
It's not 70% spring water. And certainly it's not
Water either.
It's not
filtered or tap water.
It's definitely not 70% of tap water or filtered water. People used to think by drinking beer it's a substitute for water. That's wrong. Even though certainly it does have some level. That's not how God wants it. You understand? So you must allocate 70% of your food intake or your nutrition, your intake of every day to be about 70%. Therefore, when Sai says he drinks lots of water, what the other than the minerals and the vitamins are supposed to be roughly 30%, and every other thing, including the what do you call it? There's a term they use for the iron and all these other essential minerals, but they're very small amount. Trace minerals or trace minerals. Okay. They are very important, very critical. For example, blood is 80%. I hope you can listen and make some notes. Blood is 83% distilled water. or H2O. So that means 17% is left for iron, sodium, potassium, and every others. Only 17% for all of those combined. Do you understand?
Mm.
The power of iron, however, is that the blood itself gets its coloration from iron. You understand? Has anybody ever understood why the color of the blood is red?
No.
Have you ever seen in any textbook an analysis of the color of the blood for you?
No.
Never.
That's right. In GAGUT, we have the exact answer. That answer is the blood. The blood gets its color from iron. And then you say, well, how come iron is not red? Yeah, but iron gets red when it is oxidized.
Oxidized, yeah, I heard about that. It was normally blue, I think.
That's right. That's
Gabriel,
right.
let me ask you another question about the
Black?
distilled
Black.
water.
Okay.
Yes.
So say,
Yes.
you know how some researchers say under ice, they say like under Antarctica, they say that there's a lake under Antarctica, and from that type of water under that ice, they say it's supposed to be natural water. Would you regard that as distilled water as opposed to ocean water? How would you answer that?
No. Okay. None of those waters. See, again, that is the dynamics of Jim Crow. They want to make, they always like to put some kind of advantage on their side. In other words, anywhere where, see, the key thing here is that you are now going to be productive. That's part of the lifesaver. You are the most productive species of human beings because you are the most intelligent. Is there any doubt after this presentation that you belong to the most intelligent race now? Does anybody have any doubt? Does anybody of you, any one of you, have any doubt that the black race is the most intelligent race?
There's no professor at any elite college that has this information right now on the planet. No, none of them.
Let me ask another question, Professor.
Combined. All
Go ahead.
What about what was I gonna say? So what is a natural, aside from within us, a natural source of distilled water? Where naturally in this world would I find a natural source of distilled water?
Well, first of all, you don't need it. Okay, you don't need it anyway. It's like saying natural food. Yes, they're nice fruits and everything else. But even fruit, some of them can carry germs. The dynamics of germs that are available, in the space, open space, the risk of having germs forces one to have a situation where you must cook something before you eat it. So the same thing with the water. So therefore, the distilling of the water through the boiling process is the best way to get distilled water. Nature.
So you gotta heat it.
Nature has, in light of Jim Crow, the huge pollution and everything else, has actually polluted nature. That's one thing. Number two, even when the nature is nice and clean, there's no such thing. See, the whole idea of additional reason for what do you call it, mineral water or the spring water. Yes, you understand. See, the plants process the minerals better than we can because they are in constant contact, a very close contact with the minerals. Do you understand? Their whole life depends on getting minerals directly from the the ground. So their system is able to process it. Processing here simply means break it down. Do you understand? That is in the realm of eta sub n also. You're breaking it down, that's eta sub 0. You're breaking it down so light that it's easy to digest.
So pretty much light, meaning the most basic. Do you mean that's what you mean as light, the most basic?
That's correct. The one that is lightest in terms of its density.
Oh, it's density? Okay.
Yes, because see, we don't have, see, for example, just because like we need iron, would you just go and take a piece of iron and chew and try to chew? First of all, that's if you're lucky if your teeth doesn't break up.
Yeah.
So you can't chew iron and say, gee, that's the way I get iron. But potatoes and the African yams and the Jamaican yams process iron knife.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah.
They even the black sweet potatoes from Georgia and all, they process iron very nicely. Break it down to the level where your body will have no problem
digesting
it.
So pretty much when you talk about the water, you mean, and you said the density, you mean like when we were talking about the oil earlier, you said the oil couldn't take the car couldn't take the oil with the sand because the sand made the oil heavier. But if it was the sand off, it would be lighter. That's the analogy as to with the distilled water being lighter than spring water. That's what you mean.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And distilled water is the lightest out of all of them, pretty much.
And therefore the cleanest.
Okay.
You don't need any heavy object in it. You said you don't need the particles of stones or in your bloodstream. That cannot be allowed in the brains.
Because it would clog the blood if it wasn't as light, pretty much.
That's the kind of thing you get in a spring water and whatever alkaline water is all there. Now, one of the things they push with the alkaline water is that it helps you balance your alkali and all the other stuff. Okay, there are a lot of nice food that help you do that. First of all, if you minimize fat, you will be already accomplishing that. Okay, and if you know good fats and so on, so in your food, you understand, you need to use oil, but you have to make sure that it's healthy oil and the amount has to be certain. You can't overdo it. Another thing is you got to minimize sugar. Yes, that's a tough one. Okay, sugar, you got to understand the body, your body is a GIJ. We have a GIJ for the entire body. Okay? And it's a flow field. Do you understand? It's a flow field where the blood that carries the nutrients circulate around your body. It carries the nutrients, the blood. The blood is 83% distilled water, as in H2O, and it is, it's got iron. Now, the oxidation of iron is what gives the blood the color. Just like yes, that's only comes from GAGUT. Only GAGUT was able to decode that. There's no, what I'm telling you now does not exist in any textbook. Well, if it did, it's said that the government got it from GAGUT. That's decoded. That's what high intelligence means. Something that was never existed. In other words, if you put a pot, an iron pot, over a heat, after a while it begins to glow. Now what happens is, when you get in oxygen in your system, the blood has to have oxygen. So that oxygen that goes into the blood oxidizes the iron in the blood. And it turns the color of a glowing of the bottom of the pot. It's still an iron pot. That's where. Go ahead.
Some people, because I'm not in any way attacking what you've already done, because of course you proved it. But some people from some news stories I've seen have claimed that alkaline water had some kind of a healing effect to them. Now, of course, I've never ever tried alkaline water, so I wouldn't know. But some of these people have claimed that this alkaline water has healed them. With that being said, how would you explain what happened with them, with how they had their effects with alkaline water as to distilled water?
Yes. Okay. There are a lot of claims.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
See, what I'm showing to you is gagutical. That means it's like somebody telling you what I prove to you is like 2 + 1 is equal to 3.
And you know it's 3. It's not
You know?
like yeah.
So
Okay.
it's if a Jim Crow Harvard professor comes around and he brags about Harvard and say, yeah, man, you understand?
Did you get it?
You say, listen,
I'm starting to understand it. Yeah.
I come from Harvard and I'm a professor at Harvard and everything. Okay. So you tell him, well, 2 + 1 is equal to 1. He says 5.
So that's a theory, but you're saying this is a theorem, pretty much with this water.
This one comes from God. What I'm telling you comes from God.
Okay.
And what you hear it comes from Jim Crow, and Jim Crow has 8 as of 19. So what you need to tell him now is,
you gotta go to 28.
You are the one. You've been ordered by God through Oyibo to understand that you are the teacher.
Is this also in the book? Because this is interesting.
Are you getting the drift of what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Now you're going to tell everybody, you're going to wear your GAGUT shirt. You're going to tell everybody you are a race of teachers and professors. And the word slave can never be used for you. Do you understand?
Professor.
Yes.
I think it was one thing that has been omitted, and that's how you proved to me, how you showed the video of how the distilled water was able to cure Ebola in Nigeria last year.
Absolutely. There was a doctor, and we've lost a lot of people. So this point is extremely important. Extremely important. Okay? And I know we are kind of overrunning the time, and I may have to give you a little bit of extra time, and or perhaps have some of you come back, because this point is extremely critical. You're not going to come out of GAGUT class and be sick. You understand? This is lifesaver dynamics, meaning you're going to go on from now on and stay healthy forever. That's the purpose of the GAGUT Lifesaving and Riemann hypothesis. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And the thing that makes it possible for you to be healthy is the GIJ. That's the God order.
Oh, by the way, we have another person involved. It's sir?
Yes.
Can you introduce yourself? Yes, can you say hello? We have another guest on, sir. Could you introduce yourself?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Thomas Fuller.
Okay, he's going to be joining in with us in the briefing. Can everyone say hello to Mr. Fuller?
What's up, man?
How's everyone doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Yes.
How you doing, Brother Fuller?
Each other?
Yes. We're going to be having a ball. Mr. Fuller, you're welcome. How are you?
Great. How are you doing, Dr. Oyibo?
God is the greatest. I'm glad you managed to come up, because we were waiting for you.
Yes. Well, sorry I'm late, but I'm here now.
That's good. We have brothers from as far as Africa on this. Dahiru, is there?
Yes, Hero, you're there, right? The Hero, can you hear us?
Yes.
Dahiru, can you hear us? Yes. Well,
Dahiru is being, that's a long day, and he's all the way from Africa. So, but anyway, we have people all the way from Africa. Well, okay, so anyway, Mr. Fuller, you are welcome and everything, but we're going to, what we're dealing with right now is the lifesaver briefing in terms of how God has ordered you back to be yourself again. In the process, you have been ordered, you've been ordered to now begin a life of living at least 2,000 years. You begin with 1,000 and move your way up to 2,000 and forever. Mr. Fuller, that's what this briefing is about. You understand?
Yes.
Does that sound unrealistic to you?
Well, you know, I know that they say that truth is stranger than fiction, so, you know, I have an open mind to learn things because, you know, I understand that's the time we're in.
Okay. What happens is this. Have you ever heard about the sequoia tree?
Yeah, the longest living tree, yeah.
Okay.
I believe.
Now, Mr. Fuller, you've heard of a sequoia tree since you come from that area where the trees are most popular.
Yes, yes.
Okay. That's a form of life. They're supposed to be inferior. Those are plants. They're inferior to humans. You understand?
Okay.
They live as long as over 1,000, 2,000 years. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
We are superior. God created us to be superior because we have intelligence. Therefore, if sequoia can live for 2,000 or 1,000 plus, we can live for that, you know, for 1,000 and more. That is the basis. So, you know, even though it sounds crazy, that's because we have been operating without a lot of facts up until this point. Do you understand? GAGUT, however, is the totality of all the facts. That's what I've been going on with the others, you know, since morning. GAGUT is the totality of the truth. Every truth is in here. That's God's way of saying, now that I've given you all the facts, you have no business planning to drop dead anytime soon. That's the God order. You see, you got to understand the way GAGUT presents it is like this. Wherever there is intelligence, that's where there's life. Wherever there is ignorance, is where you find death and sickness and hell. You ever wonder why God's residence is heaven and hell is the residence of the devil? The difference is God is the totality of intelligence and the devil is the totality of ignorance.
Explains so much.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely. So therefore, intelligence, which is GAGUT, is associated with life and heaven and God. That's the home of God. God never dies because God is the totality of intelligence. Death, however, is devil. Ignorance is the basis of death. Because for a disease to even get into your system, it has to happen without you being aware of it. It's you're not know the disease. If you know where the disease is, you will run away from the disease. So therefore, lack of knowing or lack of intelligence is the basis of problems and sickness and death. So when God has revealed the totality of intelligence to me, that means humanity now has no excuse to die as we were dying before, to get sick as we were getting sick before.
Oh, you I have a question about what you just said.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I have a question about the life you said. How long, based on GAGUT, okay, how long can people really live?
Okay.
Based on what you're saying and what you can eat and drink and live life and exercise or anything like that. How long can we really live?
You can live for, if you can overcome your own shock and everything, you can live forever. But you said like no, I'm not kidding. You see, I'm not kidding. This is why there's a briefing. This is a life-saving briefing.
I have to get this book. I gotta get this book.
Do you understand me? You can live forever. I am in heaven. Don't you understand?
Oh, yeah.
I have the totality of intelligence. That's where the formula shows. I've been going over that with any of you guys. To anybody that doesn't understand, this is not modesty. I'm not here to teach you modesty.
I'm teaching truth.
That's all I'm here to do. See, modesty, like I was telling you before, is like saying 2 plus 1 is equal to 5. That's modesty.
It's like you're trying to be nice about it.
That's right.
Yeah, I agree.
That is not God's language. God didn't create the universe with that kind of modesty. God has no modesty.
He was precise.
Extraordinarily precise, exactly like it is in God. Exactly like it is in GAGUT. Let me also tell you something that is even harsher. You see, we just went over. Mr. Brother Fuller hasn't heard yet, but we're going to get him extended time so he can understand that. Now you all know that your intelligence, as confirmed by KKK, is eta sub 28 compared to Jim Crow and the non-blacks of having eta sub 19. The level of intelligence for the black people is the highest of any race. That's official. That's the official position of the United States government since 1997, 7 years after GAGUT came into this world. The world has changed, brothers and sisters.
Professor, when it comes, this is another question based on the aging process in GAGUT. So pretty much say if you are about 70 or 80 years old.
Yes.
And you said that you can live this long. What about the youth process? Like say, I mean, based on GAGUT, if you're 80 years old, is it possible to have the body and the youth of an 18-year-old?
Absolutely. Yes, you can.
Wow.
The reason you know that is true is that people, not everybody age the same way. You notice that, right? You see, because if what you were expecting to be the reality, which is, it's all because of ignorance. They didn't have GIJ before 1990. Now GIJ is here. What I'm talking to is the God's language. I'm a God's messenger. I'm speaking God's language, which is 2 plus 1 is equal to 3. GIJ, comma J. See, the only reason 2 plus 1 is equal to 3 is because it comes out of GAGUT. It has a GIJ, which is 2 plus 1 minus 3 is equal to 0. That's the invariant. And if you take a change of that 0, it's also 0. That's GIJ, comma J equal to 0. That's the language of God. It also says GIJ, comma J equal to 0. It says God does not change. God doesn't die. Death is classified in GAGUT as a transformation. That is a form of change. God doesn't change. God, you understand me? God stays alive forever. That is what God has asked us to do now.
So pretty much,
go ahead.
So if the sequoia trees can live that long and the planets can live that long, then pretty much people can also live that long, since we're all beings of life.
That's right. We can live far longer than that. So we're going to, so in other words, my grandmother lived to be 125 years old. Unfortunately, my uncle, who we are remembering today, only lived for 60 years. That's because he got bitten by the snake, poison snake. Okay. So he only lived to less than half of his own mother's age. Okay? And of course, with Jim Crow roaming around like Zimmerman, I'm giving you a message for Zimmerman, right? Those of you are going to, if you can connect with Fuller, tell him the message. You got to show him the formula. You got to wear the GAGUT shirt. And Zimmerman would understand who you are. And you don't even need to play his own game before you convince him you are his superior. Do you understand? And he should have a lot of offer. We are calling you master. Zimmerman should be calling you a master. He's fooling around. Yes? Go ahead.
So say if somebody, this is kind of going back to the old age question again, but say if an old person, right, like you said, your grandmother lived up to 125. There's some pictures of old people. There's some like I saw a picture of this 80-year-old person who is black that's also been exercising a lot and has the body of somebody that's young. Since you found the equation for that, how would you say naturally you can apply GAGUT in order to have youth body again, even if you're going to be 90 years old? How would you do something like that?
Yes, you're going to stay on GAGUTical diet, which is 70% of your intake of food every day must be 70% of your total consumption. Must be distilled water. That's a condition. Distilled water is
distilled water. This blood is distilled water.
Yeah, distilled water. Okay. Yeah. Like you heard Brother Sai, talking about how he does it. He has stopped taking medication for 5 years because he uses distilled water as a substitute for the medication.
And it's because he knew that they use distilled water to make medicine, so it'd be a waste paying for the medicine because you already have the free distilled water.
That's absolutely correct. See, in that way, you're going to cut out any of those Tuskegee experiments. Do you understand? You understand? And of course, Pula was telling them that under no circumstances, you're going to do me a favor and you're going to organize the brothers and sisters. This is you understand? The briefing that you're getting is literal for free, but that is because you're going to get an assignment. You understand? And I know most of you will know it is free because you know how much the GAGUT books cost on the Amazon.com, right?
Oh yeah, like 600, 700, yeah.
No, that's an old figure. $1,625, $1,626 a copy of the book. Do you understand? Because it has the word of God, the proven truth. Would you have ever imagined that somebody would ever tell you that a black man wrote a mathematics book that will even be sold on Amazon.com, you understand, and to say that a math book written by a black man is the most expensive book in mathematics ever written? Would you have ever believed that?
I wouldn't have known what to think, but I'd be optimistic.
It's not very likely that you would have. It's not likely. It's not likely because there are no other black books on Amazon.com in mathematics. That's how you know that's the answer to that. But today, from University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, that is digitizing GAGUT books, okay, to Harvard that has 2 libraries in Harvard, with copies of the same, more than 1 copy of the same book. Do you understand? And okay, so there's a whole lot of things that are happening. I have to flash some of the things so you can get a sense of what we're talking about. But I'd like you to begin the path of living forever.
Oh,
You're going to be living forever. Now, your skin, yes, everybody is concerned about the skin in terms of sagginess and all this other stuff. You understand? Okay, by the way, my grandmother, I can tell you, I can give you a testimony with regards to my grandmother. Okay? Now, when I met her, she must have been close to 100 already. Okay? My mother was the very last child she ever had, and she must have had my mother at 70 years old, believe me. Okay? It's an extraordinary situation here. She was about 100 years old, and I visited her, and she cooked me some jollof rice. Do you understand? It was the best rice I ever tasted. I can tell you, she was even better than my mother's. Do you understand me? At 100 years old. Do you understand? And actually, she didn't die of any sickness. In effect, she really transformed on because she was lonely. Because, yes, is that Harvard? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Okay. You understand? So, she went to sleep and then she didn't wake up. That's how she died at 125 years old. So, now, but also I remember her skin. Well, she was a model. She kind of reminded me of, there's a sister there. I don't know if she's still alive. You know, she was a singer, an actress. Okay. Oh God, Lena Horne. Your generation familiar with Lena Horne?
Yeah, I know Lena Horne.
The first Halle Berry.
Hell, you go. Is she still alive?
I think she transformed.
I think she transformed. Okay, I'm sorry. But you know, she didn't age. Did y'all remember her? She didn't have wrinkles. She didn't have wrinkles in her system. Okay?
Yeah, black don't crack.
Okay, so therefore, but the bottom line for that is, gagotically, if you take in the 70% distilled water and the rest in terms of your vitamins and the minerals within that proportion, your skin is going to stay nice and healthy forever.
Same as skeletal muscle?
Yes. Oh yeah. There's nothing. See, you got to understand something. It's about material content. I know they pass fraud onto black people.
So much.
About the reason why you needed a certain food, except you have to buy it from somebody else. And they say it's because the soil doesn't have any more minerals. That's a fraud. Don't ever listen to that kind of story. That's an insult on your intelligence. You understand? For you to have a human being, you have a minimum level of constitution that you need to satisfy before you define to be a human being. The same thing with a tomato or potato. They have a chemical constitution in terms of their fructogen content. So if you don't have that, you won't come out as looking like a potato. It's defined by your material and spiritual content. That's the dynamics of things. So when they tell you this, because of the soil, you have to go and consume supplements and all that. That's poison. That's non-blacks fraudulent advertisement. It's the dynamics of how you get into a corner. Okay? And then the next thing, you begin to get sick. You understand? Yes, you need organic material, but you can produce organic material. You don't need anybody. So the God order says you got to take control of your life. Taking control of your life means that you have to produce most of what you need. You got to return back to being productive. Productivity requires you to be intelligent. And since you have been infallibly defined as being the most intelligent race as a result of God ordaining me with the ultimate intelligence, status of infinity, infallibly. Now you have no excuse for not producing your cars. You have no excuse for not producing your airplanes. Do you all know that you're supposed to be in the business of producing airplanes? Who did I say was the father of rocket science? Do you all remember who I said?
Andrew J. Beard.
That's right. He's a black man, darker than most of us. A black man. That's number one. Number two, he did not have a Jim Crow education. He didn't have what is called a formal education. He used his black mind to conceive the rocket science. That's evidence of blackness. Now, let me also tell you about Carver. Carver did the black magic of producing 325 different products from peanut alone. Peanuts. And I decoded how he was able to do that gagotically. It's on the internet somewhere. Now, that's a black man. He did black magic. In the process, he fed the South. He fed the KKK, who have actually tried to lynch him. He had, as a single black man, had Jim Crow, especially the KKK, in the corner. He had the choice of annihilating all of them by allowing them to starve to death. That's one black man, Professor Washington Carver. This is the reality of your power. He did not annihilate them, he gave them food. He fed them and rescued them from starvation. That's a story you need to tell Zimmerman. Zimmerman and Wilson need to know that. That's the black power. Do you all understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's the black power. And as I told you earlier, the power behind the Pentagon is black power. You all believe that or you don't believe it? John, I'm going to need you here. Let me show you what I mean by black power is the power behind the Pentagon. Black power is what protects this country right now. It's going to be like that forever. That dumb Zimmerman needs to understand that. And like I said, Carver, have you ever known that Carver saved the people in the South from starvation?
No, sir.
Not before today.
That's black power.
Can you talk about water?